Chapter 28:15. Such a beautiful scenery. Heavenly mountain, blue sea, clear sky, fragrant everywhere. Yun said with a face full of enjoyment. She closed her eyes and let go of her embrace. She kissed the void for thousands of miles. Her beautiful face and this stunning scene fused together. There was no difference between them. Yeah, this scenery is indeed intoxicating. Donghuang Taiji said with a smile. It was rare to see a relieved expression on his face. The scenery of Huangdi Mountain was much better than the Donghuang Mountain. To be able to be with you forever is my lifelong dream. Yun slowly turned around and looked at Donghuang Taiji. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. I, Donghuang Taiji, am satisfied to have you in my life. Donghuang Taiji extended his hand and pulled Yun into his embrace. Look, the mountain is covered with wildflowers of all colors. Even the butterflies are swaying with the flowers, flapping their wings and flying. These are the most beautiful butterflies I've ever seen. I'm afraid there are millions of them. Yun had a look of surprise on her face. On the hillside, wildflowers were flourishing in all sorts of colors. Most importantly, with the addition of butterflies, it was overflowing with joy. So many butterflies, it's amazing. Donghuang Taiji nodded silently. But at the next moment he felt a pungent pollen smell filling his nostrils. Not good. This mountain is strange. Let's retreat. Donghuang Taiji pulled Yun's hand and wanted to leave this place quickly. But when he turned around, they were already in the middle of a sea of flowers. There were millions of butterflies and the mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. They could not find the way they came from. What's going on? Why did the way we came from disappear? Yun held Donghuang Taiji's hand tightly. He was shocked. In a blink of an eye, they were surrounded by the sea of flowers. Butterflies were still dancing among the flowers, but they had lost their way. Could this be a natural bewitching formation? Donghuang Taiji murmured. He did not notice any sign of a formation, but he had entered it by mistake. The flowers and butterflies that covered the entire mountain were the ones that messed up his thoughts. However, when Donghuang Taiji turned around and ran away, he was already trapped in it. He knew that they had already lost their way. The butterflies and flowers that covered the mountains and plains were the biggest distraction. The myriad flowers gradually confuse our eyes. We've long been trapped in it, we just don't know it. Donghuang Taiji sighed, but his expression was solemn. He kept observing the flowers and butterflies in the surrounding, trying to find a loophole. Are we going to be trapped here forever? Yun said worriedly. I won't. Donghuang Taiji said resolutely. At this moment he must find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise this seemingly harmless soul-bewitching formation might kill him. Donghuang Taiji's strength was extraordinary. Even though he was not as strong as Donghuang Te, his Eastern Emperor limitless art was still quite powerful. He had never met a worthy opponent in the same realm as him. Now that he was trapped, he did not panic even though he was shocked. He quickly tried to find a way to get out of this soul-bewitching formation. Wave after wave of fragrant aroma entered their bodies, causing their spirits to become more and more excited. This fragrance, could it be poisonous? Donghuang Taiji thought, but he dared not say anything to Yun. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed, but he did not feel any discomfort. Looks like I've been worrying too much. However, the butterflies in front of him were flying freely, as if they were looking for the most primitive joy in this world. It was not that Donghuang Taiji was worrying too much, but there were butterflies and flowers in this boundless mountain. Hence he had to find the answer from these two things. The reason why he did not run away immediately was because he knew that it was impossible for him to run away with brute force. Since there was no turning back, he must have fallen into this trap. 10 days. After 10 days, Donghuang Taiji still could not find a way to get them out of this predicament. On the contrary, Donghuang Taiji and Yun were getting more and more excited, and their alertness was getting higher. Their mental state was extremely tense, and they were extremely nervous about every flower, tree, butterfly, or grass around them. I feel that these butterflies want to eat us up. Yun said softly. You're too sensitive. It's just a group of butterflies, do you think they'll eat you up? Although Donghuang Taiji said so, he could feel that those butterflies were staring at them and they might attack them anytime. In the next second, Donghuang Taiji did not notice that a multicolored butterfly came from behind him and bit his neck. Hiss! Dong Huang Taiji took a deep breath and his face instantly turned pale. The surrounding butterflies seemed to be attracted by the multicolored butterfly, and millions of butterflies started rushing towards Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun. Damn it, this group of butterflies can actually bite people. Dong Huang Taiji's expression changed drastically, and he stood in front of Murong Yun. His eyes were sharp and he clenched his fists, and the divine golden bell protected both of them. Countless multicolored butterflies were rushing towards the divine golden bell in a suicidal manner. Dong Huang Taiji's expression was extremely nervous. He did not know why these butterflies attacked him, and they were so overbearing. Even his divine golden bell seemed to be corroded, and it was a great injury to Dong Huang Taiji. "Are you all right, Taiji?" Murong Yun said worriedly. "I'm fine, I can take it," Dong Huang Taiji said in a deep voice. How could a proud person like him lower his head in front of Murong Yun? However, he had already suffered serious injuries. The divine golden bell was connected to his divine origin chi. Now that the divine golden bell was being corroded, even though the butterflies were getting more and more injured, Dong Huang Taiji's injuries would only worsen if this were to continue. "Let me help you," Murong Yun shouted. Terrifying divine origin energy poured into Dong Huang Taiji's body. Dong Huang Taiji felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. More than half of his injuries were recovered and the divine golden bell became stronger. Dong Huang Taiji was not a gentle person and he was not a chivalrous person either. However, he was a person who would use his actions to warm her heart. That was why Murong Yun was so infatuated with Dong Huang Taiji. Each and every one of his actions made Murong Yun feel his sincere love. There was no need to say anything. The two of them already had a mutual affinity and appreciated each other. This was the so-called love. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the attacks of the butterflies had weakened. Murong Yun and Dong Huang Taiji had used up a lot of their energy, but they managed to dodge the attacks of the butterflies. Although there were still butterflies all over the mountain, there were no more butterflies attacking them. Finally, there are no more. Murong Yun fell on Dong Huang Taiji's body, and the two of them leaned on each other. The setting sun was like blood and the scene was beautiful. What a shameless couple. Dong Huang Taiji, I finally found you. Chapter 28:16. What's wrong, my dear Yun? Don't you recognize me? The man sneered and said with a touch of self-mockery. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, filled with anger and killing intent. He pointed his sword towards the sky and stared at Dong Huang Taiji. Murong Yun's expression changed a few times. Her inner world also underwent a great change. She never expected that the person who came out of nowhere was Fong Bai, the person who had a close relationship with them. Killing Luo sect, Fong Bai. So it's you. Dong Huang Taiji was also in disbelief. His appearance had made Murong Yun's heart become incomparably complicated. She looked lonely and held his hand tightly. At that moment he knew that Murong Yun's heart had always been with him. That's why he was fearless. It's me. So what? This is all because of you. Haha. This time I joined the Killing Luo sect in order to fight with you. Dong Huang Taiji, I never expected you to be so weak. You can't even fight against a group of butterflies. You've really opened my eyes. You used to be so arrogant. Now I can't even imagine what you've become. You're a hero. How did you become like a coward? Look at you now. Are you really the peerless genius of the Eastern Emperor sect? I think you're more like a beggar on the streets. Fong Bai snorted and said, mocking Dong Huang Taiji. His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. Fong Bai, it's over between us. Moreover, it's not Taiji's fault. Do you really want to force me into a dead end? Murong Yun bit her lips and stared at Fong Bai silently. This was a hurdle in her heart. Especially when Fong Bai appeared today, it made Murong Yun even more conflicted. However, they were already in the past. They used to love each other, but Fong Bai would not stop until one of them died. When Murong Yun was in despair, she met Dong Huang Taiji. He was a man of few words, but he cared for her very much. He had entered her heart. It wasn't that he had fallen in love with someone else, nor was he trying to snatch his love away. It was just that they weren't fated to be together, so they couldn't really be together. Until today, Murong Yun had never regretted following Dong Huang Taiji. She had no right to destroy the love she once had. However, the two of them had already gone their separate ways. Since they had already broken up, why make things difficult for each other? But in Fang Bai's heart, this was a hurdle that he could never get over. In the deepest part of his heart, Murong Yun had abandoned him. Back then he was powerless and could only watch Dong Huang Taiji take Murong Yun away. He could only look up to the sky and sigh. Haha, I still remember who forced me into a dead end. Do you still remember what you said back then? Dong Huang Taiji. You said that I wasn't good enough for her, so you forcefully took Yuner away from me. At that moment I will never forget the look of disdain in your eyes. In your eyes I was once a drop in the ocean, I had never caused any ripples in your heart. But now I, Fang Bai, have stood up again. No one can stop me. Today I must kill you. Fang Bai stared at Dong Huang Taiji without giving him any chance to speak. At this moment Fang Bai had already treated Dong Huang Taiji as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Fang Bai, why do you have to make things difficult for us? I've said it before, I am already Dong Huang Taiji's woman, why do you still want to pester me? Murong Yun said helplessly with bitterness on her face. That's not what he said when he took you away from me. He wanted to kill me but you stopped him. Do you think that I will let him go today? He took away the person I love the most in my life. Fang Bai murmured. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Dong Huang Taiji killed his father and stole his wife. He would never let Dong Huang Taiji go. Dong Huang Taiji looked at Fang Bai silently and smiled faintly. You don't understand her at all. You don't know what she wants. If she didn't beg me back then, do you think you're qualified to talk to me? Then I have to thank you for not killing me back then. But today I will show you who is the real expert. Fang Bai's eyes were burning as he looked at Dong Huang Taiji. I, Dong Huang Taiji, will fight you to the end. Dong Huang Taiji said lightly with confidence. No, Taiji. Murong Yun said worriedly. Dong Huang Taiji was already injured, he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought with Fang Bai again. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unimaginable level. This battle was a matter of life and death for Dong Huang Taiji. Taiji, how intimate. Murong Yun I will let you know that the man you follow is just a coward. The word, hero, has nothing to do with him. You, Murong Yun wanted to say something but she was interrupted by Dong Huang Taiji. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. They had been enemies for too long. Only a battle could resolve this. Just listen to me. Dong Huang Taiji's words made Murong Yun nodded her head obediently. Fang Bai was enraged and his veins were bulging when he saw that. Leave the last dignity for your man. This was the deep meaning in Dong Huang Taiji's eyes. Murong Yun understood it immediately. What a good husband and wife. What a good tenderness. How ironic. Fang Bai smiled bitterly. His eyes were filled with sorrow. There was a time when that woman was beside him. She was so obedient and beautiful. Her sword dance and beautiful concubines were a match for the heavens and earth. Dong Huang Taiji, I will wait for you here for 3 days. 3 days later, when your strength has recovered, we will fight again. Fang Bai turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with tears. However, Fang Bai's words had calmed Murong Yun down. At least Dong Huang Taiji had gotten a chance to take a breather. Fang Bai did not take advantage of Dong Huang Taiji. Otherwise, Dong Huang Taiji would be under more pressure. What a proud and arrogant fellow. Dong Huang Taiji smiled. Since Fang Bai was fair to him, he would not disappoint his opponent. 3 days later, Dong Huang Taiji had recovered 80% to 90% of his strength. He had consumed a lot of energy recovery pills and absorbed them all. Now he could fight again. I want to see if the peerless prodigy of the Eastern Emperor sect can defeat everyone under my sword. Fang Bai held the sword in his hand. At that moment he seemed to have become one with the heaven and earth. The terrifying sword aura moved without any wind. Even before he attacked, the sword aura was already fearless. Fang Bai stood still like a mountain. His sword was him and he was his sword. They were one and the same. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at differently. Chapter 28:17. Your strength is not even at the Divine King realm? Dong Huang Taiji's expression became serious as he looked at Fang Bai. Just a half-step Divine King, it's more than enough to kill you. Fang Bai said faintly with an imposing manner. What he said might not be worth mentioning in the eyes of others, but Dong Huang Taiji knew that his words were not to be underestimated. A half-step divine king dared to say that he could kill a divine king with just a wave of his hand. How powerful was that? Even a mid-divine king might not have such an overbearing ability. His sword is too fast. You must be careful, Taiji. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. However, even though Donghuang Taiji knew how fast and ferocious Feng Bai's sword was, Donghuang Taiji still felt pressured. Before his sword was unsheathed, his aura had increased by 30%. Donghuang Taiji was extremely passive in this battle. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Donghuang Taiji's first move was a killing move. It was the ultimate move of the Eastern Emperor sect. It was also his trump card. He would not hold back at all as Donghuang Taiji could feel the immense pressure from Feng Bai. It could even destroy Donghuang Taiji. The pressure that could destroy the heavens and the earth was terrifying. Yearning for the mountain makes people cry, the clear water makes people grieve with you. Prosperity is gone, there's no time for flowers and birds to accompany you. Feng Bai murmured as his sword was unsheathed. The sword's aura swept across the sky. Thousands of miles of flowers flew up into the sky and withered. A sword swept across thousands of miles. Feng Bai's sorrow was unimaginable. Donghuang Taiji felt suffocated by the sword. A half-step divine king's sword aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth was extremely rare. The sorrow in the poem made Donghuang Taiji feel the pressure from the sword aura. Divine Golden Bell. Donghuang Taiji defended himself, but Feng Bai's sword aura was too strong. It was suffocating. Donghuang Taiji claimed that he was unrivaled amongst his peers, but he was defeated by a half-step divine king with ease. Feng Bai's sword aura was extremely powerful. Feng Bai's sword was so fast that it shocked the world. As soon as the sword's aura was unleashed, it suppressed everything in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Donghuang Taiji only admired one person who was at the same level as him, and that was Jiang Chen. A peak late divine king was able to defeat him. Jiang Chen was a peerless monster. Feng Bai was as terrifying as Jiang Chen. A half-step divine king could go against the current and kill a divine king. Countless terrifying sword shadows overlapped on the divine golden bell. Golden light shone continuously. The divine golden bell was getting more and more difficult to defend. Cracks started to appear on the divine golden bell. Feng Bai was using offense as defense. He was like a tiger, not giving Donghuang Taiji any chance at all. Donghuang Taiji did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Feng Bai. He did not even have the chance to fight back. Even though he was defending passively, it was getting more and more difficult for him. If this continued, he would suffer great damage. Sword shadows filled the sky. Feng Bai was fighting with ease. His sword chi was unstoppable. Murong Yun could see it clearly, but she could not do anything about it. At this moment, it would be an insult to Donghuang Taiji if she joined the battle. Donghuang Taiji would feel humiliated. Murong Yun could only wait anxiously. Taiji, you must hold on. Murong Yun prayed in her heart. Feng Bai's aura was getting stronger and stronger. He kept attacking from the divine golden bell, but they were all repelled by Feng Bai's sword chi. On the contrary, Feng Bai was suppressing Donghuang Taiji to the point where he could hardly breathe. Needless to say, the sword momentum was ferocious. It was unbelievable that a half-step divine king could possess such a terrifying skill. Now it's time for you to die. Feng Bai roared in anger. The sword shadow changed again. A sword came from the east, seizing the 9 heavens. 10,000 void breaking. Feng Bai's sword was like a god. Its aura was terrifying. Even Donghuang Taiji could feel the threat of death. This sword was too powerful. Donghuang Taiji exerted all of his strength to attack. However, the divine golden bell was still broken by Feng Bai's sword. The golden light shattered and Donghuang Taiji spurted out a mouthful of blood. He staggered backward with a pale face. He was severely injured. He stood still. If he were to fall down now, he would definitely die a painful death. Taiji! Murong Yun exclaimed. She wanted to rush forward, but she was pushed back by Donghuang Taiji's palm. At least you still have some manliness. Feng Bai harumphed coldly. He raised his sword and the wind blew. The sword shadows were like the rain of the 9 heavens, completely blocking Donghuang Taiji's escape route. Murong Yun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but she could not rush forward to save Donghuang Taiji. I've said it before. I'll kill you today. Feng Bai roared. His aura became even more ferocious. The rain of swords pierced through Dong Huang Taiji's body. Dong Huang Taiji was already at his limit. At that moment, Fong Bai's sword fell from the sky, intending to kill Dong Huang Taiji. Let people go when possible. A sword chime reverberated in the void. Fong Bai's sword was pushed back by another sword. That sword was Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The two swords were pushed back. Jiang Chen's figure pierced through the void and met Fong Bai's eyes. Both of their swords were unable to gain any advantage. However, this sword was enough to show how powerful Fong Bai was. It's you. Fong Bai's expression slightly changed. He had discussed sword techniques with Jiang Chen for a long time. How could he forget that? The two of them even exchanged swords with each other. At this moment they were fighting each other. Old brother, your sword is too vicious. Do you really want to kill me? Jiang Chen sighed. You don't understand. I have a blood feud with him. No one can stop me. Fong Bai continued and looked at Jiang Chen. Even you want to go against me? I can't let you kill him. Brother, I don't want you to get hurt. Jiang Chen said. Fong Bai, you lunatic. If anything happens to Taiji, I will never forgive you. Murong Yun hugged the dying Dong Huang Taiji tightly. Dong Huang Taiji would have died if Jiang Chen didn't arrive in time. Why? Fong Bai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that the woman he loved would one day stand on the opposite side of him for another man. Revenge breeds revenge. Since there's no love, why don't you let it go? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He finally understood why the Sword Saint hated the Eastern Emperor sect to the core. However, Jiang Chen was confused about Fong Bai. This fellow was too stubborn. He was stubborn about the sword Dao and his lover. All right. I will give you face today. Jiang Chen. When we meet again in the future we will be even. Dong Huang Taiji, I will kill him. I will not rest until he is dead. Chapter 28:18. Are you all right? Jiang Chen looked at Dong Huang Taiji. Although Fong Bai had left, he was still worried that Fong Bai would come back and kill him. He and Fong Bai were fated to meet each other. However, he would not stand aside and watch them kill each other. I won't die yet. Dong Huang Taiji said with a smile. He coughed twice and his expression did not look good. Eat this pill first. Jiang Chen took out a healing pill and let Murong Yun feed him. This happened because of me. Junior Jiang Chen, I am not afraid of death, but I don't want Taiji to lose his life because of me. What happened between me and Fong Bai is already in the past. It's just that he is not willing to accept it. What he feels now is no longer love but obsession. His eyes are really scary. Murong Yun said while gritting her teeth. Her heart was filled with self-blame. Don't worry. I am here. Senior Taiji will be fine. Jiang Chen said. Oh yeah, are you guys lost here too? Murong Yun asked in a deep voice. Lost? Why should I get lost? Are you guys lost here? Moling Dongchen asked in surprise. Yes. Taiji and I have been lost here for more than 10 days. We can't get out of this place. Murong Yun said solemnly. We didn't. Isn't this just a place where flowers are blooming all year round? We were only attracted by the fragrance of the flowers in these mountains. Moling Dongchen said with a serious face. It seemed like Murong Yun was not joking. I don't know. This place is really beautiful and we were attracted here. However, when we turned back we couldn't find the way out. Now it's still the same. We can't get out of this place. Murong Yun-er's expression was terrible. She bit her lips. If Jiang Chen did not appear in time, she and Dong Huang Taiji might have died. How could this be? There really isn't anything strange here. Why would you have such a feeling? Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen with doubt. Jiang Chen frowned and looked around. There was no formation at all. This was strange. Why was he and Fong Bai safe and sound? Why were the two of them trapped in this fragrant wilderness? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at the surroundings. That's right. There's no need to think too much. We'll bring you out later. Jiang Chen said with a dignified expression. This mountain was indeed strange because there were no demonic beasts here. Apart from butterflies there was nothing else. The strangest thing was that this place was very quiet, too ordinary, so ordinary that people couldn't feel the slightest danger. But because of this, Murong Yun was trapped here, but even Jiang Chen couldn't find out what was strange about this place. You think you can come and go as you please? A strange laughter suddenly resounded in the ears of Zhou Xian and the others. Everyone looked at Moling Dongchen. At this moment Moling Dongchen's smile was getting brighter and brighter. The brilliance in his eyes was also dazzling. It was as if there was a dazzling brilliance in his eyes that no one dared to look at directly. His beautiful face was even more enchanting now. Zhou Xian quickly retreated with a gloomy face. Everyone's gaze was focused on Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered while looking at Zhou Xian and the others. The others can leave, but the two of them must stay and become my nourishment. These flowers are blooming so brilliantly and these butterflies are so beautiful. If it weren't for the two of you, how could my butterflies be so beautiful? Moling Dongchen said with a smile. However, Zhou Xian knew that this person was not Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen would never say such words. Moreover, his eyes made Zhou Xian's heart palpitate. You are not Moling Dongchen. Who are you? Zhou Xian shouted in a deep voice. Even Mo Qihan and Mo Fengzhou's countenance changed drastically. This guy's laughter was terrifying. His eyes were extremely feminine. When he looked at Donghuang Taiji and Murong Yunru, his eyes were filled with greed. Who am I? I am Day Fairy. I came from the sky and landed in this mortal world. My body is very beautiful. I like it very much. Moling Dongchen said calmly as if she was really a fairy. She completely ignored Zhou Xian and the others, treating them as mortals. Day Fairy? Who are you? Get out of Moling Dongchen's body. Mo Qihan shouted angrily. After saying that, Mo Qihan rushed towards Moling Dongchen. A divine king's desperate battle was extremely terrifying. Mo Qihan had also risked his life for Moling Dongchen. However, Moling Dongchen just casually waved his hand and sent him flying away. Zhou Qian's expression became solemn as he sent Mo Qihan flying away with a palm strike. Zhou Qian's expression became solemn. Puff. Mo Qihan knelt down on one knee. His face was pale. In the eyes of Moling Dongchen, his impulsive action was not worth mentioning. Day Fairy, let me see what you're capable of. Zhou Qian's countenance became solemn. He did not take any action, but his overwhelming soul pressure shrouded the area. The soul power that was infinitely close to the divine emperor realm crushed the void. Zhou Qian had also pushed the great soul derivation technique to the extreme. At that moment, Moling Dongchen still did not move an inch. His smile was still as charming as before, but it was gloomy and strange. Not bad. How can you have such a powerful soul power? Unfortunately, in my eyes, your spiritual force is not worth mentioning. Day Fairy said proudly. Her eyes flashed with a 5-colored radiance, covering the entire mountain. Behind her, on the peak of the void, a giant butterfly shadow appeared behind her. In the center of the butterfly was a beautiful lady. She was wearing a 5-colored butterfly robe. As she flapped her wings, all the butterflies on the mountain formed a high wall that covered the sky. The colorful butterflies devoured the sky. Zhou Qian's soul power was instantly pushed back like a tide. Zhou Qian took 3 steps back with a solemn expression. However, the Zulong Tower had protected his soul. Otherwise, that terrifying soul storm would have sent him to the 18th level of hell. Such a powerful soul pressure. If it wasn't for the Zulong Tower protecting my soul, almost any divine emperor realm expert would have been annihilated by this soul pressure. Chapter 28:19. You can escape from my soul storm? Not bad. But you're still too young to fight me. Day Fairy said with a smile. However, her smile was creepy. Coupled with Moling Dongchen's face, it made Zhou Qian uncomfortable. She had occupied Moling Dongchen's body. It seemed like it would be extremely difficult to take back Moling Dongchen's body. Zhou Qian was shocked. Could she be an Emperor Realm expert's soul? Even so, it was not easy for an Emperor Realm expert's soul to reach such a terrifying level. Day Fairy, we have no grudge against you. Why do you have to go against us? Zhou Qian squinted his eyes and said. Why are you still trying to reason with her at this moment? Mo Fengzhou said while gritting his teeth. Then why don't you go and fight with her? Let's see who's stronger? Zhou Qian said faintly. If you're stronger than her, she won't be able to get away scot-free. Mo Fengzhou was speechless. Looks like this fella is very selfish. Why do I, Day Fairy, need you to judge me? I'll do whatever I want to do. What can you do? Day Fairy said calmly and ignored Jiang Qin and the others. Her target was Donghuang Taiji and Murong Yun. Two little fellas follow me. I'll let you two be together forever. Day Fairy's eyes turned cold. She rushed towards Donghuang Taiji and Murong Yun at lightning speed. Jiang Qin instantly enlarged the Zulong Tower and enveloped everyone. At that moment, Day Fairy's expression changed drastically. She hit the Zulong Tower fiercely with her palm. However, there was only a ripple and the Zulong Tower was not damaged at all. This pagoda, how did you get it? Day Fairy said coldly. She felt pressured by the pagoda. Fortunately, Jiang Qin was not strong enough to fully utilize the power of the pagoda. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Qin asked. Good kid, you've got guts. I can't do anything to you and you can't do anything to me. However, I like this body. I hope we'll meet again. After that, Day Fairy turned around and left. However, Jiang Qin did not intend to let her go so easily. Moling Dongqin's body was under her control. Jiang Qin was very worried about her safety. Since we can't do anything to each other, why don't we sit down and talk? Jiang Qin's words made Day Fairy stop in her tracks. She turned around and looked at Jiang Qin with interest and nodded silently. You're right. Since we can't do anything to each other, how about we make a deal? I'm all ears. Jiang Qin looked at Day Fairy. Day Fairy crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Qin from top to bottom. Then she continued. After we cross this mountain, we'll reach Azalea Mountain. Help me destroy all the azaleas on the mountain and turn it into a barren mountain. Then I'll return her to you. Azalea Mountain. Mo Fengzhou and Mo Qihan's facial expression changed drastically. Was the Azalea Mountain that they were looking for at the foot of the mountain? That's all, Jiang Qin said. It seemed like Azalea Mountain was on the other side of the mountain. Seemed like they did gain something. However, Moling Dongqin had to pay the price to know about it. If I disobey, I'm willing to be baptized by the 9 heavenly lightning and my soul will be destroyed. Day Fairy's eyes were burning as she looked at Jiang Qin seriously. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Was this guy's request really that simple? Could she not go to the other side of Azalea Mountain and destroy all the azaleas on the mountain? Or perhaps, there was something that she could not do on Azalea Mountain? I know you don't believe me, but this is your only chance. Don't ask me anything else. I won't tell you anything. Day Fairy looked at the other side of the mountain and said. She did not look at Jiang Qin anymore. She did not care whether Jiang Qin agreed or not. Her eyes were filled with bitterness as she looked at the Azalea Mountain that was filled with azaleas. Jiang Qin thought. Indeed, he had no choice but to believe Day Fairy. Otherwise, he could not do anything to her. If she was really an Emperor Realm soul, she would not be an ordinary person to be able to do such a thing. It should not be difficult for her to destroy all the azaleas. But why did she have to do it herself? All right, I promise you. Jiang Qin looked at Day Fairy. Although he was the passive one, he felt that Day Fairy did not seem to be lying to him. Come and find me after you've destroyed all the azaleas on the mountain. This mountain will only attract those who love each other. If there is love, you will be lost. If there is no love, you will be able to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. After that, Day Fairy flew up with the wind and disappeared in the void. Moling Dongqin also disappeared. There are 50 strings of the zither, 1 string and 1 pillar. The sound of the zither lingered in the ears and reverberated among the butterflies. It made people yearn for it. Moling Dongqin's sound lingered for a long time. At this moment, even Jiang Qin was intoxicated by the sound of the zither. Why don't you go and get it back? Mo Fengzhou said. Shut up. If there is a chance, do you think Brother Jiang will just stand aside and watch? Don't you know how powerful that person is? Mo Qihan said while gritting his teeth. He was sent flying by a single palm strike. At least in the hands of Jiang Qin. Mo Qihan did not believe that he could not even withstand 1 strike from Jiang Qin. However, this woman just waved her hand and he was defeated without any chance. This was strength. Perhaps this is the reason why all of you are lost here. If there is love, then you will be lost. If there is no love, then you will naturally not be trapped here. Only 2 people who are in love with each other and whose hearts are connected will be attracted by the beautiful mirage-like scenery here and mistakenly fall into it. Jiang Qin looked at Donghuang Taiji and Murong Yun. If that's the case, perhaps Feng Bai was wrong from the start. He was just stubborn in his heart. Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun looked at each other and smiled. You are enough. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Are we really going to destroy the azaleas on the mountain? Can we believe that woman's words? Mo Kihan asked in doubt. We have no choice but to believe her. Chapter 28:20. No matter what's in Azalea Mountain, we should go and check it out. This is our only chance. Plus, the silver dragon fruit might be there too. Jiang Chen said. Yes, the silver dragon fruit is there. Azalea Mountain looks like we have to go there. Mo Fengzhou said with a smile. When did I say that I want to go with you? Don't let me see you again. Otherwise I will not forgive you. I will go and save Moling Dongchen, but I don't need you. Jiang Chen turned and left with Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun. You only have yourself to blame for this. I hope you can live well, madam. Mo Kihan said coldly and left, leaving Mo Fengzhou alone. Bastard, you're all bastards. Mo Kihan, I will not let you have a good time when we return to the Mo clan. Pray, I hope that you will not leave Wangdi Mountain alive. Mo Fengzhou roared furiously, but he still had lingering fear. He looked at the butterflies and was afraid that Day Fairy would return. If that's the case, his life would be over. After crossing over a mountain as expected, they left the mountains full of blooming flowers and the colorful butterflies. When they crossed the mountain peak, they were shocked again. That was because it was a sea of red. Blood-red azaleas were blooming all over the hillside. The azaleas looked like they were weeping blood. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Compared to the butterflies that covered the mountain, this place was even more mesmerizing. The sea of azaleas made them feel like they were in a fairyland. At the top of the mountain, a huge boulder that seemed to connect the heavens stood erect. It was as smooth as flowing water, and 3 large words were carved on it. Azalea Mountain. Having a mountain within a mountain was an ominous sign. The azaleas blooming all over the mountain were truly astonishing. Most importantly, it was the first time in their lives that they had seen such delicate and alluring flowers that were completely blood-red in color. There's definitely a reason behind it. I'm afraid this azalea isn't that simple. Jiang Chen said. Even the powerful Day Fairy was unwilling to step into this place, or in other words, she could not step into this place. He did not think that this was a place for good people. On the contrary, this place was definitely not ordinary. The beautiful azalea flowers were more like the blossoming of life. The flow of blood seemed to run through the entire mountain range. The blood-red azalea flowers were even more beautiful than before, just like the mountain ridge that was dyed red with blood. It was indescribably beautiful and strange. I'm afraid it won't be easy to trample through the azaleas that cover the entire mountain. Mo Kihan looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He could feel that the azalea was unusual, but he didn't know what was wrong with it. If it was that easy, Day Fairy wouldn't have asked them to come here. Be careful. Be on your best behavior. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Murong Yun and Mo Kihan's eyes lit up. Currently, Dong Huang Taiji had recovered a lot after taking Jiang Chen's medicinal pill. The Azalea Mountain should be real, but we don't know where the silver dragon fruit is. Mo Kihan looked around cautiously, but he could not find anything. Look, isn't that a huge canyon? Murong Yun's eyes flashed and said. It was indeed a huge white canyon at the end of the Azalea Mountain. However, they had to cross the entire mountain of azaleas to get there. The silver dragon fruit might be there. But let's think of a way to destroy these azaleas first. That way Moling Dongchen can be saved. Mo Kihan said in a deep voice. In his heart, saving Moling Dongchen was his priority. He did not care about the silver dragon fruit or getting the first place in the battle royale of the 9 counties. Firstly, he knew his own strength. Secondly, he did not want Moling Dongchen to be trapped. He would not hesitate even if he had to use his life to save Moling Dongchen. Destroy it. Mo Kihan did not even ask for Jiang Chen's permission. He struck out with his palm and all the azaleas within 10 li were instantly destroyed. The withered azaleas were like drops of blood, forming a blood-red silhouette that was slowly condensing. Lowly human, how dare you step into my territory? How can you bear to destroy such beautiful azaleas? A cold shout was heard along with an inaudible blood-colored giant palm, sending Mo Kihan flying away. A terrifying energy swept across the area, The color of blood filled the air. Jiang Chen could not dodge it in time and quickly protected Murong Yun and Donghuang Taiji. However, Mo Qihan was already heavily injured. Jiang Chen turned around and quickly went up to the attack. He struck with the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. The flame aura spread and forced the blood-red giant palm back, saving Mo Qihan from death. "You're too impulsive," Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He knew that this guy must be anxious to save Moling Dongchen. He did not expect him to destroy the azaleas in the first place. However, what happened next made him understand that the azaleas were not that easy to be destroyed. What a 5-elemental true fire. To be able to block my attack, the younger generation will surpass us in time. It's just that you want to destroy my azaleas all over the mountains and plains? That's just a pipe dream. If I'm not wrong, it should be the idea of that bitch with the heart of a viper, right? A bunch of stupid humans. The blood-red figure said faintly. Although his face could not be seen clearly, it was indeed a blood-red figure. Blood kept flowing out from his body. Compared to Day Fairy, he was more terrifying. The blood that flowed out from his body splashed onto the azaleas, proving the saying, blood-sobbing azaleas. "Senior, do you know who sent us here?" Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. It seemed that this unknown guy had already guessed everything. That Day Fairy must have a close relationship with this guy. Moreover, there seemed to be a deep hatred between them. "Since she asked you to come, then you don't have the right to continue living." The blood-red figure in the void turned into a blood-red dark crow. The dark crow was more than 10 zhong in size. It stood above the azaleas like a high and mighty emperor. "Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Jiang Chen sneered. This time he took out the Zulong Tower in advance and wrapped everyone in the Zulong Tower. As expected, the dark crow instantly became serious. "You're indeed a bit capable. No wonder you dare to challenge me." The dark crow sneered and moved its wings. Thousands of azaleas rained down from the sky and hit the Zulong Tower. No matter how sharp or corrosive the azaleas were, they could not do anything to the Zulong Tower. Divine Golden Bell, God's Sealing Prohibition. Chapter 28-21. You have the Eastern Emperor Bell? Wasn't the Eastern Emperor Bell broken long ago? The dark crow was shocked. But in the next moment he realized that Jiang Chen's divine golden bell was not enough to trap him. "It's impossible to trap me unless you have the real Eastern Emperor Bell," the dark crow shouted in a deep voice. Jiang Chen was shocked. The dark crow was able to recognize that the divine golden bell that he casted was casted by the Eastern Emperor Bell itself, and not the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. The dark crow's eyes were extremely sharp. As expected, the dark crow's soul power was far beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. The terrifying rebounding force shattered Jiang Chen's divine golden bell. Jiang Chen staggered backwards with a serious expression. This fella's soul power was much stronger than Jiang Chen's. Just this fella's soul power alone was enough to destroy his divine golden bell. Heavenly Lightning Fusion. The Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning fused together. The lightning shone brightly and shot out. The lightning snake wrapped around the dark crow. The dark crow charged towards the sky and clashed with the heavenly lightning. The dark crow's soul power quickly dodged the heavenly lightning fusion. Even the soul of an Emperor Realm expert had to dodge the attack. Neither of them had the slightest advantage and they were evenly matched. "Kid, looks like I've underestimated you," the dark crow said coldly. Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning, Zulong Tower and even the broken Eastern Emperor Bell made her extremely cautious. This fellow was not someone to be trifled with. Blood-colored dark crow. Interesting. A beautiful figure soared into the sky, piercing through the golden rays of the setting sun and appearing beside Jiang Chen. "Qingqing, it's you?" Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His eyes were even filled with shock. He didn't expect to see her here. The person Jiang Chen wanted to see was Yan Qingqing. Her appearance made him even more excited. At least in Wangdi Mountain, Jiang Chen did not need to worry anymore. "It really is fate," Yan Qingqing said indifferently. Although they didn't hug each other passionately and shed tears, it was enough for Jiang Chen. "I won't hesitate to use my tenderness to melt the ice and snow in this life." Although Yan Qingqing did not have a good impression of Jiang Chen, in the depths of her heart, Jiang Chen was willing to give up his life for her several times. This fool, she still treated him differently. Otherwise she would never be polite to anyone. Your dark crow bloodline, I'm taking it. The corner of Yan Qingqing's mouth curled up slightly. She soared straight into the 9 heavens. Her graceful figure reflected the setting sun. It was too beautiful to behold. Be careful, this dark crow is not simple. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. However, he did not take any action. If he did that, it would only make Yan Qingqing feel disgusted. Jiang Chen would definitely not stand by and do nothing if his life was in danger. What a little girl. You've got some guts. You actually want my bloodline. I don't even know how many times you've died. The dark crow sneered and said disdainfully towards Yan Qingqing. Cut the crap. Your bloodline will be mine. Yan Qingqing and the dark crow's attacks instantly set off a frenzy. The azalea flowers on the mountain swayed along with the wind. Seems like that brat has quite a deep affection for you. He's such a calm person, yet you're able to affect his soul fluctuation. Hee, that brat will collapse on his own if I take you down. The dark crow laughed in his heart. Jiang Chen's eyes were looking at Yan Qingqing with deep love. Moreover, she could see that he cherished her as much as his own life. Men, none of them are good. Humph. The dark crow sneered and glared at Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing and the dark crow were already in close combat. The dark crow kept creating blood-colored snakes to fight with Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen was also paying full attention, fearing that Yan Qingqing would be injured. The two of them had fought for more than 100 moves, but there was no clear winner. Could it be that Qingqing's strength has increased tremendously again? This dark crow's strength should not be underestimated. If it's not because of the heavenly lightning, I might not be its opponent. Jiang Chen frowned and thought worriedly. However, the dark crow's soul power instantly covered the entire Azalea Mountain. Even Jiang Chen couldn't avoid it. Yan Qingqing's soul was suppressed in a split second, causing her mind to fall into a trance. The dark crow seized the chance to enter her body. No. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He roared and wanted to pull Yan Qingqing back. However, the moment she looked back, her sweet smile had completely melted Jiang Chen. She was like the naive little princess of the city lord's mansion. The tenderness in her eyes almost melted Jiang Chen. Her every frown and smile, her graceful bearing as she looked back, and that instant of fragrance, all of it made Jiang Chen fall into the sea of love. Qingqing. Jiang Chen murmured. His inner world was on the verge of being conquered. Boom. A loud explosion resounded in Jiang Chen's mind. When he woke up, he realized that Yan Qingqing had changed. Damn it. Bastard. Jiang Chen cursed. This bastard had actually invaded Yan Qingqing's body. Jiang Chen was trembling with anger. Don't force me. Otherwise, I guarantee that the entire Azalea Mountain will be razed to the ground. Jiang Chen said while trembling. His eyes were red as he stared at Yan Qingqing. However, the current Yan Qingqing had changed. Her eyes were exactly the same as the dark crow's. Jiang Chen should have expected that this dark crow was not a good person. He was too careless. Even Yan Qingqing was controlled by him. Something happened to Yan Qingqing, how would Jiang Chen face him? Such a terrifying gaze. However, it's useless against me. I'm already dead. Why would I care about your threat? Hee, unless you kill the person you love the most as well. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly. It was extremely charming. However, when Jiang Chen saw such a graceful smile, he could not bring himself to smile. What do you want? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This dark crow was definitely plotting something big. Why would a woman make things difficult for another woman? Especially a beautiful woman. I don't want to make things difficult for her. Let's see how capable you are. Yan Qingqing said meaningfully. Speak. Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing looked at the white canyon and murmured. Chapter 28-22. Timun Gorge. It was a huge white gorge. At this moment, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance with a solemn expression. What's hiding there? Who's that he that Yan Qingqing mentioned? Iron tree blossoms, white jade smokes. Who is that person? Jiang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at Yan Qingqing. You'll know when you get there. But whether you can do it or not, it'll depend on your luck. The dark crow said. If she's hurt, I'll make your Azalea Mountain barren. I want your soul to stay in hell forever. Don't doubt my words. Jiang Chen turned around, took a deep breath and said faintly. The dark crow gazed at Jiang Chen's back and smiled bitterly. The same silhouette, the same arrogance. But why don't you turn back? After Jiang Chen left, the dark crow's soul was heavily injured. Because there was a powerful imprint in Yan Qingqing's body that almost caused her to lose her life. This is 8-divisional pagoda. Little girl, why did you provoke these damned fellas? The dark crow murmured. She could clearly see that the blood-colored soul imprint in Yan Qingqing's sea of consciousness was attacking her soul, as if it was trying to purge her from existence. I'd like to see who you are to dare to act like a tyrant in front of me. So what if it's the 8-divisional pagoda? I wasn't even afraid of the Buddha in the past. Do you really think that a mere pagoda can sweep everything before you? The dark crow sneered. Spiritual energy gushed into Yan Qingqing's mind like a tidal wave. At this moment she could feel a heavenly Sanskrit descending upon her. Even though she was an Emperor realm soul, she still felt pressured. Which pagoda are you? Hurry up and reveal your true body. The dark crow shouted. Since you want to be a coward, I'll lend you a hand. The dark crow's frightening spiritual energy pressed down once again. Yan Qingqing's face turned extremely ugly. The blood-colored spiritual imprint in her mind was constantly being swept by the dark crow's spiritual energy. Yan Qingqing was in great pain. To think that you've already fused with her. Looks like she's very important to you. What a pity a good girl was harmed by a bastard like you. But I, Duan, will not let you have your way today. None of the 8-divisional pagoda's people are good. Duwan's spiritual strength fought against the blood mark for a long time. In the end, Duwan won and the blood mark was gradually removed. However, Duwan had also suffered quite a bit of damage. After all, it wasn't easy to remove the spiritual mark left behind by the 8-divisional pagoda. If her physical body was still present, it wouldn't be a problem. However, only a remnant of her spiritual strength was left. Duwan's soul power and the 8-divisional pagoda's blood imprint were in a deadlock for a long time. However, Duwan was able to gain the upper hand by relying on her powerful soul power. That blood imprint was gradually becoming blurry and was about to disappear. Its resistance was also gradually fading away. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. However, it's already impossible for you to control her. Duwan murmured. She had finally done something that made her feel comfortable. The 8-divisional pagoda was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. At least, her understanding of the 8-divisional pagoda was limited to the turbulent immemorial period. Jiang Chen knew that it would not do him any good to continue fighting with Duwan. She wanted him to go to the Sea Moon Gorge to make the iron tree bloom and the white jade give birth to smoke. This was not an easy task. However, Jiang Chen did not want to fight to the death. Jiang Chen saw the true feelings in Duwan's eyes at the last moment. Who was the person that she wanted to meet? Jiang Chen was very curious about her identity. However, he had no other choice because this Duwan was much stronger than the previous guy. However, he firmly believed that Duwan would not harm Yan Qingqing. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt that Duwan was inextricably linked to Ye Fairy and the person she wanted to see. Silver dragon fruit, could it be in the Sea Moon Gorge? The Azalea Mountain is covered by azaleas. It's almost endless. Only the silver-white Sea Moon Gorge could possibly hide the silver dragon fruit. Jiang Chen said in a low voice as he looked at the Sea Moon Gorge. At this moment, Donghuang Taiji, Murong Yun'er and Mo Kehan also wanted to follow Jiang Chen to the Sea Moon Gorge. However, they were stopped by Jiang Chen. The Sea Moon Gorge was not an ordinary place. If they went there, they might not be able to return. Even Jiang Chen was not confident. However, for the sake of Yan Qingqing, Jiang Chen would not hesitate even if it's a tiger's lair or a dragon's lair. Under the Sea Moon Gorge there was a huge gorge. It was bottomless. The gorge was milky white and looked like a white jade. However, the windstorm in the gorge was extremely sharp. Every time the windstorm blew past, even an early divine king would not be able to withstand it. The windstorm came and went without a trace. It seemed like it was harmless. However, countless early divine kings stopped in their tracks. Wait for me here, Yi Futian said. Jiang Chen said. The three of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They felt bad for letting Jiang Chen take the risk alone. However, they were not as strong as Jiang Chen and they were injured. This might be the best choice they could make. The windstorm in the gorge never stopped. However, it was not sharp. It seemed to have formed a stable magnetic field. However, those who were weak would be crushed into pieces after entering this magnetic field. This place is really unusual. Jiang Chen murmured. This strange magnetic windstorm made it hard for him to figure out what kind of place he was in. The white jade cornerstone was endless. No wonder it was called the Sea Moon Gorge. The jades here were connected together with the moon. It was a paradise. Jiang Chen carefully walked through the gorge, fearing that there would be any changes. This Sea Moon Gorge was not a simple place. Xingfeng, do you really think that you're invincible? If Gui Gu of the Killing Luo sect was here, you wouldn't have the chance to show off. 10 li away, a loud shout attracted Jiang Chen's attention. Jiang Chen quickly rushed over and saw a few silhouettes appearing in front of him. It was the arrogant Xingfeng. Killing Luo sect? Let alone you, even if Gui Gu is here, Xingfeng will not take him seriously. And you idiots, do you really think that Tongxian Mansion is a place that trash like you can enter? It's a place where geniuses gather. Even if you enter, you won't know how you died. Humph. Xingfeng crossed his arms and said with a cold smile. He did not care about the three people in front of him. Heavenly Xing sect, how arrogant. Hu Yu Boundaries White Tiger Heavenly Dragon sect. Wang Xiaohu, I'd like to see how you're going to fight against them. Brother Zhou Tong, it seems like we'll have to fight together. Chapter 28-23. Hu Yu Boundary, since when can there be someone who can ascend to the Hall of Elegance? Ah. Xingfeng laughed and snorted. Wang Xiaohu's face turned gloomy. However, Xingfeng did have the right to be arrogant. He was definitely a top-notch expert, as he was one of the top 10 experts in the Battle Royale of the 9 counties. Although Wang Xiaohu was one of the top experts in Hu Yu Boundary, he did not dare to act recklessly. Looks like you want to fight us to the death? Another yellow-haired young man shouted coldly. Nobody, who are you? Xingfeng said indifferently. Floating World, Chong, and Sect, Young Sect Master Chu Chang'an. You don't even know me, the Young Sect Master. I think you must be tired of living. No matter how strong you are, can you fight against the three of us? Chu Chang'an looked at him coldly. He was one of the top experts in the Floating World. Although Xingfeng was famous, it did not mean that he was invincible. To Chu Chang'an and the other two, being able to defeat Xingfeng would be a great boost to their reputation. Hence the three of them were eager to try out this battle. If they could defeat Xingfeng, they would definitely become famous. Even if they failed, they could only run away. They would not be killed by Xingfeng. At least they were confident. Never heard of it. But it seems like you guys are full of confidence. I shall teach you guys a lesson today. Xingfeng crossed his arms and looked at the three of them with disdain. The three of them were peak early divine kings while he was a mid-divine king. Other than the three guys from the Qilian boundary, no one could make him frown. Sea Moon Gorge, it said that there's a 10,000-word Nanhua true scripture. The one who obtains the scripture will gain eternal life. It's left behind by the Nanhua the Enlightened. Looks like you want it for yourself. Zhou Tong said coldly. How could it be easy to get the left behind by the Nanhua the Enlightened? The Nanhua True Scripture is said to be one of the 10 great scriptures of the ancient times. Countless people have only heard about it from rumors. Who knows what the Nanhua True Scripture is? Chu Chang'an shouted in a deep voice. They were indeed here for the Nanhua True Scripture, but they did not know where the Nanhua True Scripture was. Let's not talk about whether the Nanhua True Scripture exists or not. However, no matter what, the three of you are not allowed to take even half a step into this place. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Xingfeng stood at the top of the Sea Moon Gorge with his saber and horse in front of him, not letting the three of them cross the border. It seems like this battle is unavoidable. Xingfeng, today I will let you have a taste of my White Tiger Heavenly Dragon Sect's unparalleled martial arts. Wang Xiaohu snorted and took a step forward. He was ready to fight at any time. The three of them were also ready to fight. The killing intent in their eyes was like a rain of swords. Xingfeng was furious. The battle started. Jiang Chen looked from afar. He didn't expect there to be such a battle here. It was really eye-opening. These people were obviously not ordinary people. Killing Luo sects Zhou Tong, White Tiger Heavenly Dragon sects Wang Xiaohu and Chong, and sects Chu Chang'an. Even though they weren't top-notch experts, they weren't ordinary people either. The three of them fighting Xingfeng was interesting. Fine. You guys can fight first. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Jiang Chen didn't want to fight. As a bystander, the best outcome would be for both sides to be injured. That would be the happiest thing for him. Brother Zhou, Brother Wang, since they don't want to give us face, there's no need for us to continue this fight. Let's end this quickly. Chu Chang'an said. The three of them attacked together without any hesitation. Xingfeng didn't show any fear. He flew up to the clouds and the four of them started fighting. Their terrifying skills tore the void apart. The surrounding storm couldn't even leave a mark on their bodies. The four of them were fighting against the sky and the ground. Their speed was shocking. Xingfeng was fighting against three of them, but he didn't change his expression. He even had the upper hand. A mid-divine king realm expert wasn't someone that could be defeated by an ordinary person. Xingfeng held his blade in front of him. The three of them attacked fiercely, but they couldn't gain any advantage. Xingfeng was a genius among the young generation in the 9 boundaries. He was not an ordinary person. He was confident that he could defeat the three of them. Otherwise, if he couldn't even defeat these guys, how could he fight against Xian Shenji, Gui Gu and Dong Huang Tai? Xingfeng was more powerful after all. Facing the attacks of the three of them, he was well organized. Although he was frightened, he was still at ease. Dragon Tiger Shadow. Wang Xiaohu roared. Both of his hands turned into claws and tore the sky apart. The Dragon Tiger Shadow followed him like a shadow. The battle between the dragon and the tiger was terrifying. It was as if the dragon and the tiger had descended. Xingfeng's expression changed. He retreated in order to advance. His figure was like lightning. War God's 3 profound transformations. War God's body. Jiang Qin had witnessed how terrifying the War God's body was. Wang Xiaohu's attack couldn't break through the War God's body at all. The domineering War God's body couldn't be understood without experiencing it. If Jiang Qin's body wasn't well trained, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat the War God's body. Such terrifying qi strength. Wang Xiaohu retreated after one attack. The dragon and tiger shadow followed him and struck out 7 times consecutively. However, none of them were able to hurt Xingfeng. On the contrary, Xingfeng shouted angrily and punched out, breaking Wang Xiaohu's palm. Hiss, Chu Chang'an gasped. However, it was too late. He and Zhou Tong looked at each other and the two of them rushed forward at their fastest speed. They followed Wang Xiaohu's attack closely. They didn't want to give Xingfeng any chance to breathe. Once Xingfeng broke through them one by one, they wouldn't stand a chance anymore. Layers of ghostly shadows spread across the universe. Zhou Tong's expression was solemn. Countless ghostly shadows surrounded his body, crying and howling. The ghostly shadows pierced through the void instantly and surrounded Xingfeng. Xingfeng sneered and remained calm. No matter how you attack me, I will not budge at all. Do you think you can make me surrender with just these ghostly shadows? The War God's body can destroy the world. Who can stop me? Xingfeng was domineering. His fists created wind. The ghostly shadows were all shattered by his fists. There was no chance for him to escape. Zhou Tong was also blown away. He looked ferocious. Those ghostly shadows were all formed by his profound qi. It was a great damage to him when the ghostly shadows were shattered. Raise the sails in the daytime. Flowers return to Chang'an City. Yuan qi wind and thunder. Listen to the sword hum. Chu Chang'an held the green light sword in his hand. The sword qi swept across 800 miles. The sword hum was like the roar of the wind, sweeping across the sea-moon gorge. Xingfeng stood still like a mountain. He threw out 3 punches to resist Chu Chang'an's sword qi. The sword hum was endless. However, after the 3 punches, Chu Chang'an's green light sword was already cracked. A powerful peak divine tool was shattered by Xingfeng's body. Chu Chang'an's face turned cold. He staggered backward and his eyes were filled with fear. What a frightening physical strength. The War God's body is indeed worthy of its reputation. Chu Chang'an knew that they had met a real obstacle this time. There was a reason why Xingfeng could be on the same level as Dong Huang Tik and Gui Gu. Chapter 28-24. Such a strong physique. The War God's body is indeed the secret technique of the heavenly Xing sect. Zhou Tong said while clenching his teeth. The 3 of them looked at each other and were unwilling to give up. They charged forward again, but this time, their momentum was obviously weaker than before. Xingfeng was also in the middle of the battle. His punches landed on the 3 of them and the 3 of them suffered a lot. They could not compete with Zhou Tong at all. At this moment they all had the intention to retreat. 3 arrogant fellas. How dare you challenge me? Looks like you guys don't know how to spell the word, death. Xing Feng was domineering. His war god's body was terrifying. He was much stronger than Xing Ming. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn. This fellow was still far from Xing Ming. He was indeed the first disciple of the heavenly Xing sect. Jiang Chen believed that the 3 of them would be defeated before Xing Feng could show his full strength. Boom! Xing Feng threw a punch. The 3 of them were severely injured and their faces turned pale. Let's go. This fella is too strong. We can't defeat him. Zhou Tong retreated quickly. With Xing Feng's attack the 3 of them scattered. Xing Feng was too strong. He had completely suppressed them. They were defeated before they could even attack. A bunch of trash. Who dares to fight me? Xing Feng could not stop laughing. Zhou Tong, Wang Xiaohu and Chu Chang'an left quickly. They did not dare to continue fighting. Xing Feng did not chase after them. At this moment it was easy for him to kill one of them, but it was impossible for him to kill all of them. Xing Feng's roar was still echoing in the Sea Moon Gorge. It lasted for a long time. Finally Xing Feng squinted his eyes and said, "Come out. You've been watching for so long. You should have some response." Xing Feng's words were obviously meant for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not expect Xing Feng to notice him. Although he did not hide on purpose, it was still hard for ordinary people to notice him. This fellow was not simple. He did not plan to show himself. After all, he came here to look for the iron tree blossom. He did not want to cause any trouble. Yan Qingqing's safety was more important than anything else. However, it was discovered by Xing Feng in the end. Not bad, you actually knew that someone was observing you in the dark. Seems that I have really underestimated you. The heavenly Xing sect's war god physique is truly impressive. Jiang Chen smiled and got out from the battle. He looked at Xing Feng and the latter's facial expression changed completely when he saw Jiang Chen. It's you. Xing Feng's pupils constricted as he stared at Jiang Chen. He did not expect the person in the dark to be Jiang Chen. Xing Feng had already noticed that someone was spying on him, but he did not say anything to agitate him. It was because the person in the dark was quite powerful. If Jiang Chen joined hands with the other 3 to fight against him, Xing Feng could not say that he would be invincible. Therefore he did not chase after the 3 guys who were severely injured and escaped. Instead he waited for the person in the dark. This guy was obviously very confident in himself. He did not want to team up with Zhou Tong and the other 2. In Xing Feng's eyes, as long as the 3 of them left, he would have nothing to worry about. It's me. So what? Jiang Chen said proudly. Why is there Xing Ming's aura on you? Could it be you killed him? Xing Feng took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen. He was looking forward to Jiang Chen's answer. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded without saying anything. However, the veins on Xing Feng's face were popping out. That was his younger brother, his biological brother. Although the 2 of them did not have a good relationship, they were born of the same mother. Both of their parents had passed away. Xing Feng did not say it, but Xing Ming was his only relative in the world. However, all of this was destroyed the moment Jiang Chen appeared. Xing Ming was killed by Jiang Chen. It was as if a knife was slashed on his chest. The pain was indescribable. Jiang Chen. Pa Jiang Chen. So you are here to fall into my trap? Xing Feng was so angry that he laughed. His expression was vicious and his veins were popping out. At this moment his anger had reached its peak. You killed my brother. Today I will make you pay with your blood. That's his own fault. I gave him a chance. Unfortunately he did not know how to cherish it. Who can he blame for seeking his own death? Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen, you and I will fight to the death. That day in Lingju City, you were lucky that you were competing in the art of alchemy. Otherwise you would be dead. I have something important to do and I do not want to be your enemy. At least not now. However, I killed your brother. Come on, let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, do not like to waste time. Jiang Chen knew that today's battle was inevitable. Are you here for the Nanhua True Scripture too? Xing Feng's eyes glittered. I don't know what the Nanhua True Scripture is and I am not interested. However, I am here for the blossoming iron tree. Jiang Chen said. Humph. The blossoming iron tree and the silver dragon fruit. I'm afraid you will not be able to see it. The Sea Moon Gorge will be your burial ground. Xingfeng clenched his fists. At this moment his will to fight had reached the highest level of heaven. He had to take revenge for his brother's death. Although Xingfeng was ruthless, he only had one brother. Therefore Jiang Qin must die. Talk is useless. Let's fight. Jiang Qin smiled indifferently. Xingfeng was quite powerful. He was the best opponent he had after breaking through to the Divine King realm. Of course Gui Gu and Dong Huangtai were monstrous figures too. However, he did not know where they were. Jiang Qin was excited to fight with Xingfeng. Lad, I will let you die a horrible death. Xingfeng clenched his fist and rushed towards Jiang Qin. His strength was as powerful as a thunderbolt. The war god's body. Not bad. Compared to Xingming, it's much more powerful. This is interesting. Jiang Qin's words infuriated Xingfeng once again. The two of them fought fiercely and their fists collided. Xingfeng's eyes were filled with anger. They had fought for more than 100 rounds, but they were still evenly matched. At this moment he realized that Jiang Qin was only an early divine king. How could he fight against his war god's body? One should know that he was undefeatable among those who were at the same level as him. He was a mid-divine king. This fellow looked calm and steady, but he was filled with killing intent. Even his war god's body could not suppress him. Xingfeng did not believe that Jiang Qin could withstand his attack in such a relaxed manner. War god's hammer. Xingfeng held the thunderous hammer and slammed it down. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. He clashed with the hammer with his bare fists. Jiang Qin remained calm. The two of them fought for a long time. Although there was no winner, Xingfeng was getting more and more shocked. One should know that his war god's body had been tempered for thousands of years. It was forged under the bombardment of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Although it was only the first transformation of the war god's 3 profound transformations, it was enough to make countless people shrink back. However, he was able to deal with it with ease. He didn't even use any divine abilities. His hammer that could stop the heavens and earth couldn't stop Jiang Qin's domineering attack. Jiang Qin's body didn't seem any weaker than his war god's body. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will think that you are undefeatable. Humph. War God's 3 profound transformations. Second transformation, War God's awakening. Give me power. Chapter 28-25. Sword. Jiang Qin's lips curled up slightly. He stretched out his hand and the heavenly dragon sword was already in his hand. He whipped his horse and jumped up with his sword. Layers of sword shadows were formed and he did not lose to Xingfeng at all. The two of them collided with each other. The battle between the sword and the hammer had reached its climax from this moment onwards. Xingfeng's War God 3 mysterious transformations. The second transformation, War God Awakening, was more than 10 times stronger than before. Whether it was his strength or aura, Jiang Qin nodded his head. Such a battle was a real battle of life and death. It made everyone's blood boil. Jiang Qin's figure flashed 9 times and the 9 phantom wolves were able to catch Xingfeng off guard every time. However, Xingfeng was not weak either. The War God Awakening was even more powerful than the War God's body. Jiang Qin's sword was able to hurt Xingfeng's foundation several times. However, if the heavenly dragon sword really went through Xingfeng's body, he would not be so lucky. Solitary sword, star-shattering sword. Jiang Qin and Xingfeng had fought for a few times. The mountains within 1,000 miles of the Jade Stone Canyon were all broken into pieces. The storm swept across the sky and everything within 10,000 miles was destroyed. War God's hammer, I want to hammer the sky. Xingfeng's roar was like thunder breaking through the sky. However, his giant hammer had already been destroyed by Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword. It did not even look like a heavenly divine tool anymore. Needless to say, Xingfeng's battle strength was absolutely shocking. Even Jiang Qin had to give it his all. The War God 3 mysterious transformations was the secret technique of the heavenly Xing sect. Of course, it was terrifying. At this moment, even Jiang Qin agreed. However, Jiang Qin's sword aura was many times more powerful than when he was a half-step divine king. After the battle with the sword Saint Fong Bai, his sword aura had improved tremendously. He was not weaker than anyone. 3,000 miles of ice. Jiang Qin slashed out again. Xingfeng's expression changed drastically and he quickly stepped back. The extremely cold power of the sword had almost sealed his aura. Even the war god's hammer in his hand was useless. Break! Xing Feng roared and struck with his hammer. The storm danced wildly, but it was still useless. Jiang Qin still managed to force him back. Xing Feng was a little disheveled. His long hair danced in the wind and he roared like thunder. His eyes were red as he stared at Jiang Qin. Suddenly, at this moment, an extremely powerful storm swept over from 100 miles away. The entire Sea Moon Gorge began to tremble as the mountain terrain became chaotic. Its momentum was unstoppable. This is the limitless storm? Legend has it that this infinite storm is strong enough to kill experts below the hierarch realm. Its wind is terrifying and unparalleled. Wherever it passes, not even a blade of grass will grow. Xing Feng retreated quickly. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was as ugly as one could imagine. This is too unlucky. Xing Feng cursed under his breath and started to run. He didn't care about Jiang Qin at all. Limitless storm, such a powerful storm. There must be a reason behind it. Looks like the silver dragon fruit is most likely here. Jiang Qin frowned and murmured. The terrifying boundless tempest arrived in the blink of an eye. In practically an instant, the howling of the wind and cranes in a radius of 50 kilometers caused sand and stones to fly about. With the sweeping force of a dragon, it obliterated everything within the entire gorge, and it was like the end of the world had arrived. Even the Sea Moon Gorge seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Jiang Qin's expression changed. He quickly went into the Zulong Tower and stood still like a mountain. Looking at the violent whirlwind under the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin was still in fear. Such a powerful limitless storm, he might not even be able to stand in it. He would definitely be torn into pieces. Luckily he had the Zulong Tower to protect him. Such a storm was rarely seen in 10,000 years. This time Xing Feng is probably going to die a violent death. Jiang Qin looked at the limitless storm and glanced through the entire Sea Moon Gorge. He felt a surge of emotion. The power of the heavens and earth was still powerful after all. Even a divine king realm expert could not avoid it. If one wanted to stand above the 9 heavens and look down upon the masses, one must increase his strength. Only a true Emperor realm expert could look down upon the 9 heavens. The storm lasted for almost an hour. The entire gorge was in a mess. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust and stood in the storm. After the storm subsided, Jiang Qin revealed his true form. The entire valley had returned to its previous tranquility. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. Everything around him had become so clear, even the air had become fresher. The white jade valley became brighter and brighter. Everything could be seen clearly, but there was nothing there. It seems like Xing Feng has been crushed by the limitless storm. Jiang Qin said solemnly. Natural disasters were unavoidable. Nobody could change it, not even divine king realm experts. When Jiang Qin turned around, he saw a silhouette. It was Xing Feng. At this moment his whole body was full of cuts and his lips were dry. Even his clothes were gone. Only a few pieces of cloth were left. He looked extremely embarrassed. Jiang Qin suddenly laughed. Is this guy here to be funny? Even if he was a beggar, he shouldn't look so embarrassed. Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh at those pitiful eyes, that helpless expression and those trembling hands. You are still alive? Xing Feng looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment. He was extremely shocked. Even the war god's hammer and space ring were blown away. If he did not cover his lower body tightly, even the last piece of cloth would be gone. Xing Feng tried his best. He even used the technique that the patriarch gave him to save his life. However, he managed to stay alive in the end. However, he could not hide his embarrassment anymore. He did not even have any decent clothes left. As a mid-divine king realm expert, he was in a worse situation than a beggar. Xing Feng wanted to find a hole to hide in. You're still alive and well. Don't tell me I have to leave before you? Jiang Qin laughed and said. He did not even try to hide his sarcasm. Xing Feng was so angry that his body was trembling. Jiang Qin, I will fight you to the death. Xing Feng rushed forward and wanted to fight with Jiang Qin. However, at this moment, a towering tree appeared in the void far away. It was as black as ink and there were only branches left. There were no leaves. It was a towering tree that was as black as ink. Its trunk was majestic and had countless branches that almost covered the entire canyon. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Jiang Qin did not see it just now. But in just a moment, the towering ancient tree appeared in front of them. Underneath the 10,000-year iron tree, there was a pure and flawless piece of white jade that was rooted in the ground. This 10,000-year iron tree was truly an eye-opener, a celestial being. "Is this the 10,000 years iron tree?" Xing Feng murmured. "The iron tree blooms and the silver dragon fruit appears. Are you talking about this iron tree?" Jiang Qin frowned. At this moment the two of them did not continue to fight. Jiang Qin did not have the mood to continue mocking Xing Feng. Instead he looked at the towering ancient tree that covered the sun and the sky. The pitch-black 1,000-year iron tree was too strange. Moreover, it suddenly appeared here. Even Jiang Qin was shocked by it. "The iron tree blooms. Is it really that easy?" Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. However, he could not see any flowers or leaves. It was really a pitch-black iron tree. It's just a legend. However, the silver dragon fruit does exist. As long as the iron tree is here, there must be a silver dragon fruit. It just depends on whether you are capable enough to get it. Humph. Xing Feng snorted and rushed towards the iron tree to look for the silver dragon fruit. His figure flashed and he leaped onto the iron tree. Even if the silver dragon fruit exists, it won't be on this iron tree, right? Chapter 28-26. Brother Jiang, long time no see. Z, she said with a smile as he appeared in the white jade canyon. Brother Z, do you know the origin of the silver dragon fruit and the 1,000-year iron tree? Jiang Qin looked at Zixi and asked. Zixi pondered for a moment and said, My father once told me that Nan Hua the enlightened being was a peerless expert in the immemorial era. He planted the Ling Long treasure tree when he was still alive. This tree nurtured the grand Tao of heaven and earth. It was one of Nan Hua's greatest techniques. However, this Ling Long treasure tree would rather die than become a spirit. It protected Nan Hua for countless years. It could be considered his second life. Nan Hua the enlightened saw it as his own son, his brother, his son, and his best friend. However, after the great battle, the Nan Hua enlightened suffered an unprecedented injury. This Ling Long treasure tree used up all of its essence to save the Nan Hua enlightened. In the end, the Nan Hua enlightened survived, but the last trace of the Ling Long treasure tree's Tao was stolen. I originally thought that the Ling Long treasure tree would be able to recover, but it has lost all signs of life. The Ling Long treasure tree has been growing for billions of years. Even though it's dead, its Tao accumulation isn't something an ordinary person can compare to. Not even an Emperor Realm expert can. In the end, Nan Hua the enlightened spent his entire life and created a Tao essence that surpassed all beings. As for what this Tao essence was, no one knew. However, at the last moment, Nan Hua the enlightened died together with the person who stole the Tao essence of the Ling Long treasure tree. From then on, Nan Hua no longer existed in this world. Nan Hua the enlightened's Nan Hua true scripture was passed down in the world. However, no one knew where the inheritance of Nan Hua the enlightened was. No one knew, but it was rumored that when the iron tree bloomed and the silver dragon fruit appeared, it was the place where Nan Hua died. This legend was not a secret in the Lone Dragon County, but no one knew the core secret. As for the silver dragon fruit, it was only given this mysterious legend. This is a secret that my father found in an unknown place in the northern cold divine region. Nan Hua the enlightened was Zhuangzhou who once reigned supreme in the immemorial era. He knew the secret of Wang Di Mountain, but he could not find anything even after searching for countless years. My father also encountered the 1,000-year iron tree, but he could not find anything. Jiang Qin benefited a lot from Zixi words. At least he knew many secrets that were not known to others. Everyone knows about the silver dragon fruit and the Nan Hua true scripture, but they don't know that the Nan Hua enlightened cultivator was Zhuangzhou, the ruthless man who dominated the immemorial era. My father had warned me not to tell anyone about this secret. Thank you for telling me, Brother Z. Jiang Qin nodded silently. He still accepted Xing Feng's kindness. When the two of them raised their heads again, they realized that Xing Feng had already walked down from the 10,000-year iron tree. There was a faint smile on his face as if he was extremely happy. He walked step by step towards the thick roots of the 10,000-year iron tree. Eventually he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. At that moment, no matter if it was Jiang Qin or Zixi, both of them were slightly stunned. They took a deep breath because at that moment, they felt that Xing Feng's aura had disappeared without a trace. A handsome young man wearing white clothes and holding a white jade folding fan was standing proudly on top of an iron tree, looking into the distance with a calm expression. The divine light in his eyes seemed to be able to assimilate all the impurities in the heavens and earth. His appearance made Jiang Qin hold his breath. He was like an unchangeable great Tao. His qi seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. Jiang Qin knew that this man was not simple. He couldn't see through him at all. There are 50 strings on the zither, and each string is a pillar of remembrance of the years of glory. Zhuang Xian dreamt of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love with a cuckoo. The moon shines in the vast ocean and the pearls shed tears. The warm jade of the Lantian sun gives off smoke. The man's voice was light and resonated in the void. Jiang Qin and Zixi were also immersed in it. What a poignant poem. What a good Zhuang Xing, dreaming of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually focused. The Huangdi mountain was looking at the emperor Zhuang Zhouzi. The cuckoo and the butterfly seemed to be talking about the two unidentified women. Jiang Chen's heart gradually came to a realization. The handsome man in white gazed into the distance, as if he was looking at the endless azaleas, or at the boundless butterflies. Huangdi Mountain. It's hard to look at the emperor. It's such a poignant love story in Huangdi Mountain. Jiang Qin sighed. Zhuang Zhouzi was Nanhua the Enlightened. However, Nanhua the Enlightened had made the two women look at him for their whole lives. Who are you? Why did you step into the Sea Moon Gorge? After a while the man looked at Jiang Qin and Zixi and said softly. He was calm and relaxed as if he was above the world. His aura was extraordinary. I want the iron tree to blossom and the jade to give off smoke. Are you Zhuang Zhou? Jiang Qin looked at the man and said. I guess so. Hee. You can call me Nanhua. The iron tree blossoms and the jade to give off smoke. I'm afraid she wants to see me. Nanhua sighed and shook his head. He seemed to be in deep thoughts. She has taken over the body of the one I love. She wants me to see you. Jiang Qin said. Looks like you're no match for her. You were sent here by her as a messenger. Why wouldn't I want to see her too? It's a pity that this love can be remembered. It's just that it's already too late. I have no regrets in this life. I laughed 3,000 times. After I turned around, things have changed. Nanhua shook his head and said. I'll give you a fortune. Can protect the cuckoo, help the Deity, break the cycle of reincarnation and become the great Tao. How about it? Nanhua looked at Jiang Qin with his bright eyes. Jiang Qin looked calm and was in deep thoughts. At this moment, Zixi, who was at the side, was extremely excited. Who is Nanhua? He was a peerless expert in the immemorial era Zhuang Zhouzi. His Nanhua true scripture was the best. Who wouldn't want to get the inheritance of Nanhua? Why didn't such a thing as a pie falling from the sky hit him? Nanhua thought highly of you and gave you a fortune. It's the inheritance of a god emperor. It's a fortune that you've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. If it was Zixi, he would be extremely excited and nodded his head. However, Jiang Qin was still in deep thoughts and hesitated. Quickly agree. How can there be such a good thing in this world? You're still considering. If it was me, I would have agreed without hesitation. Zixi said in a low voice. Even he was impatient. Why? Are you not willing? Nanhua looked at Jiang Qin. All right. Chapter 28-27. The inheritance of a god emperor was the supreme inheritance of the heavens and earth. Even the inheritance of the craftsman god was not as rare as the inheritance of a god emperor because the craftsman god had yet to reach the god emperor realm. The inheritance of the Nanhua the Enlightened, an ancient great emperor, was extremely terrifying. In Zixi's eyes, Jiang Qin did not know how lucky he was. Even his father, a hierarch expert, would not dare to act rashly in front of Nanhua the Enlightened. Even though he had been dead for billions of years, Nanhua the Enlightened's prestige still remained. Zhuang Zhouzi had dominated the world and there were only a few people who could surpass him in the immemorial era. Nanhua the Enlightened's inheritance was something that no one could achieve. It's a great fortune, Zixi said in a low voice. Although he did not get the inheritance of Nanhua the Enlightened, he was happy to see Jiang Qin getting the inheritance. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. Zixi was not weak, he had even reached the late divine king realm. However, that was because his father had paved a bright path for him. His true strength might not be able to dominate the world. Even the three monstrous existences in the Chilean boundary might not be able to compete with him. You shall also accept my Tao Essence's baptism under the Ling Long tree. I have cultivated for billions of years and the Ling Long tree has inherited 70% of it. If you can get anything from it, it's your fortune. Nan Hua the Enlightened said faintly. Zishi was overjoyed. He was moved to tears and nodded his head vigorously. Thank you, Enlightened. Thank you, Enlightened. This junior will forever be grateful to you. Compared to Jiang Chen's calmness, Zishi's expression was completely different from Jiang Chen's. Zishi admired Jiang Chen's mentality. If he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would have been overjoyed. Jiang Chen was so young, but he was able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This was rare and no one could be compared to him. Zishi knew that he had lost to Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen was able to be eliminated from the Thunder Rush Sea. Jiang Chen's method and temperament were incomparable. This was his respect and admiration towards Jiang Chen. Among the younger generation, no one could do this except for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the only one who could do this. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He had his own Tao, the heavenly Tao. He did not think that Nan Hua the Enlightened's Tao essence was incomparably profound. His own Tao essence was also a broad path. Jiang Chen did not need to accept the inheritance, but he knew that understanding the inheritance of Nan Hua the Enlightened would benefit him greatly. To be able to completely accept the inheritance was a great fortune. However, Jiang Chen would not disturb the Tao in his heart. If the inheritance of Nan Hua the Enlightened could really help him attain the great Tao, Jiang Chen would definitely not give it up. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen was even more certain that the inheritance this time wouldn't be simple. Under the Ling Long tree, the Tao essence is leisurely. Go. Nan Hua the Enlightened waved his sleeve. Zishi calmly sat under the Ling Long tree and entered into meditation. What is life? What is human? What is Tao? Nan Hua the Enlightened asked Jiang Chen 3 times. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, gathering the qi of heaven and earth is life. Experiencing all the joys and sorrows is human. The world is united, that is the Tao. Not bad. You do have the root of wisdom. Unfortunately, your so-called Tao is the unity qi Tao. What I want to talk about is the qi returning Tao. The life of a human is the gathering of qi. Gathering is life, scattering is death. The qi that connects the world. To be born as a human, to be equal to oneself, to be equal to right and wrong, to be equal to life and death, to be equal to the world. To be born as a human, to be equal to oneself, to be equal to right and wrong, to be equal to life and death, to be equal to the world. The Tao is natural, to be quiet, to rule without doing anything, to be one with the world. This is my Tao. Nan Hua true scripture, the Tao of gathering and scattering, to be free and unfettered. It can also be called the Tao of freedom. The Tao of freedom. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Tao of freedom. He had to say that this was the most shocking thing he had ever heard in his life. Gathering and scattering will come to an end. The Tao essence of Nan Hua the Enlightened was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen finally realized how terrifying a person who truly understood the Tao of the world was. These words had benefited Jiang Chen a lot. His expression became extremely solemn. Back then, under the dragon vein of Yu family, he had encountered the soul of an emperor realm expert. However, his Tao essence could not be compared to Nan Hua the Enlightened. The difference was like heaven and earth. The Tao of freedom, free and unfettered, the Tao of inaction. Nan Hua the Enlightened's Tao. Jiang Chen admires you. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. His heart was in turmoil. Jiang Chen knew that the difference between Emperor Realm experts was not something that anyone could look down on. At least, Nan Hua the Enlightened's Tao essence was much stronger than the soul of an Emperor Realm expert. The Tao of freedom is based on inaction. Then what about my Tao of heaven domination? What is it based on? The Tao of heaven domination is above the heaven and earth, domineering but not powerful enough. Compared to Nan Hua the Enlightened, my Tao essence is like heaven and earth. My Tao of heaven domination is only the embryonic form of the Tao in my heart. I don't know how long it will take for me to achieve the Tao. Jiang Chen pondered and felt a little disappointed. However, he knew that it would be an extremely difficult process. What kind of existence was the Tao? Jiang Chen's heart was still in a hazy state. He only knew that he had to follow the Tao in his heart and cultivate all the way to achieve the great Tao. Do you know how many Taoists there are in the world? Nan Hua the Enlightened looked at Zhang Chen and asked in a deep voice. Zhang Chen shook his head and said respectfully, "Enlightened, please enlightened. There are a total of 108,000 Taoists in the world. Those with strong Tao essence can slash the heavens, fight the earth, reverse the starry sky and soar to the sky. A true expert without his own Tao will not be able to become a sovereign. To achieve the Tao, one must have the courage to compete with the heaven and earth. Tao can be Tao, but it is not an ordinary Tao. Tao is the Qi of the heaven and earth. It is the will of the people. Every Tao led to the end of the world. Different paths lead to the same destination. True experts and supreme beings all had their own Tao engraved on them. With Tao one can cultivate to the end. Without Tao one can only become a strong expert. Only those who achieve Tao can be called almighty. Nan Hua the Enlightened said solemnly. How many almighty are there in the heaven and earth? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He finally knew how important Tao essence was to a cultivator. Even an emperor realm expert would have to lower his head in front of a strong Tao essence expert. 108,000 Taoists is just a general statement. There are thousands of people who achieve Tao, but the Tao is divided into different levels. There are only thousands of almighty experts. Since the ancient times, there are only dozens of almighty experts who stood between the heaven and earth and competed with the heaven and earth. A true expert with Tao accumulation doesn't care about the mortal world any longer. What they pursue is only a broad path that leads to the boundless world, and that's the shore they pursue. Because at that time, their Tao accumulation is leisurely as they raise their hands, and they've long since disdained to compete with mortals. Nan Hua the Enlightened's voice was extremely solemn. Then what is the difference between cultivating one Tao and cultivating thousands of Taos? Jiang Chen continued to say, expressing his doubt. Not even the heaven and earth's law can do anything to the ultimate Tao. Your way of thinking is too simple. Cultivating a single Tao is already extremely difficult. Since ancient times, there was only one supreme existence who didn't believe in heresy. He cultivated the 6 Taos and achieved the unparalleled universe. However, he still failed in the end. Nan Hua the Enlightened sighed. May I ask, Nan Hua the Enlightened, what is your Tao essence? Jiang Chen curiously looked at Nan Hua the Enlightened, feeling extremely nervous. 108,000 Taos, each one connecting to the heaven and earth. Seems like it is best to cultivate one Tao, but it is not impossible to cultivate multiple Taos. Chapter 28. Jiang Chen was shocked. Even though Nan Hua didn't say it out loud, he could feel how terrifying he was. Achieving Tao and scattering Tao were only a matter of a single thought. How could he not be strong? To achieve Tao, you must first reach the Emperor realm to feel the Tao essence. Or in other words, the Emperor realm is just a different starting point. Nan Hua's words almost made Jiang Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. An Emperor realm expert was only the starting point of cultivating the Tao essence? Isn't this starting point a bit too high? But he knew that Nan Hua didn't need to lie to him, especially at this moment. He didn't want to tell him this, but Nan Hua told him everything, so Jiang Chen was quite grateful. Jiang Chen didn't ask too many questions. It might not be a good thing for him to know too much right now. Don't limit your vision to what's in front of you. The true Tao can change the entire world. Above the Emperor realm there is no limit. The great Tao between the heavens and earth is endless. Nan Hua's words opened Jiang Chen's vision. The Tao of freedom also made him understand how simple the Tao essence in this world was. Emperor realm experts had just stepped into the ranks of Tao essence experts. A 9th-grade Emperor realm heavenly king can create a deity with a single thought. Cultivation is the reincarnation of Tao. Remember this. Nan Hua said. A 9th-grade Emperor realm heavenly king can create a deity with a single thought. Jiang Chen repeated Nan Hua's words. His heart was shaken and he didn't dare to imagine anymore. The path of cultivation, he finally understood how heavy the burden was and how far it was. You will understand the meaning of this sentence because it is another world that you cannot imagine. Nan Hua smiled faintly and looked into Jiang Chen's eyes. Both of them were extremely solemn because the inheritance was not that simple. Nan Hua true scripture is a Tao technique inheritance. It's not suitable for you now because you're too weak. You should cultivate under the Ling Long tree and feel the Tao of the heavens and earth. The Ling Long tree will allow you to comprehend the Tao of cultivation. At that time I will pass the Nanhua true scripture to you. Jiang Qin nodded silently. He concentrated his spirit and qi and comprehended heaven and earth. Zixi, who was at the side, had already entered a state of cultivation and was as still as a mountain. Guard the dantian and the soul returns to the earth. When the heart is calm, the world will be calm. When the heart is broad, all living things will be broad. When the heart is calm, right and wrong will be calm and life and death will be severed. When there is no desire, there will be no need. When there is no need, there will be no obsession. The words of Nanhua the Enlightened echoed in Jiang Qin's ears. Every word was filled with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Jiang Qin understood that the Tao was terrifying and it was not something that he could understand at the moment. In an instant, Jiang Qin's consciousness wandered around the world. At that moment he clearly saw himself sleeping soundly under the Ling Long tree. He was lying on his side, unrestrained and calm as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. In this sleep, Jiang Qin's consciousness wandered around the world. He saw the Azalea Mountain outside the Sea Moon Gorge. He saw countless butterflies fluttering in the sky. He saw the prosperous Lingju city, the vast Chilean boundary, the boundless Lone Dragon County and the tiny northern cold divine region. In this dream, Jiang Qin experienced the cycle of life and death, happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, separation and reunion. Year after year, spring and winter, time was merciless. The maple leaves fell and frost covered the ground. He was like a grain of sand, a grain of dust, wandering around the 3,000 great worlds, witnessing the vanity of the world. In this dream, Jiang Qin slept for 3,000 years. Even he himself had no idea how long he had been wandering around. However, the Ling Long tree had never stopped growing even after 3,000 years of blooming and withering. Every autumn the iron tree would bloom and the white jade would emit smoke. Jiang Qin was gradually buried in the endless pile of fallen leaves. Tao follows the nature, the soul returns to the heaven and earth, born as a human. Gathering qi leads to life, scattering qi leads to death. The 9 changes of the heaven and earth, I am free to wander. The voice of Nanhua the Enlightened still resounded in Jiang Qin's ears like the morning bell and evening drum. In these 3,000 years, Jiang Qin had seen all the ups and downs of life in the world. His heart had become calmer and his qi was flowing leisurely. Streams of qi were floating around Jiang Qin and lingering in his ears. Jiang Qin could feel that his soul realm had improved by leaps and bounds at this moment. The Nanhua true scripture was also imprinted in his mind. Finally, it's done? Nanhua the Enlightened's eyes lit up at this moment. He was extremely excited. Compared to his previous sage-like demeanor, it was like heaven and earth. He couldn't wait for Jiang Qin to condense the Tao essence. It's been millions of years, it's rare to find someone who could comprehend the Tao essence in the Divine King realm. This time you must succeed. Nanhua the Enlightened said quietly while staring at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. He was afraid that Jiang Qin would fail at the final step of condensing the Tao essence. Jiang Qin's mind was as clear as a mirror, feeling the Tao essence brought by the Nanhua true scripture. Every strand of Tao essence lingered on top of his head and gradually gathered together. Jiang Qin had his own Tao, the heaven-conquering Tao. The Tao of Nanhua the Enlightened was the Tao of freedom. Jiang Qin could feel that his soul realm was improving by leaps and bounds. Every strand of Tao essence was fusing with his soul. After breaking through the divine emperor realm, his soul realm was still growing. At last, Jiang Qin didn't know how strong his soul realm was. He just knew that his soul realm had gradually fused and turned into a speck of dust. To be exact, it was a speck of sand, plain and simple. Emperor realm soul. He has actually reached the emperor realm soul realm. His soul has undergone a qualitative transformation after dreaming for 3,000 years. Nanhua the Enlightened took a deep breath and became more solemn. But why is it a speck of sand? Nanhua the Enlightened frowned. He couldn't understand why Jiang Qin's emperor realm soul would turn into a speck of sand. When one's soul realm reached a certain level, it would turn into a 9-leaf lotus. The 9 transformations of the lotus was the transformation of the emperor realm. The saying 9th great emperor realm is conferred heavenly king came from this. However, Jiang Qin's emperor realm soul had turned into a speck of sand. It was really strange. Most importantly, the only advantage of this speck of sand was that one's soul realm was unfathomable. But what the hell was this speck of sand? Jiang Chen's strength didn't change much. However, after dreaming for 3,000 years under the Ling Long tree, his soul realm had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even Jiang Chen himself was amazed. Even though he was suppressing the shock in his heart, he knew that the soul of an Emperor realm expert would definitely allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort in the future. Chapter 28-29. Jiang Chen's soul power covered the entire Huangdi mountain. At that moment he saw another person. That person looked very similar to Nanhua the Enlightened, but he was an old man with white hair and beard. Jiang Chen's mind was blown and his heart skipped a beat. Who is that person? Nanhua the Enlightened? Then who is this person in front of me? Jiang Chen was very confused. That person, why did Jiang Chen feel that he was very familiar? He even raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, but his eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. Something's wrong. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of a possibility. The person in front of him was not Nanhua the Enlightened. One of them was a young man while the other was an old man. Could it be that they were the two clones of Nanhua the Enlightened? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that when Xingfeng walked into the 1,000-year sago tree, he disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Did he disappear, or was he cultivating in some place? Or was he directly erased? Be careful. In Jiang Chen's mind, a deafening shout suddenly resounded. It was a soft and childish voice. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He knew that it was the sword spirit of his heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword had a destructive aura and slashed towards the 1,000-year sago tree. However, it was still one step behind because the 1,000-year sago tree had started to grow crazily. When Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, the 1,000-year sago tree bloomed and its branches grew endlessly. It completely locked Jiang Chen inside. You are not Nanhua the Enlightened. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and his breathing became heavy. Only now did he realize that this fellow had been scheming against him from the very beginning. It's too late to know that now. A mere primal origin treasure wants to cut off the branches of my Ling Long treasure tree? How ridiculous. If the sword soul had grown up, perhaps I would have been a little bit afraid. But now your soul has grown up and even has a trace of Tao, which is quite surprising. I thought that it would be enough for you to reach the level of an emperor, but your talent has astonished me. If the Xiao Yao Dao is passed down in your hands, perhaps it will rise again. Nanhua smiled indifferently as if he wasn't surprised. It was already too late for Jiang Chen to notice him. Who are you? Jiang Chen said as he stared coldly at Nanhua. How do you know I'm not Nanhua the Enlightened? If I am not Nanhua the Enlightened, why would I teach you the Nanhua true scripture? Hee little kid, you can't judge things arbitrarily. Can't Nanhua the Enlightened set a trap for you? What you see might not be the truth. Although your Taoist connotation is not strong enough, it has already benefited me a lot. After devouring your Taoist connotation, it is time for me to change my appearance. Nanhua the Enlightened said with a smile. Everything was under his control. Therefore Xingfeng is already dead. He was killed by you without a sound. Jiang Chen said. Your souls are still useful to me. I taught you the Nanhua true scripture because I wanted to pursue a trace of Dao Qi. Obviously you didn't disappoint me. Nanhua the Enlightened said with a smile. As for Jiang Chen, he only treated him as a human cauldron to gather Dao Qi. Are you Nanhua the Enlightened or not? And who is that person at the peak of the North Mountain? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He was confused by Nanhua the Enlightened. He had no idea what kind of trap this was. Fine, there's no harm in letting you die with an understanding. I am Nanhua the Enlightened, but also not Nanhua the Enlightened. My original form is this Ling Long treasure tree. My soul is the dark side of Zhuangzhou. In order to extend my life, Zhuangzhou made a decision that even he couldn't imagine. He used a part of his soul to burn my Dao Qi to extend my life. He claimed to be the Tao of freedom. Everything in the world has its laws, one yin and one yang. Unfortunately, his Dao Qi could not change all of this. And I was born. You can call me Nanhua the Enlightened or Ling Long treasure tree. If it wasn't for Zhuangzhou, I would have reached the heavenly being realm. What a pity, what a pity. In order to save him, I sacrificed hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, But he suppressed me here. I wanted to run amok in the world, but he stopped me in every possible way. In the end, I could only perish together with him. It's impossible for him to change me. I am me. Who can stop me? Zhuangzhou's Dao Qi was extraordinary. Didn't he die too? I don't believe that I can't go against the heavens and regain control of the 9 heavens. Nanhua's eyes were cold and filled with anger. The pressure in his heart could not be vented. In his eyes he was the supreme cultivator. The Tao of freedom. As long as he could condense his Dao Qi again, he would have the chance to be reborn. In this world, the Tao of freedom would be his one and only inheritance. So, you want to replace Zhuangzhou and become Nanhua the Enlightened. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. His heart was in extreme shock. It's not a replacement. I am Nanhua and Nanhua is me. What replacement? I want to cultivate the Tao of freedom again, but that old man Zhuangzhou didn't want to. The Tao of freedom was unstoppable in the world. He'd even fight against the 9 heavens. Yet when he was at his peak he gave up his cultivation. What an idiot. Without him I could still achieve the supreme Tao of freedom. Nanhua the Enlightened said coldly. He looked down at the sky and his spirit was unparalleled. Jiang Chen was astonished by his boldness. However, it was impossible for him to cultivate the Tao of freedom again. You're not Zhuangzhou. You can't understand. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly and his heart was in love with a cuckoo. You're just a strand of his spirit. You can't become Zhuangzhou. Jiang Chen said with bright eyes. As long as I can cultivate the Tao of freedom again, even Zhuangzhou won't be my opponent. You're just a mortal who hasn't even reached the emperor realm. How can you understand my ambition? Zhuangzhou, I want the world to be in my sight. I want the universe to submit to me. The Tao of freedom that you haven't completed, I will complete it for you. Nanhua the Enlightened looked at the North Mountain. His eyes were solemn, confident and full of arrogance. Now your soul, your Tao Qi, all of it will belong to me. Nanhua the Enlightened's monstrous qi covered the sky. The 10,000-year-old iron tree also bloomed at this moment. Chapter 28:30. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he swept away all the dust and leaves. The dream of 3,000 years was just a blink of an eye. To Jiang Chen, the past 3,000 years was an improvement in his soul realm. However, his aura had also become stronger. Even when facing Nanhua the Enlightened, his expression did not change. Jiang Chen did not know how strong Nanhua the Enlightened was. Even the Tao essence of Nanhua the Enlightened was not ordinary. Your realm is only at the Divine King realm. You want to fight against me? You're dreaming. Zai. Nanhua snorted. Even if you die, don't think about succeeding. I, Jiang Chen, have never bowed down to anyone. Nanhua the Enlightened has dominated the world. You're not worthy to be called an enlightened being. Being called an enlightened being is an insult to you. Jiang Chen's sword qi soared into the sky. His sword shadows were still visible. He leapt into the sky and slashed the Ling Long treasure tree. Rays of dazzling sword light shot up to the sky. However, there wasn't a single mark on the Ling Long treasure tree, let alone slashing it in half. Too weak. Too weak. Nanhua said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind swept across. Jiang Chen held his blade with a solemn expression. The heavenly dragon sword's sword aura was shocking. The sword spirit's roar seemed to have broken free from the sword and soared up to the sky. The astral wind tore through the surrounding space as if it was going to collapse. Jiang Chen flew backwards. The astral wind did not even manage to stop his heavenly dragon sword. However, Nanhua the Enlightened was surprised. Even a hierarch realm expert might not be able to withstand my astral wind. Looks like you're really talented. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The attack just now had made him tremble. Even his blood was boiling. It was too powerful. He could not withstand it. Bastard, how am I going to withstand it? Jiang Chen scolded angrily. Nanhua's realm was completely different from his. Even if it was just a soul, a remnant Tao accumulation was enough to make a divine venerable's expression change, a divine emperor's fear and a god emperor's respect. How powerful was that? Jiang Chen couldn't even imagine how powerful Nanhua was when he was still alive. You're not my match. Nanhua calmly spoke. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind shook the heavens and earth, shaking the tens of thousands of worlds. It was as if everything was under his control. Heavenly lightning fusion. Without hesitation, Xianxia merged the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. The moment the 2 bolts of lightning merged, they were scattered by the astral wind. Too strong. Xianxia knew that even if he used everything he had, he would still not be a match for Nanhua. At this moment it was not awkward to run away. If they continued to fight, Xianxia would not even know how he died. Xianxia instantly entered the Zulong Tower. With how terrifying and powerful the Zulong Tower was, Xianxia believed that it could definitely withstand Nanhua's attack. This is Dragon Clan Old Ancestor? Nanhua squinted his eyes as he stared at the Zulong Tower and murmured. Even if it's the Dragon Clan Old Ancestor, what can he do to me? If you're at your peak, perhaps I might be a bit afraid of you. But now you're no match for me. Plus, your soul is already broken. Nanhua's palm was like lightning whistling through the air. As his palm landed, Xianxia felt the Zulong Tower spinning. Even he felt a violent tremor. Even the Zulong Tower is affected. Looks like this fella is ridiculously strong. Xianxia thought. But at this moment he felt a familiar power slowly awakening. It's the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked up. Roar roar, a dragon roar pierced through the sky. A 5-colored golden dragon soared into the sky and circled above the Zulong Tower. Nanhua the Enlightened, it's been hundreds of millions of years since we last met. To think that we would meet again in such a place. Time really flies and the affairs of the world change. The golden dragon gathered and turned into a golden figure. It was the ancestral Dragon Emperor who had been in a deep sleep for a long time. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, didn't you die a long time ago? A centipede dies but it doesn't fall down. This saying is very appropriate for you. Hee. Nanhua said indifferently. Everyone's life and death are predetermined. Even the heavens are unable to control everyone's life and death. The fact that I was able to borrow someone else's body to be reborn can also be considered a stroke of good fortune. But Nanhua the Enlightened, why do you have to hurt others? As an almighty being that was revered by everyone in the primordial era, don't you feel any shame? In the immemorial era, you controlled the sky with one hand and destroyed the reincarnation with the other. You're invincible in the Xiaoyao Dao. But now you're so weak? The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. One could tell that he was respectful towards Nanhua the Enlightened. But now he wanted to kill Xianxia. An immemorial almighty actually wanted to attack a younger generation. It was really despicable. Plus, the ancestral Dragon Emperor would never agree to it. If Xianxia died, the Zulong Tower would crumble and he would never be reborn. Ah, so what? As long as I can be reborn, I'll kill even the overlords in the sky. In the immemorial era, you're considered a hero. How did you end up like this? How pitiful. Hee. Unless you're able to kill me, it's impossible for you to succeed. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said coldly. He stared at Nanhua. Whoever stands in my way will die. Those who follow me will prosper, those who go against me will die. I am the heavens, I am the Tao. Nanhua seemed to be extremely cold towards the ancestral Dragon Emperor. No one could stop this battle. You're not Nanhua the Enlightened? The ancestral Dragon Emperor said as he squinted his eyes. Nanhua's eyes and aura were completely different from the Nanhua he had met millions of years ago. If I'm not Nanhua, who am I? Nanhua smiled. He's the dark side of Nanhua the Enlightened. To be exact, he's Linglong Treasure Tree. Xianxia's voice resounded in the ancestral Dragon Emperor's ears. No wonder. As expected, Zhuangzhouzi the Nanhua Zhenren had a good reputation. He treated people with kindness. When he swept the floor, he was afraid of hurting the lives of the ants. He cherished the moths in the sand. Compared to those Buddhists who claimed to be the nirvana, he was even better. How could he be as ruthless as you? The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. His gaze became sharper because this person could not be counted as Nanhua the Enlightened. Calling you Nanhua the Enlightened is an insult to Mr. Zhuangzhouzi. Do you deserve it? Chapter 28:31. Shut up. So what if you're the ancestral Dragon Emperor? Let's see what you're capable of. The Tao of freedom is not something that you mortals can compare with. Nanhua shouted. Terrifying astral winds were created and the entire Ling Long tree was covered in a storm. The ancestral dragon emperor stabilized his divine soul and used the Zulong Tower as a base to defend against Nanhua. However, Nanhua's astral winds were unstoppable. The ancestral dragon emperor was forced to defend himself as he was not Nanhua's match at all. Tao of freedom, I shall roam freely under the heavens. A strand of Tao Qi was unleashed by Nanhua. The Zulong Tower shook violently. Jiangchen was worried. Nanhua was too powerful. It was the first time the Zulong Tower felt threatened. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak. Unless you reach the Emperor realm, I will be able to separate from the Zulong Tower. That will be the moment when the Zulong Tower shines. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. The Tao Qi of the Tao of freedom could almost break the heavens. The ancestral dragon emperor's aura was oppressed. If this goes on, Jiangchen knew that he would not stand a chance. The ancestral dragon emperor's divine soul would be completely exhausted. Nanhua, you're not Nanhua. A delicate voice resounded in the sky. Yan Qingqing looked at Nanhua the enlightened with a sharp gaze. Duan, don't you know whether I'm Nanhua or not? Nanhua said with a complicated expression. The person was Duan who possessed Yan Qingqing's body. Duan was slightly startled. She looked at Nanhua with a complicated expression, not knowing where to start. Finally she looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen was shocked. Jiangchen saw a trace of Yan Qingqing in that glance. Qingqing, is that really you? Jiangchen murmured. At least Duwan's appearance had blocked Nanhua's attack. The ancestral dragon emperor's soul was not completely destroyed. He is Nanhua. When he was young, Nanhua was arrogant and untamed. He was as cold as a mountain and killed people like flies. But it is not Zhuangzhou. Don't tell me you don't even understand this? Moling Dongshan appeared beside Duwan at this moment and said in a deep voice. You're everywhere. Why do you need to interfere in the matters between me and Nanhua? Who do you think you are? Duwan snorted coldly. Zhuang Xingxiao is obsessed with butterflies. He only has eyes for me. Who are you? He. Day Fairy smiled confidently. Demoness, I won't lower myself to your level today. However, I will not allow you to tarnish my husband's name. Nanhua, why don't you understand Zhuangzhou after following him for billions of years? Duwan looked at Nanhua. Zhuangzhou is dead. I am Nanhua, I am Xiao Yaodao. He was extremely dispirited, but I was filled with lofty aspirations. The path of freedom, allowing the world to be free and unfettered, is to make everyone submit to me. This is the true path of freedom. Nanhua snorted coldly. You are no longer the Xiao Yaodao. You have fallen into the demon Dao. Zhuangzhou would never say such words. His Xiao Yaodao is very different from yours. Gi Fairy shook her head. She did not care about Nanhua's words at all. How can I survive if I am not crazy? Haha, I, Nanhua, want to defy the heavens and achieve my Tao of freedom, which is to dominate the world. The Tao of freedom is not to live a mediocre life. The Tao of freedom is to be free and unparalleled in the world, to reign supreme. Nanhua roared and said with a disdainful aura. Since Zhuangzhou is not here, I will do it for him. Duwan Lunglung stared at Nanhua. At this moment, everyone was ready to fight. Day Fairy who understands the 9 heavens. Princess Duwan who dominates the desolate divine land. What a great move. Even the ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Mr. Zhuangzhou's charm was too great. Any one of them was a peerless fairy who could challenge the entire 9 prefectures. But now they were all willing to guard Wangdi Mountain for Zhuangzhou. It was truly a moving, tragic yet moving sight. This time I might have to join hands with you. My dream can be broken, my soul can be destroyed, but Zhuangzhou's name cannot be tarnished. Di Fairy said calmly. But her words were filled with love for Zhuangzhou. Even Jiangchen could not help but sigh. He could see that both Duwan and Di Fairy were deeply in love with Zhuangzhou. They had never hesitated for a moment. All right. Duwan coldly stared at Nanhua. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. She had to understand that the Nanhua in front of her was no longer Zhuangzhou. Even so, Nanhua's name could not be destroyed in his hands. I have always been loyal to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. If that's the case, I, Nanhua, will cut off all ties with you from this moment onwards. Nanhua said in a deep voice, his eyes staring straight ahead. Even Jiangchen could not tell if the sorrow in his eyes was real or not. Duwan and Ye Fairy were extremely determined. There was no turning back at this moment. Ye Fairy, Princess Duwan, you are both righteous. I admire you. Today's battle will definitely have a result. Nanhua the Enlightened is the Xiantian orthodoxy of the immemorial era. He is respected by everyone. I will not allow Nanhua the Enlightened's name to be tarnished. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, thank you. Duwan clasped her fists and said. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was also a great figure in the immemorial era. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in the past, they still had their pride. They would never allow Nanhua to bring shame to Zhuangzhou. Nanhua saw that the three of them did not hold back and attacked Nanhua. I hope everything goes well, Jiangchen said. He knew that he was powerless in this battle. Whether it was the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, Duwan or Ye Fairy, they were all at the martial monarch realm or even stronger. Jiangchen was confident that he could defeat the younger generation. But at this moment he was in a dilemma. Jiangchen looked at his dantian. His soul had turned into a grain of sand. Even Jiangchen did not know what this grain of sand could do. Jiangchen activated the Great Soul Derivation technique. At that moment, Jiangchen's Emperor Realm's soul started to throb. The grain of sand in his mind shone brightly. Great Soul Derivation technique, soul movement. Jiangchen frowned. At this moment his spiritual realm could only extend to a distance of 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters his spiritual realm could not reach anything. However, Jiangchen's pupils shrunk in an instant. Within 10 meters, even a speck of dust could be clearly seen by Jiangchen as if it was in his heart. The transparent dust, the pulsating divine origin qi, the fragrance in the air, everything was under Jiangchen's control. 10 meters. Chapter 28:32. He had never had such a feeling before. Even when he was an Emperor Realm soul that was millions of miles away, he did not have such a feeling at that moment. This grain of sand was so ordinary. Jiangchen believed that even a hierarch expert would not be able to escape from his palm within 10 meters. This grain of sand that was formed by his soul power was really strange. This kind of feeling was really useless. Who would become his prey within 10 meters? Moreover, Jiangchen's soul power seemed to have suffered a huge consumption at this moment. Great Soul Derivation technique, Qi gathering powder. Jiangchen's grain of sand suddenly turned into a sea. It was a vast sea of sand. Jiangchen felt that the sea of sand was endless and he was in the middle of it. A grain of sand had turned into an endless sea of sand. It was like an illusion. However, Jiangchen knew that it was not an illusion. An Emperor Realm soul is so magical. Jiangchen moved his mind and the sea of sand returned to its original position. That grain of sand reappeared in his mind. However, Jiangchen's face was extremely pale. Jiangchen thought that his soul power had been greatly consumed. However, while he was still in shock, the warrior's gate in Jiangchen's dantian suddenly shook. Jiangchen's soul power had knocked on the warrior's gate at this moment. The warrior's gate was a broken world. When Jiangchen's soul power broke into it, the heaven and earth shook. There were millions of remnant souls in the warrior's gate. Jiangchen seemed to be able to feel the sadness and resentment of those souls. This warrior's gate is really strange. Jiangchen thought. He did not know that his soul power was even more strange. However, it didn't take long before Jiangchen felt that the spiritual energy in the gate of warrior was slowly fusing with his soul sand. His soul sand could feel the mountains, rivers, grass and trees in the world of the gate of warrior. It was as if his soul sand could feel the changes in the world of the gate of warrior. Jiangchen moved his mind and held the warrior's gate in his hand. This was a broken world. Jiangchen's soul gravel fell on the highest peak of the gate of warrior. It was like the dust had settled. On the peak of the northern mountain, the white-robed old man looked at Duan Mountain and the Sea Moon Gorge with a solemn expression. The three gates of the Great Soul Derivation. The era of the gods is finally going to awaken. Jiangchen could see that Nanhua was fighting against the three of them alone. Duwan, Ye Fairy and even the Ancestral Dragon Emperor were all suppressed by him. They were in a difficult situation. I am free in this world. Who can fight against me? Nanhua laughed heartily. Streams of terrifying Tao accumulation energy shot out, bringing with them a world-destroying pressure, forcing the three of them to have no way to defend themselves. Although the terrifying power seemed incomparably light, it was actually very dangerous for them. 12 Fire God Guards. Xianxia summoned the 12 Fire God Guards and launched a joint attack towards Nanhua. The Qi of Tao was released and the 12 Fire God Guards around Xianxia were pushed back. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and was invincible. Even the 12 Fire God Guards could not withstand Nanhua's attack. Duwan and Ye Fairy were pushed back one after another. Their pretty faces were covered with frost. Xianxia was extremely worried. Although their souls were controlled by Duwan and Ye Fairy, they were still Yen Qingqing and Moling Dongqin's bodies. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's battle intent was unparalleled. However, it was difficult for him to reach 1/10,000th of his peak state. The ancestral Dragon Emperor released a terrifying golden dragon from his hand. The dragon's shape and tiger's shadow shook the heavens and the earth. A bunch of lowly people. You're not qualified to fight against me. Nanhua shouted in anger. He struck with his palm. Xianxia and the 12 Fire God Guards were pushed back. If it wasn't for the 12 Fire God Guards, Xianxia would have suffered a fatal injury. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul shadow was getting weaker. Duwan and Ye Fairy's blood was spurting out and they staggered back. Their condition was quite worrying. Damn it! The ancestral Dragon Emperor cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Heaven and earth are heartless. All living things are like straw dogs. Tao of freedom. Is this freedom? Zhuangzhouzi, where's your Tao? Xianxia looked at the North Mountain and shouted. At that moment he knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had tried his best. Duwan and Ye Fairy could do nothing about it. There was nothing they could do now. No matter how hard they tried, they were still no match for the enlightened Nanhua. Xianxia could only look at the north. He knew that the white-shirt elder was Zhuangzhou. At this moment he was their only hope. On the peak of the North Mountain, the white-shirt elder sighed. He looked lonely, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. It's all because of Ling Long. I've been free for a lifetime, but I'm finally free. Is my Tao of freedom a broad and open road? Zhuangzhouzi murmured. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Duwan and Ye Fairy both looked at Xianxia. At this moment, their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It seemed like they were feeling sorry for Xianxia, but at the same time, it seemed like they were deeply in love with Xianxia. Even Xianxia was not sure if they were Duwan and Ye Fairy or Yen Qingqing and Moling Dongqin. I am smiling at the sky. Who can stop the path of the past? I will be free for a lifetime. There will be no more Zhuangzhouzi. Ah. Nanhua arrogantly said. Her gaze swept across the crowd like a cold sword light, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Xianxia's eyes were looking at the North Mountain. At this moment Zhuangzhouzi did not disappoint him. Not long ago, when his Emperor Realm's soul covered the entire Huangdi Mountain, Xianxia knew that the person at the peak of the North Mountain was still there. When I became Tao, I said that there will be no more Nanhua in this world. Zhuangzhouzi walked in the air. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Duwan's eyes were filled with love and Ye Fairy's eyes were filled with confusion. Since you have become Tao, why are you still so attached to the mortal world? Could it be that you are not moved by the billions of years of friendship between us? Nanhua looked at Zhuangzhouzi and said. In the eyes of Duwan and Ye Fairy, although one of them was old and the other was young, they were the same. You ended your life for me. I loved you wholeheartedly. However, the years are sad. Your ambition is too big. Zhuangzhouzi said indifferently. He looked at Nanhua calmly, as if he was looking at himself when he was young. My ambition is too big. You don't know that the Tao of freedom is the #1 Tao in the world. However, you don't have the heart to cultivate it. You let the world be free, let the 9 heavens wreak havoc, let the immemorial almighties fly in the sky and dig into the ground. They even look down on you. You can swallow it, but I can't. Nanhua shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and sharp. There is nothing wrong with the world. Just worry about it. The Tao of freedom is not wrong. However, there is no beginning. Chapter 28:33. Bullshit. You were originally able to move unhindered through the world and no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with you. However, you don't have the heart of an expert at all. The path of freedom is to cultivate the path of being free to roam the world, to sweep through the world without fear since ancient times. However, in your eyes, what kind of Tao is it? Nanhua pressed forward and looked into Zhuang Zhouzi's eyes without any fear. You're wrong. The Tao of freedom is to be free and unrestrained, not to be free and unrestrained. With one thought, 9,000 miles of the Yellow River will flow and 10,000 miles of time will be endless. My heart is to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained. The great Tao of the world, different paths lead to the same destination. What is the great Tao? Cats have their Tao, mice have their Tao. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the sky. Ants move their homes, snakes walk the Tao, bow to the sky, control the universe and have no regrets in life or death. Those who obey the heaven will be free and unrestrained, and those who go against the heaven will not be free and unrestrained. If I do not obey, even the heaven will not be able to stop me from being free and unrestrained. Zhuang Zhouzi's face was still as calm as still water, without any joy or sorrow. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually became serious. Zhuang Zhouzi's words were more beneficial than the Nanhua true scripture. The Tao of freedom is called the Great Tao. Jiang Chen looked at Zhuang Zhouzi with admiration in his heart. Zhuang Zhouzi's words contained profound Tao. His soul seemed to have been cleansed by Zhuang Zhouzi at this moment. His own Great Tao was totally different from Zhuang Zhouzi's. Jiang Chen now understood the real terror of a Great Tao cultivator. In the world there was nothing that they could not achieve. Your carefreeness is a carefreeness that surpasses all living things. Killing 3,000 enemies, causing blood to flow for 100 miles, piercing through millions of living beings with a single glance, killing to obtain the Tao, that's not impossible. However, the path you walk is my carefreeness path, so I cannot watch you fall into the devil path and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhuang Zhouzi stared at Nanhua. Nanhua's face was also extremely serious. However, in the next second, Nanhua burst out laughing and his mouth became colder and colder. Your Tao is bullshit. Even if people sit on your head and shit, you will still laugh at them. I do not want such a useless Tao. Since you've already transformed into the Tao, I'm going to cultivate the carefree path again and rebuild the great Tao. I want the world to submit to me, I want the 9 heavens to fight for me. Can you do it? The carefree Tao has been cultivated to such a state by you that it can't even withstand a single blow. No wonder it can't compete with the Lord of 6 Taos. If it was me, the Lord of 6 Taos would have been defeated without a doubt. Nanhua's aura was unstoppable. He took a step forward and his Tao strength covered the entire sky. With a devouring force that could destroy the heavens and the earth, Jiang Chen and the others' expressions changed drastically. All of them were bleeding from their 7 apertures. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I want to cultivate my Tao of freedom. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. Nanhua's imposing manner made Jiang Chen feel how terrifying he was. Even Zhuang Zhouzi was forced to step back by Nanhua's Tao accumulation. It turns out that the person who fought with the Lord of 6 Taos was Mr. Zhuang Zhouzi. It seems like I have underestimated Mr. Zhuang Zhouzi. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. His heart was in turmoil. In the immemorial era, that battle had shocked the 9 heavens. It was a pity that only a few people knew about it. Zhuang Zhouzi looked bitter and kept shaking his head. At that moment, Nanhua was pressing down on him. Jiang Chen and the others who were behind Zhuang Zhouzi found it hard to resist Nanhua's terrifying Tao accumulation. They were almost crushed into pieces. After saying so much, you still don't understand the true essence of the unfettered Tao. The unfettered Tao is the Tao of benevolence and not the Tao of slaughter. If you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, you will definitely fall into a place beyond redemption. Zhuang Zhouzi tried to persuade Nanhua 3 times, but it was to no avail. Zhuang Zhouzi, didn't you say that you are invincible in the great Tao? Then let me see just how great your ability is. Between your Tao of unfettered and my Tao of unfettered, which is stronger? Nanhua said arrogantly. His pair of demonic eyes could see through the 3 realms and beyond the 9 heavens. He was invincible. Nank's dream, Jing and Wei are separated. From now on there is no Nanhua in this world. The carefree Tao is Zhuangzhou. Zhuang Zhouzi said indifferently. As he waved his hand, Nanhua's Tao accumulation disappeared. Jiang Chen felt the pressure on his body disappear like a tide. Nanhua's Dao accumulation was swallowed by Zhuang Zhouzi in an instant. Impossible. This is impossible. No, impossible. Nanhua's face was filled with fear at that moment. He looked at Zhuang Zhouzi in disbelief. His Dao accumulation had disappeared at that moment. Even the ancestral dragon emperor, Du Wan, and the others looked at Nanhua inexplicably. At that moment Nanhua had lost. His Dao accumulation was too weak in front of Zhuang Zhouzi. At first I wanted you to cultivate alone. When you have achieved the great Dao, my soul will disperse and turn into endless Dao techniques. Then I will be dead. I will only be a remnant of my soul. However, in the end you have fallen into the demon Dao. The carefree Dao has become the killing Dao in your hands. I have already become the Dao. I wanted to help you achieve the great Dao. However, it is a pity that you want to be reborn and destroy everything. So, I will take your Dao accumulation. Zhuang Zhouzi looked at Nanhua quietly. Nanhua's face changed and became more and more terrible. Jiang Qin was shocked. This is the great Dao of the world. Invisibly, there were thousands of Dao accumulation. Nanhua had lost the battle between the carefree Dao from the very beginning. You are reluctant to give up your carefree Dao. I've spent my whole life for you. In the end you want to kill me. However, if you kill me you will also die. Your soul will also disperse. Nanhua was extremely angry and unwilling. So, you and I will go to the heaven and earth together. Zhuang Zhouzi said with a smile. He had already seen through life and death. Lad, remember what you said. The heaven and earth are heartless. From now on I will travel freely in this world. However, it is a pity that you are not suitable for my carefree Dao. Zhuang Zhouzi looked at Jiang Qin pitifully. The ancestral dragon emperor was extremely shocked. Carefree Dao. Even the ancestral dragon emperor could not catch up to the carefree Dao. He dared to say that Jiang Qin was not suitable for the carefree Dao? If Jiang Qin could inherit the Dao of freedom, he would probably shock the entire 9 states. He would be able to travel unhindered and unfettered for a lifetime. Who could compare to him? Other than some powerful cultivators from the immemorial era, the carefree Dao was not the most powerful Dao in the world. The ancestral dragon emperor could not help but sigh as he looked at Jiang Qin. It seemed like Jiang Qin did not have the fortune to inherit the carefree Dao. Jiang Qin has learned a lot from Nanhua the Enlightened. Jiang Qin said with a serious expression. He didn't feel that it was a pity that he couldn't obtain carefree roaming's inheritance. Everyone has their own Dao. The carefree Dao is just a drop in the ocean. Zhuang Zhouzi looked like a kind old man. He smiled and turned around to look at Nanhua. If there is no Heaven King's battle, you better not let anyone know about your warrior's gate. Zhuang Zhouzi's voice reverberated in Jiang Qin's mind. He was talking to himself. Jiang Qin was shocked. This Zhuang Zhouzi is too scary. But what did he mean by that? If there is no Heaven King's battle, I should not use the warrior's gate. Jiang Qin wanted to ask, but he knew that even if he asked, Zhuang Zhouzi might not tell him. The carefree Dao should disappear from this world. Chapter 28:34. No. Both of them said at the same time. Success is due to Ling Long, failure is due to Ling Long. My life belongs to Ling Long. Without Ling Long, my Dao of freedom would not be able to dominate the world. Everyone dies and time will also dry up. What I owe I will naturally pay back. Nanhua will no longer exist in this world. As soon as Zhuang Zhouzi finished his words, his figure merged with Nanhua. White and golden brilliance intertwined. Zhuang Zhouzi and Nanhua's figure changed a few times. Zhuang Zhouzi looked at Du Wan and Deity Fairy, smiled faintly and said softly, the Chinese zither has 50 strings without a reason. Each string and a column reminds me of the past. Zhuang Xingxiao dreams of butterflies, looking at the emperor in love, holding Du Wan, the moon and pearls of the sea shed tears. The sun shines on the blue field. This feeling can be regarded as a memory, but it was already lost at that time. The moment Zhuang Zhouzi finished saying those words, he and Nanhua disappeared without a trace. 2 streams of dense gas, one white and one yellow, turned into a silver fruit and fell to the ground. Du Wan and Deity Fairy appeared under the silver fruit at almost the same time. Holding the silver fruit in their hands, the 2 ladies burst into tears. You're living a carefree life, but how are you going to repay what you owe us? Du Wan smiled bitterly, her hands were trembling, there was no light in her eyes anymore. She looked like she was dead. Deity Fairy's face was ashen, there was no sign of life in her eyes. Since you've left, I will follow you in life and death, Deity Fairy murmured. Looking at Duwan's eyes, the two ladies who had been fighting for hundreds of millions of years nodded without any dispute for the first time. Duwan and Deity Fairy held hands and started to burn their soul strength. Their soul power turned into specks of golden light and fell on Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen's body. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He wanted to stop them. Don't go, they're going to pass down their lifetime inheritance to them. This is a great creation. Princess Duwan could be said to be the 9 and 5 supreme venerables in the desolate mountains. Those who could be compared to her could be counted on one hand. Deity Fairy is a peerless demoness of the Yao race. Their lifelong heritage is not something you can understand. Ancestral Dragon Emperor stopped Jiang Chen and said softly. Clearly, Jiang Chen's worries were unnecessary. Unfortunately, you don't have the same luck as them. Even Zhuang Zhouzi could not avoid turning into a mortal. It seems that who in this world can defy the heavens and change their fate? Ancestral Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Chen stared at Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen without blinking. Both of their eyes were closed tightly as the golden soul inheritance entered their bodies. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent as he was afraid that the two of them would be in danger. Not long after, the golden brilliance gradually faded away. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. Both of their temperament had undergone a great change. Compared to before, they were now more graceful and elegant. At this moment, the silver fruit fell from their hands. Both of them were still resting with their eyes closed. There was no sign of them waking up. Jiang Chen picked up the silver fruit. Ancestral Dragon Emperor's pupils shrunk as he stared at the silver fruit. Is this the silver dragon fruit? Jiang Chen said. Hee, silver dragon fruit? You underestimate this thing too much. Hurry up and keep it. Even if this thing is in front of emperors, it will be coveted by others. This is the fruit of fortune. It can also be said to be the result of the great Tao. The fruit of fortune is similar to the Saraira of Buddhism. However, it is more precious than the Saraira. Only when a true Tao expert dies will the fruit of fortune be born. Moreover, not all Tao experts can bear the fruit of fortune. This fruit of fortune can help you in your cultivation. It can be considered as the crystallization of the Tao of an expert. Anyway, it's extremely precious. You must keep it well. Only when you reach the Emperor realm will you understand how precious this fruit of fortune is. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said seriously and asked Jiang Chen to keep the fruit of fortune. Not to mention divine kings, even Emperor realm experts would not be able to avoid the fruit of fortune. Jiang Chen was shocked. Seems like he underestimated this thing. What if he gave the fruit of fortune to the emissary of the Tongxian mansion as the silver dragon fruit? Wouldn't that be a great loss? After keeping the fruit of fortune, Ancestral Dragon Emperor entered the Zulong Tower again. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen once again. His heart was deeply affected by Yan Qingqing. In this life, Jiang Chen said that he would definitely make Yan Qingqing happy. Since she had forgotten about him, then he would pursue her again. It was not about romance, it was about sincerity. What's wrong with me? Moling Dongchen opened her eyes slowly. When she saw that the person in front of her was Jiang Chen, she was relieved. At that moment, Moling Dongchen could not help but throw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace. Jiang Chen, I seem to have had a very long dream. After experiencing countless life and death situations, it was you who saved me in the end. At this moment, Moling Dongchen appeared to be extremely cautious. However, after she had truly experienced the dreamlike life and death transition, she became even more determined in her heart. Love is love, there was no need to hide it. It's all right, everything is over now, Jiang Chen said with a smile and patted Moling Dongchen's shoulder. Slap. Just as Jiang Chen was smiling, a huge slap landed on his face. The burning pain made his body tremble. He didn't have the slightest bit of precaution and was slapped in the face. No one would feel good if they were in his shoes. However, Jiang Chen saw Yan Qingqing's eyes in the next second. Her eyes were filled with love, anger, and tenderness. Qingqing, is that really you? Jiang Chen murmured. Did Qingqing become the girl who was willing to go through life and death with him again? If I don't wake up, I don't know how many more innocent girls you're going to provoke behind my back with Sister Ningzhu and Sister Qinyu. Yan Qingqing sneered and said. She bit her red lips so hard that blood started to flow out from her mouth. All these years she had gone through a lot of bitterness, sorrow and longing. It was not to pursue longevity nor to be unparalleled in the world. It was just to become the tenderness in Jiang Chen's embrace. However, when they met again, Jiang Chen was holding another woman in his arms. Yan Qingqing's heart was filled with longing and love for a long time. Qingqing, I miss you. Jiang Chen's sentence almost melted Yan Qingqing's heart in a moment. She could no longer hide the mist in her eyes. In an instant, her face was filled with tears. She threw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace and hugged his shoulder tightly while sobbing. Chapter 28:35. Jiang Chen had never expected that the battle in Wangdi Mountain would awaken Yan Qingqing completely. To him this was undoubtedly great news. It made Jiang Chen even more excited than getting the fruit of fortune. After so many days and nights, Jiang Chen had only met Yan Qingqing in the divine world. Moreover, he did not know where Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu were. How could Jiang Chen not miss them? However, he was not a person who was good at expressing himself. In his heart he also missed every one of his loved ones. Yan Qingqing's slap had made Jiang Chen feel extremely happy. He even felt that it was a lifetime ago. It was unbelievable because Yan Qingqing had been treating him coldly for a few times. He was not like her loved ones at all. This time, although Yan Qingqing did not say anything, her gaze and slap had made Jiang Chen extremely excited. She was a beauty that could topple a city and a nation. Finally, she was not late. Moling Dongchen did not leave Jiang Chen's embrace. She looked at the tears at the corner of Yan Qingqing's eyes and the feeling of loneliness and helplessness. Surprisingly, there was only love in her heart. There was no jealousy at all. However, it was impossible to say that she was not jealous. Although she knew that she was not qualified to be jealous, Yan Qingqing was a peerless beauty with a refined temperament. In front of Yan Qingqing, the advantage of her peerless beauty was gone. She liked Jiang Chen just like a gentleman's friendship. If it was not because of the separation of life and death, she would not have thrown herself into Jiang Chen's embrace. However, at this moment Moling Dongchen did not have the heart to leave. Because she was afraid that she would be rejected by Jiang Chen if she left. With such a peerless beauty as his companion, what else could he ask for? Would he still treat her favorably? Moling Dongchen had always been confident in herself. Jiang Chen's excellence did not hinder her from falling in love with such a monstrous man. However, Yan Qingqing was her biggest obstacle. At least it seems so. Women are the most sensitive creatures. Especially when Yan Qingqing mentioned Sister Ningzhu and Sister Qinyu, she understood that there was definitely more than one woman beside Jiang Chen. Moreover, even these peerless goddesses of the divine world were willing to accompany Jiang Chen wholeheartedly, showing their affection towards him. Yan Qingqing's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's embrace was warm, but she could not feel that kind of passionate concern. Because Jiang Chen's heart was wholeheartedly devoted to the girl beside him. Jiang Chen had a faint smile. Although it did not mean anything, Moling Dongchen could see that Jiang Chen had never smiled like this before. Yan Qingqing hugged Jiang Chen tightly. She had no other request in her heart except to hug Jiang Chen quietly until they grew old. After a while, Moling Dongchen finally left Jiang Chen's embrace. She looked at him from afar as if he was her favorite toy. However, it did not belong to her. Moling Dongchen was still unwilling to give it up. You've suffered all these years. Jiang Chen's heart was full of longing for Yan Qingqing. Although he had seen it before, it was not her heart. All these years Jiang Chen felt that he had wronged Yan Qingqing. It was reasonable for him to pursue her again. The love in his heart was like an aged wine, it would only get more and more mellow. With you here it's not bitter at all. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder. When she and Jiang Chen hugged each other, all the gloominess was swept away. Even if all the hardships and grievances were no longer important. By the way, little Qinzi, how are Xiao Yu and Sister Ning? After a long while, Yan Qingqing raised her head and said with a grave expression. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. I don't know where they are now. But according to Father they should be in the divine world. It's just that I don't know where they are. Jiang Chen was full of self-blame. Don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Yu and Sister Ning are blessed by the heavens. They will be fine. Moreover, the divine world is so vast. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. How can it be that easy? Yan Qingqing held Jiang Chen's hand and comforted him. Even so, it will always be a worry in my heart if I don't find them. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and nodded silently. Some words could only be buried deep in his heart. The pressure and suffering of a man couldn't be explained in a few words. Just like Yan Qingqing. She could shed tears and be weak, but he couldn't. He was the pillar of support. Even if the sky collapsed, he couldn't fall. Don't worry. I will accompany you to find Xiao Yu and Sister Ning in the future. Yan Qingqing said with a serious face. Good. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. Although he still didn't know the whereabouts of Yan Qingyu and Wu Ningzhu, he would definitely find Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingyu even if he had to go to the ends of the earth and turn the entire divine world upside down. Even if he had to go to heaven or hell, he would find his lover. But who is that person? Look at her. She seems to be in your arms and doesn't want to get up. Humph. Yan Qingqing pouted. Every girl had her own temper. Especially when she saw a strange girl in Jiang Chen's arms when she opened her eyes. How could she not be angry? Cough cough. He's just a friend. Don't make wild guesses. Jiang Chen coughed and smiled embarrassedly. Moling Dongchen, who was far away, also heard Jiang Chen's words. It was like a sharp thorn in her heart. That's right. What qualifications do I have to compete with her? Jiang Chen was right. In Jiang Chen's eyes, I'm just an ordinary friend. Moling Dongchen laughed at herself. She even felt that she was being too sentimental at this moment. However, she would never give up easily if she liked someone. You know very well whether we're ordinary friends or not. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen shrug his shoulders helplessly. Saying too much would just become an excuse and make things worse. Jiang Chen looked up. The 10,000-year iron tree that had once blotted out the sky beneath the azure moon gorge was now completely gone. However, Zishi was sitting there quietly like an old monk meditating. Brother Z, you're really capable. You're actually still cultivating. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Zishi woke up at this moment. He looked at Jiang Chen's surroundings in astonishment. It was still the same. However, the huge 10,000 years iron tree had disappeared. Chapter 28:36. How could this be? Where's Nan Hua the Enlightened? Zishi said in shock. He looked at Yan Qingqing, who was beside Jiang Chen, as a greeting. However, he realized that Yan Qingqing was completely different from before. But he did not know what was different about her. From now on, Nan Hua no longer exists in this world. Just think of it as a dream. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Zishi looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Looks like Nan Hua is dead. It's just a dream. However, this period of time felt like 3 years to me. It's very beneficial to my soul realm. Zishi said. This is also your opportunity. Now, I'm afraid we have to continue our journey to look for the silver dragon fruit. Jiang Chen said. A dream. It's unbelievable. Alright, did you get the inheritance of Nan Hua the Enlightened? How can I get the inheritance if it's just a dream? Jiang Chen and Zishi looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Dong Huang Taiji, Murong Yun'er and Mo Qihan were extremely worried about Jiang Chen and the others. When they appeared in front of them, Mo Qihan heaved a sigh of relief. Are you all right? Mo Qihan was still a little reserved. He looked at Moling Dongchen. She was still as cold as usual, but her expression was a little gloomy. This is my lover Yan Qingqing. This is the young master of the city lord's mansion, Zishi. Jiang Chen introduced to Dong Huang Taiji and the others. Murong Yun'er and Dong Huang Taiji had seen Yan Qingqing before. Now that they met again, they were still shocked. Yan Qingqing was like a peony fairy. She was graceful and noble. Her temperament was impeccable. Even Murong Yun'er felt inferior in front of her. The only one who could be compared with Yan Qingqing was Moling Dongchen. Her coldness and Yan Qingqing's gentleness were the complete opposite. There was even a vague feeling that two tigers could not share the same mountain. At this moment, the group of people went deeper into the forest to look for the silver dragon fruit. After all, if they wanted to be the best, they had to get the legendary silver dragon fruit. Obviously, the 10,000 years iron tree did not bear any silver dragon fruit. Zhuang Zhouzi and Nan Hua did not get the silver dragon fruit after fusing, but the more precious fortune fruit. I didn't expect that the silver dragon fruit wasn't born from an iron tree. Looks like some things can't be just listened to. Only by seeing it with my own eyes can it be considered true. Mo Kihan said with a solemn expression. While you were in the Sea Moon Gorge, we met a few groups of people who were heading for the Northern Mountain Ice Territory. It's said that the real silver dragon fruit is there. Now many people have heard the news and gone there. It must be an extremely terrifying battle. The Northern Mountain Ice Territory is said to be thousands of miles away from here. Donghuang Taiji said. His injuries had completely recovered now. So, the silver dragon fruit is probably in the Northern Mountain Ice Territory? Zishi asked with a puzzled face. It's possible. So, there should be many people in the Northern Mountain Ice Territory now. Donghuang Taiji said. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go now. Zishi said in a deep voice. The few of them were extremely excited. Although they did not know the final result, not many of them would be able to fight against the monstrous geniuses. There were only 2 or 3 experts who could stand at the top. However, no one wanted to miss that earth-shattering battle. Many of them were looking forward to it. Jiang Chen looked towards the direction of the northern mountain. Perhaps it was the place where Zhuang Zhouzi had left. The Northern Mountain Ice Territory was in the middle of Huangdi Mountain, but it was full of dangers. You would never know how many hidden dangers there were. Thousands of miles of ice mountain, the sea and the sky were in a line, the wind was blowing, the snow was falling on the Silver River. The sun was setting on the 800 miles long river, on each side of the 9 Heavens Mountain. A willow was floating in the wind, a glacier was like a silver dragon. The glacier was like a wild dragon, its head and tail were connected, guarding the Northern Mountain Glacier for 800 miles. There was an inland river flowing around the mountain. There were willow trees everywhere. This was an extremely cold place, the temperature cold enough to make one's mind tremble. However, willow trees bloomed, mountains and fields still crisscrossed. It could be said to be an exceptional wonder, a rather magnificent sight. One side was made of white snow, the other side was filled with green spring river. The spring wind was blowing under his feet. He stepped into the snowy sky. There was a valley between the dragon neck of the Northern Mountain Ice Territory. In the valley there were green mountains and clear waters. It was even better than the scenery outside. However, there were not many people here. On the cliff, 2 figures were looking at each other. Neither of them took a step forward, but neither of them was willing to give way. Hua Yingxiong, do you really want to go against me? A chubby young man said with a smile. He crossed his arms and stood opposite the luxuriously dressed young man. As a god king, he could completely control his body shape. Even if he could not change his appearance at will, he could at least change his body. However, the young man's chubby pig-like body had a unique charm to it. It was like a unique landscape. Mo Sanpao, who is going against who? You want to go to the frozen canyon alone? Do you think everyone is stupid? Humph. The luxuriously dressed man called Hua Yingxiong sneered. The people from the Forget Worry realm are really domineering. Could it be that Brother Hua wants to compete with me in this frozen canyon? Mo Sanpao grinned and said casually. It's Brother Mo. Mo Sanpao. Far away in the frozen canyon, Luo Ping said with a solemn expression. Luo Ping stood on the peak of the frozen canyon, looking extremely domineering. It's really him. He's the only one in the Qianhua boundary who can fight Brother Ping, right? Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping and said solemnly. His strength is a notch higher than mine. In the entire Qianhua boundary, only Mo Sanpao can be considered capable. With my strength, it's already not easy for me to enter the top 30 of the Battle Royale of the 9 boundaries. I don't know where Brother Jiang Chen is this time, but if he hears the news he'll surely rush over as soon as possible. Luo Ping said solemnly. Although Mo Sanpao is unruly, he's a good person. Looks like this fella has encountered some trouble. Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping. Luo Ping remained silent and paid attention to the situation. At this crucial moment, if Mo Sanpao was in trouble, he would not stand by and do nothing. After all, they were both from the Qianhua boundary, he would not let Mo Sanpao fall into danger. Chapter 28:37. Mo Sanpao, don't push it too far. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. What's under the frozen canyon is something we both know. Everyone's mouths are gold, there's definitely something good under the canyon. If you insist on following me, I Hua Yingxiong, am not someone to be trifled with. Don't tell me you don't know who's making things difficult for whom? Do you think it's possible for you to take everything under the frozen canyon for yourself? Even if I'm willing, I'm afraid that the hidden experts will not allow you to do as you please. Hua Yingxiong harumphed. You're saying it as if I'm going to take everything for myself. Brother Hua, you're flattering me. I Mo Sanpao am not a greedy person. I just want to say, do you really think that there's something good under the frozen canyon? Mo Sanpao said with a smile. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. You're waiting for someone from the Qianhua boundary. But do you really think that you're invincible in the Qianhua boundary? Qilian boundary, Qiantian boundary, there are many experts. Don't make a mistake. Alright, how about this, you and I go in together, how about that? Let's see what's going on. Mo Sanpao said. Hua Yingxiong's expression changed. Who knows what you're planning? You want me to go in alone with you? Dream on. If you want to be the first to enter the frozen canyon, let's see if my dual flower mace agrees. Hua Yingxiong wielded the golden dual flower mace and pointed it at Mo Sanpao. Looks like Brother Hua doesn't want to sit down and talk. If that's the case, let's see who's stronger. I also want to see how powerful the dual flower mace of the 8 trigram school is. The smile on Mo Sanpao's face slowly disappeared. What replaced it was a shocking battle intent. At this moment, the two of them were at daggers drawn and could break out into an earth-shattering battle at any time. Many people were observing in the dark, but no one was willing to come out at this moment. The sandpiper and clam were fighting and the fisherman would benefit from it. After all, everyone wanted to be the Oriole and be the final winner. Now that Hua Yingxiong and Mo Sanpao were facing each other, it couldn't be any more interesting to them. It would be best if both of them died here, huh? In that case, our chances will be greater. Yes. You're right. I'm not Donghuang Tai or Xianxia. It's impossible for me to fight against them. Being able to pick up scraps is also a form of strength. I wonder if these two fellows will fight to the death. That's not necessarily true. To be able to become a peerless genius in the battle royale of the 9 counties, who doesn't have the disposition of a king? At this moment, even if they were to attack, it is likely that they will not be able to reveal all their trump cards and fight to the death. Many people were waiting for the battle between Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong. As long as the two of them start fighting, it might lead to a series of battles. It would depend on who would lose their cool first. At least at this moment, whoever stood out would not have a good ending. You think I'm afraid of you? Hua Yingxiong sneered. Both of their auras suddenly rose. The surrounding airwaves became stronger and stronger. Snowflakes fluttered in the air as if a group of demons were dancing. Hua Yingxiong held the dual flower golden mace in his hand and unleashed a terrifying airwave that struck the void, causing the snow to fall and reverberate in the frozen canyon. Come on, ha! Mo Sanpao roared madly. He stepped on the void and soared into the sky. His fists were fearless and fearless. Streams of dreadful qi soared up to the sky. The two figures crossed each other above the frozen canyon. The two mid-divine king realm experts were fighting fiercely at this moment. Mo Sanpao was the leader of the Qianhua boundary, while Hua Yingxiong was a peerless expert of the Wangyu boundary. At this moment, both of them were furious. Neither of them wanted to fall behind. It was not only a battle between the two, it was also a battle between the Wangyu boundary and Qianhua boundary. Brother Mo's strength is indeed not something that I can compete with. Luo Ping took a deep breath. Even as a peerless genius of the greatest sect, Luo Ping still felt inferior in front of Mo Sanpao. An expert like him might not be at a disadvantage compared to Jiang Chen. Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong clashed fiercely. Each of their attacks were fatal, sweeping across the sky and earth. First shot, chaotic star sea spin. Mo Sanpao roared in rage as he threw a punch. Cannon fire filled the sky and thunder rumbled across the sky. Shadows of fists fell from the sky, causing the clouds to surge. Mo Sanpao continued to attack, breaking the spatial barrier. Hua Yingxiong didn't dare to be careless. His figure flickered. The dual flower golden mace in his hand wasn't easy to deal with. Sword shadows streaked across the sky, weaving through the space. The battle between the two mid-divine kings had shaken many people's confidence. The battle between the two mid-divine kings had pressured them greatly. After all, how could the geniuses who could enter the battle royale of the 9 districts be ordinary? Although the two of them might not be peak experts, it was possible for them to enter the top 15. The real trump cards had yet to take action, but Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong's attacks were already extremely powerful, causing many people to stop moving forward. They had to find their own positions as soon as possible, otherwise they might be dragged into the battle. These two fellas are monstrous. Yeah, mid-divine king experts looks like we've underestimated them. We might be able to fight against some mid-divine king experts, but we're nothing if we encounter a mid-divine king genius. The battle between experts is also objective. It depends on who you're competing with, who's the one who laughs the best in the end. Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong's battle intent was unparalleled. The two of them did not stop after a single attack. Their battle was absolutely shocking. Every single move, every single attack was shocking. Hua Yingxiong's twin mace swept across the sky, causing snowflakes to fly, mountains to crumble, water level to rise, waves to the sky. Huge waves rose to the sky and water arrows flew everywhere. Mo Sanpao squinted his eyes and threw out 9 consecutive punches, sealing off all the ripples on the water curtain. However, he still underestimated the might of the viridescent flower falling mace. Golden shadows of the mace pierced through Mo Sanpao's attack in an instant. The second shot, invincible iron fist, sky-shattering cannon. Mo Sanpao retreated in order to advance. He threw out a series of punches. The light barrier dispersed, the water splashed, the dust settled. The two of them were pushed back a few zhang by the powerful qi. In the sky, the two figures had a cold expression, their auras fluctuated. The third shot. I'll take your life 3,000 times. Mo Sanpao's expression was gloomy, his fists danced, creating a shockwave of 3,000 li as if the sky had exploded. Chapter 28:38. Looks like Mo Sanpao is really anxious now. Luo Ping said. Mo Sanpao's third cannon shot out, causing thunder to rumble and the surroundings to tremble. A majestic aura swept across the 9 heavens, shattering the icebergs, shaking the river valleys. Countless ferocious beasts emerged from the forest, scared to death. Terrifying, this Mo Sanpao has some tricks up his sleeves. Luo Ninger said in a low voice with a solemn expression. However, this was also because of Hua Yingxiong. The opponent's dual flower truncheon was also unforgiving, not giving Luo Sanpao any chance. The truncheon swept through the landscape fearlessly. In an instant the two clashed. Mo Sanpao's aura did not decrease at all. He soared into the sky and exploded. The 3 cannons shattered the mountains and river valleys. The fishes and prawns in the surrounding river valleys were either killed or injured. The birds and beasts were scared away, not daring to stay any longer. The dual flower golden truncheons were unleashed, causing butterflies and flowers to dance in the air. Hua Yingxiong stepped on the 8 trigrams technique, exuding a domineering aura. The two of them clashed continuously, causing miserable cries to ring out endlessly. The intensity of the battle was shocking. The two fought for a long time, but there was no clear victor. At this moment Hua Yingxiong did not want to fight to the death with Mo Sanpao. After all, if they were to fight to the death now, there would be more people waiting to reap the benefits and he would only be adding to his troubles. Mo Sanpao, you live up to your reputation. The reputation of Qianhua Boundary is extraordinary. Hua Yingxiong withdrew his hand. The golden mace was still in his hand, not released. He, Brother Hua is also a dragon amongst men. Looks like Brother Hua has only used 30% of your strength in this battle. Mo Sanpao said with a smile. Both of them were smart enough to stop here. If they continued to fight, others would take advantage of the situation. Ah, Brother Hua, how come you can't even take down a village kid? Today I'll lend you a hand. A loud laugh shook the void. Hua Yingxiong's face twitched as joy appeared on his face. His reinforcements had finally arrived and this person was quite powerful. On the other hand, Mo Sanpao's expression did not look so good. This guy came as fast as lightning and his aura was vigorous. He was obviously not an ordinary person. If this was Hua Yingxiong's reinforcement, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Even though Mo Sanpao had made 2 preparations, He knew that he wouldn't be a match for Mo Sanpao if Mo Sanpao forcefully intervened. Ha, good. Brother sure is really a timely help. Hua Yingxiong's tone was filled with joy. At this moment, Mo Sanpao must have lost his confidence. Dragon Bone Boundary, mysterious strange sect, Zhou Xian. The leading white-clothed young man smiled as he landed in between the two. He was calm and composed, looking down at the sky. It was obvious that he was here to support Hua Yingxiong. Zhou Xian from the Dragon Bone Boundary. Looks like Mo Sanpao is in danger. Someone's heart could not help but pound. Who is Zhou Xian? You don't know who Zhou Xian is? He's one of the top 10 experts in the Battle Royale of the 9 Boundaries, the leader of the Dragon Bone Boundary, the big brother of the mysterious strange sect. Do you understand now? Another great expert. Looks like Zhou Xian and Hua Yingxiong are joining hands. Not to mention Mo Sanpao, even the 3 geniuses of the Qilian boundary might not dare to face them head-on. Who knows, at least this Mo Sanpao is going to lose his confidence soon. What can he do when he's in a disadvantageous position? Mo Sanpao's eyes were cold. He knew that there was no need for him to fight anymore as he might be forced into a passive position. If he were to fight with his life on the line, he would probably suffer a great loss. Mo Sanpao knew about Zhou Xian from the mysterious strange sect in the Dragon Bone Boundary. This fellow was only weaker than the 3 great experts of the Qilian boundary. But without a real battle, no one knew who was the most terrifying existence in the 9 boundaries. However, he was still a peerless expert of the 3 great sects of the Qilian boundary. Now, Brother Mo, do you still want to join us? Hua Yingxiong said with a smile. A wise man submits to circumstances. This was not a sarcasm. Sometimes this was the only way to survive. Survival of the fittest was not unreasonable. I dare not to say anything with your abilities. Please. Mo Sanpao said in a deep voice. He was extremely unwilling. But now he could only take a step back to ensure his safety. Northern Mountain Icy Territory, Frozen Canyon. Not everyone can enter it. A black silhouette appeared in front of Mo Sanpao. But Mo Sanpao did not know who this person was. Gui Gu. Hua Yingxiong's expression changed. Obviously he knew who Gui Gu was. This fellow was more famous than Zhou Xian, Mo Sanpao, and even himself. Who didn't know Gui Gu of the Killing Luo sect? His strength was unstoppable. Even Zhou Xian was powerless in front of him. This time it seems like the real experts are finally taking action. First it's Zhou Xian, then Gui Gu. Oh my god, a great battle is about to break out. Killing Luo sect, Gui Gu. Looks like things are more complicated than we thought. Who dares to fight against Gui Gu? A tripartite confrontation is what we like the most. We can't have a monopoly now. Only then will we have the chance to follow them into the frozen canyon. Gui Gu's appearance made Zhou Xian and Hua Yingxiong speechless. Even Mo Sanpao did not dare to say anything. Gui Gu's appearance instantly stabilized the situation. So it's Brother Gui Gu. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be better if we all go together? Who knows, this frozen canyon might be filled with dangers. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Gui Gu's appearance had undoubtedly stolen his limelight. But at this moment he would rather give up on being the first bird. That's great. What do you think, Brother Gui Gu? Hua Yingxiong also said in a deep voice. Who would dare to disrespect the Ghost Valley? Without even taking action, it was already enough to make countless people stop. This was the disposition of an expert. Gui Gu nodded. He took the lead and charged into the frozen canyon. Hua Yingxiong and Zhou Xian looked at each other. They did not want to fall behind and followed behind Gui Gu. Brother Mo. Luo Ping appeared beside Mo Sanpao at this moment. You guys are here too. Let's go together. It's impossible to monopolize this place now. Gui Gu's appearance had caused a commotion. Those who were observing in the dark were probably happy about it. Don't make Gui Gu your enemy. Go. Mo Sanpao looked at Luo Ping and said. The 3 of them quickly entered the frozen canyon. Behind them, there were dozens of experts waiting for a chance to enter the valley. Their appearance was known by everyone. However, those so-called geniuses were much weaker in front of Gui Gu and the others. Hence they chose to avoid the battle. They would not take action unless it was the best time to do so. Chapter 2839. Guigu charged at the front. Guigu was fearless as he had the battle prowess of the strongest expert. Even if he were to face those so-called geniuses, he would not be afraid at all. This was the stance of an expert. He would not be affected no matter what. That's a ginkgo tree? Guigu squinted his eyes and saw a ginkgo tree growing in the riverbed of the canyon. The ginkgo tree was lush and green, forming a sharp contrast with the silvery white in the valley. The ginkgo tree was slanted, growing on the riverbed. However, the life aura it emitted was shocking. This ginkgo tree was a treasure tree that was blessed by the heavens and earth. Under the valley, there was a clear river that was less than 10 li long. The river water was green, reflecting the ginkgo tree. The entire valley seemed to be covered with a layer of green paint. This ginkgo tree has such a dense life aura. Yeah, could it be that the silver dragon fruit is on this ginkgo tree? Most likely. Someone could not help but look at the ginkgo tree. They wanted to take action, but no one dared to act rashly as Guigu was still at the front. Looks like it's really hidden in there. Guigu murmured as he looked at the ginkgo tree in the river. The silver dragon fruit is mine. No one knew who dashed out and headed straight for the ginkgo tree. Everyone's eyes were focused on that figure. The silver dragon fruit is not something that a trash like you can touch, Guigu said coldly. He struck a palm and a black snake shadow shot out, piercing through the Divine King Realm expert's body. That expert was killed instantly. Everyone held their breath as they were shocked. Guigu was too terrifying and ruthless. He killed a Divine King expert right away. That guy was obviously driven by his greed and wanted to go to the ginkgo tree to look for the silver dragon return. Guigu killed him in one strike and taught him a lesson. Everyone at the scene was frightened and no one dared to attack again. Even a late Divine King expert might not be able to kill a Divine King expert with a single palm strike. This had already made them speechless. The Killing Luo sect was indeed not to be trifled with. Guigu had also established the position of the Killing Luo sect in himself. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. At this moment no one dared to cross the line. Guigu killed people like flies who could kill him. With a powerhouse in front of them, naturally no one dared to act rashly. However, just when everyone was shocked by Guigu's strength, the Divine King Realm expert melted completely the moment he fell into the water. The Divine King Realm expert's corpse turned into a skeleton in a blink of an eye. Everyone at the scene, including Guigu, became solemn as he was secretly shocked. The corpse of a Divine King Realm expert, even if he was dead, was not something that anyone could destroy. The body of a Divine King Realm expert was not as powerful as a divine tool, but it was almost on par with a divine tool. His cultivation was all on his body, but it was melted by the green lake water in an instant. Who wouldn't be shocked? This water is too terrifying, Emo Sanpao said subconsciously. His expression slightly changed. A Divine King Realm expert melted just by touching it. What's the difference between this and the abyss of death? Now who else dares to take a step forward? Guigu said faintly. His heart was also solemn. The river water was terrifying and it had already alerted everyone. This place was definitely not a good place. Guigu looked at the green river and was shocked. He found a huge object at the bottom of the river. But what was it? Wherever there was a treasure, there would definitely be a spiritual beast guarding it. Seemed like it was true. The silver dragon fruit was definitely in the ginkgo tree. Otherwise, why would the huge creature hidden deep in the river be willing to stay in the river? The Tsang Mountain was where it should stay. Go! Guigu struck with his palm and the leaves of the ginkgo tree fell into the river. There was indeed a silver halo flickering in the ginkgo tree. It's the silver dragon fruit. It must be the silver dragon fruit. I must get this silver dragon fruit today. The silver dragon fruit was the symbol of being the champion. Whoever could be the champion must have the silver dragon fruit. Therefore, when the silver dragon fruit appeared, many people's eyes lit up. They even forgot about the previous crisis. Naturally, everyone wanted a good item. Furthermore, the symbol of the silver dragon fruit was something that everyone couldn't help but be attracted to. But there was only one good thing. The silver dragon fruit was a treasure that belonged to those who were capable. However, the battle royale of the 9 counties did not lack monstrous geniuses. Some of them were like dark horses that appeared out of nowhere. Their strength was not weak. Moreover, the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. It was naturally their time to show their strength. No one was willing to fall behind others. Moreover, they had not fought with others yet. Their confidence was naturally inflated. There were quite a number of such experts. They were just waiting for an opportunity to soar into the sky. It was time to prove themselves. At this moment, no less than 5 people clenched their fists and squinted their eyes when they saw the silver radiance on the ginkgo tree. They were ready to take action any time. Don't take action. Luo Ping, whoever takes action now will definitely die. It's impossible to go against Gui Gu. Moreover, the river is like the realm of death. A slight mistake and you might lose your life here. That person just now is the best example. However, I can see that there are quite a number of people around us who are eager to make a move. These guys obviously want to prove themselves. However, it is better for us to restrain ourselves and not get involved in this mess. Our strength is not the best, only when an expert like Gui Gu is defeated will we have a chance. Mo Sanpao said. I know. Some of them are ready to take action. After all, the silver dragon fruit is very tempting. Moreover, there will be a greater reward for getting first place. Moreover, when we enter the Tongxian mansion in the future we will probably receive a lot of rewards. This is without a doubt. So, many of them have already lost themselves in the face of absolute temptation. Luo Ping could see it clearly. He knew that he should not take action at this moment. That's only part of it. More importantly, too many people think that they are the strongest in the battle royale of the 9 counties. What they want to fight for is what countless people yearn for. Becoming the monstrous king is their ultimate goal. Chapter 2840. Gui Gu, who do you think you are? How dare you try to monopolize the silver dragon fruit? I, Zhang Tianming, will be the first to not accept this. A lightning-fast silhouette pierced through the void, heading towards Gui Gu. His terrifying qi rippled the surrounding river and shook the valley. Overestimating yourself. Gui Gu sneered. I, Wang Minghua, will also fight to the death with you. I heard that killing Luosek's Gui Gu is extremely powerful. Let's see what you can do to me. In a blink of an eye, a few silhouettes rushed towards Gui Gu. They attacked continuously, catching him off guard. If there's anyone else who is not satisfied, then come at me. I, Gui Gu, will send you all to reincarnation. Gui Gu took a step forward and the sound of the wind rose up. A terrifying palm wind swept out like a tide, shaking the void. The 5 of them were all pushed back. The 5 of them were actually pushed back by a single palm strike. Gui Gu's strength was undeniable. Go, I don't believe that this guy can stop all of us. No one dashed forward again. After a few attacks, Gui Gu was finally pushed back by the crowd. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. I never thought that there's such a powerful expert in Fengshan boundary. I, Gui Gu, admit defeat. Gui Gu flew backwards, looking extremely embarrassed. No one had thought that Gui Gu would be defeated in such a manner. His previous ferociousness had vanished in an instant. I, Zhang Minghua, have said it before. I, Zhang Minghua, am the real expert. You so-called monsters, what can you do to me? You're just a pillow with embroidery. Nice to look at but useless. Zhang Tianming smiled proudly on top of the valley. The 4 people behind him were not satisfied. It was not only him who pushed Gui Gu back. At this moment many of them were eager to fight with Zhang Tianming. Looks like there are many experts in the 9 boundaries. Hua Yingxiong and Shi Qian looked at each other. Zhang Tianming and the others were looking down on everyone. Their words were filled with disdain as if everyone here was trash. None of these people are ordinary. Although they might not have broken through to Mid-God King, their cultivation is so great that ordinary people can't fight against them. Shi Qian nodded and said. Gui Gu's strength was not weak, but under the combined attack of the 5 of them, he could not even withstand a single blow. However, at this moment he was looking for the defeated Gui Gu. Gui Gu had already retreated and disappeared into the crowd. Shi Qian sneered in his heart, feeling puzzled. Could it be that this Ghost Valley was really so weak? As one of the top 3 experts of the Chilean boundary, how could he be defeated so easily? Although the 5 of them were not weak, wasn't it too easy for Gui Gu to lose? You really don't know what's good for you. The Ghost Valley has an undeserved reputation. I, Wang Minghua, am not afraid of you. Wang Minghua also sneered. His eyes met Zhang Tianming's and battle intent rose once again. Come, I, Zhang Tianming, will let you know who the real experts are today. Zhang Tianming gripped the dragon-slaying saber in his hand as he stepped forward, directly standing together with Wang Minghua and the other three. The surrounding people also became restless. A chaotic battle seemed to have begun at this moment. At the moment when Zhang Tianming and the other four pulled Guigu down from the altar, everyone seemed to have found a way to vent their anger. Guigu was not invincible. Guigu was said to be a god, but wasn't he still defeated by the five of them? They also believed that they definitely had the ability to fight against Zhang Tianming. They dared to pull the emperor down from the throne without hesitation. This was the true disposition of an expert. If they were to be cowardly, they would not be able to stand out. An expert must go through a bloody battle to be called an expert. Only after going through hundreds of battles could one rise to the top. Crazy, crazy. If these guys continue to fight like this, I'm afraid it will turn into a situation of killing each other. Luo Ping said in a deep voice. He had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. His face became gloomy. More than 80 people started a chaotic battle with Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua as the leaders. More and more people gathered and started to fight. Everyone wanted to be the leader of Wang Di Mountain. Everyone wanted to be the leader of the 200 monstrous geniuses. However, it would not be easy to defeat everyone here. Where's Guigu? Where did this guy go? Luo Ninger was the most clear-headed at this moment because she was not that ambitious. She did not want to be the center of attention. These guys, they really don't want to live anymore. The silver dragon is under the control of the others. The situation is out of control now. Mo Sanpao shook his head and sighed. Luo Ninger's words were exactly what he wanted. Guigu might have withdrawn from the battle as he did not want to be the center of attention. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game better than the onlooker. Luo Ninger was right. She saw Guigu's whereabouts. He had disappeared. As for the others, especially Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua, they became arrogant after defeating Guigu. In their eyes, Guigu was useless. He had already been defeated by the five of them. What qualifications did he have to compete for the top spot? Even Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao wanted to join in and compete with them. After all, the true expert would have the last laugh. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention? Those who could enter the battle royale of the 9 counties were all geniuses. However, the battle between geniuses was the cruelest. The rise of a genius would be accompanied by the fall of countless geniuses. Luo Ninger's words woke them up. Both of them understood that this might be Guigu's plan. Would he really be defeated so easily? At least this question was worth pondering. No one could deny Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua's battle strength, especially when the 5 of them joined hands to fight. It was indeed powerful and incomparably valiant. But was the Phantom Valley really that vulnerable? Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao looked at each other. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. This might be a trap, Guigu's plan to exhaust their battle strength. Of course, Guigu was not invincible. If he was as powerful as Zhang Tianming, then it would be a different story. At this moment they had to be more careful. Be careful, there must be a reason why Guigu disappeared at this moment. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao were aware of this. The 3 of them slowly retreated. The battle between more than 80 Divine King Realm experts was earth-shattering. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The water was flooded and the canyon was cracked. However, the ginkgo tree was still standing proudly at the riverside. The battle was so intense that Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao dared not to look at it. At this moment, Zhou Xian and Hua Yingxiong also retreated secretly. They seemed to have noticed something. However, the battle was still ongoing. The experts did not stop dying. Within half an hour, there were already 20 Divine King Realm experts that fell into the Green River. In the end, only skeletons were left floating on the riverbank. Chapter 2841. It's just too terrifying. God Kings are like cabbages. They're either dead or injured. Some people have lost their lives here forever after this battle. Luo Ninger gripped Luo Ping's hand tightly and said while gritting her teeth. She was afraid that she would see such a scene one day. She was afraid that Luo Ping would leave her. Death had become a common occurrence at this moment. Originally, God King Realm experts could dominate the world, but if they wanted to reach the peak of the King Realm, they would definitely fall or be heavily injured in battle. Some of them had their origin injured, which would shorten their lifespan. This was also the reason why many God King realm experts only had a lifespan of 1,000 or 10,000 years. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Luo Ping patted Luo Ninger's hand and said, I'm afraid that you'll leave me one day. I don't want to leave you. Luo Ninger said softly. The world was cruel, but there were always things that people shouldn't have to endure. She was afraid that one day she or he would be like a dandelion, scattered in the world, leaving behind only a fragrant scent. Fool, if that day really comes, I'll definitely leave before you. Luo Ping smiled and hugged Luo Ninger. At this moment, a cold aura could be felt from afar. Luo Ping's expression changed slightly. When he felt it, it was already too late. His lover Luo Ninger was standing beside him. Be careful, Luo Ping. Mo Sanpao shouted as his expression changed. Luo Ping could not turn around in time. Luo Ninger stood in front of Luo Ping subconsciously. A black palm wind penetrated through Luo Ninger's body. Her soul was instantly injured and shattered into pieces. Puh, Luo Ninger spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely ugly without a trace of blood. No, Luo Ping roared with all his might. His face was contorted, but he knew that even if he was hit by this palm, he would not be able to survive. Brother Ping, I can't do it anymore. Luo Ninger's murmur echoed in Luo Ping's ears. At this moment, Luo Ping's heart almost shattered. This palm strike was more painful and heartbreaking than hitting his own body. No, no, no. Luo Ping gritted his teeth in anger. Who is it? Luo Ping roared. However, no one noticed that Gui Gu's figure had already appeared beside them at this moment. Mo Sanpao acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It's you. How can you achieve great things if you are indecisive and hesitant? For the sake of a woman, you're so wishy-washy. What's there to be sad about when you die? Gui Gu said indifferently as he looked at Luo Ping in disdain. Gui Gu, you and I are irreconcilable. Luo Ping could not wait to eat his flesh. This palm had almost depleted Luo Ninger's life force. She was on the verge of death now. Brother Ping, between you and me, we are after all deep in love but shallow in fate. The only thing I will not regret in this life is falling in love with you. After I die, you must treat yourself well. I will always accompany you in your heart, Luo Ninger said with difficulty. At this moment, her breath was extremely weak. One could only see her lips moving. Luo Ping's eyes were bloodshot as he hugged Luo Ninger tightly. Finally, her breath disappeared at this moment. Gui Gu, compensate my Ning. Luo Ping roared thunderously as he soared into the sky towards Gui Gu. Don't be rash, Luo Ping. Mo Sanpao's words were still a step too late. The moment Luo Ping put down the lady in his arms, he had already disregarded his life and death. At this moment, without any hesitation, he rushed up to the sky to fight a life-and-death battle with Gui Gu. At this moment he no longer hesitated, nor did he dare to be careless. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he no longer cared. However, the rage in his heart had already reached the highest heavens. If he didn't vent it, he would definitely die from depression. Mo Sanpao could not bear to see Luo Ping throw his life away, so he quickly went up to meet him. Gui Gu was fighting against two enemies at the same time, but Luo Ping was killing his way out without a care for his life. His way of fighting had already shown his determination to die just to pull you down from the altar. Luo Ping vented the anger in his heart. His strength continued to rise and reached the peak. Luo Ping was not weak. This time Gui Gu had stimulated the endless power in his body. In a battle of life and death, Luo Ping, who was fearless, was even more powerful. The two of them were having a great time fighting against Gui Gu, fighting back and forth. Gui Gu's eyes were burning with passion as he snorted coldly. Do you really think that you're invincible? You can't even get past a woman. You're just a piece of trash. Gui Gu was not afraid of Luo Ping's divine spear as he was too powerful. With just his physical strength, he could fight against Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao. Mo Sanpao's strength was not ordinary and he could be ranked in the top 20 experts. However, compared to Gui Gu, he was still too weak. After the first wave of attack, they were suppressed by Gui Gu step by step. There was no chance for them to turn the tide. Mo Sanpao gritted his teeth. He knew that if they continued to fight, they would only become cannon fodder. Gui Gu could easily kill both of them. From the start he felt that this was a trap. Now it seemed like Guigu had planned this all along. Moreover, he killed Luo Ninger because she was meticulous. She noticed something was wrong at the first moment. She did not know the truth, but because she was in the mountain when everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, only Luo Ninger knew how to stay out of it. That was the best way to protect herself. How could Guigu let her go? Give me back my Ning. Luo Ping's attacks were fatal. He did not care about his life. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and sorrow. He only wanted to kill Guigu. Those divine kings who were fighting in the depths of the battlefield had already begun their final battle. Out of the 80 divine kings, only less than 40 remained. Zhang Tianming's strength was indeed extraordinary. Even so, he was still fighting in the front line. There was almost no one who could defeat him. Why are all the bones gone? Zhou Xian squinted his eyes. At that moment he finally discovered that something was off. Although the battle between Luo Ping and Guigu had already left the depths of the valley, the God King skeletons that floated on the green water had already vanished, which made Zhou Xian even more curious. Chapter 2842. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did they realize how terrifying this sturgeon was. It was grayish-brown in color, and its whole body was covered with green spots. It was extremely dazzling. The green lights made people's hearts tremble. The giant sturgeon's leap made the 40 divine king realm experts at the scene completely dumbfounded. They were even scared. Even Zhang Tianming and the others were no exception. The giant sturgeon was like a prehistoric crocodile. The 4 divine king realm experts were caught off guard and were eaten. Zhou Xian was frightened. Fortunately, he had already retreated from that area because he had already felt something was wrong. He did not expect the giant sturgeon to teach everyone a lesson when it appeared. It was 100 zhang in size, brown in color with green light flashing, making people shudder. His huge eyes contained everyone, and there was an unprecedented greed in them, as if everyone was a delicious meal for him. This giant sturgeon is terrifying. Could it be that it has reached the hierarch realm? I think it's strange. This giant sturgeon swallowed the 4 divine king realm experts in one bite. It's like a devil. That fella seems to be looking at everyone as if it's looking at delicious food. How could there be such a terrifying beast here? We are not its match at all. It's definitely a hierarch realm beast. Everyone had goosebumps. They never thought that this battle would alarm the great demon under the green water. Moreover, the great demon was not afraid of the corrosion of the water at all, as if it was nothing. However, they were afraid of the water as if it was a tiger. Once it touched them, their bodies would be corroded and they would die. At that moment, everyone stopped fighting because the giant sturgeon had once again returned to the river and disappeared. However, those divine king realm experts seemed to be frozen in place. None of them dared to act rashly. They were all stunned and extremely shocked. If it was really a hierarch realm great monster, none of them would be able to leave this frozen canyon alive. However, Guigu, Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao's battle had already reached the outside of the frozen canyon. Guigu's attack was still unstoppable. Although Luo Ping was burning with anger and his strength had skyrocketed, and Mo Sanpao was also giving his all, the two of them still could not gain any advantage in front of Guigu. On the contrary, Luo Ping was heavily injured. Guigu was advancing step by step. The two of them could only be suppressed without any strength to fight back. Trash, you'll always be trash. Guigu's palm wind whistled. Thunder shook the 9 heavens. A black mist was unleashed towards Luo Ping. The terrifying aura made Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao feel that it was a battle of life and death. Luo Ping was fearless. He wanted to take revenge for Luo Ninger even if he was going to die. Chilling wind strikes dragon soul. Guigu struck 2 palms consecutively and blocked all of Luo Ping's escape routes. Mo Sanpao sighed. This time Luo Ping was completely defeated. There was no chance for him to take revenge for Luo Ninger's death. He was powerless and could not even protect himself at this moment. However, Guigu might not chase after him even if he risked his life. At this moment, Mo Sanpao had already done his best. However, Luo Ping and Luo Ninger were destined to die here. Buddha's radiance. Rays of golden light dispersed the chilling wind. Guigu's expression slightly changed at this moment. Luo Ping stood there unscathed without any danger. The chilling wind was replaced by the golden light. Luo Ping stood proudly in the sky as if he was assisted by God. Who's that? Gui Gu squinted his eyes and looked at the 9 heavens. The one who came was definitely not an ordinary person. Luo Ping was slightly stunned. He thought that he would not be able to survive Gui Gu's desperate attack, but he did not expect him to be unscathed and unharmed. Initially, Luo Ping thought that this was the end of his life. He didn't expect that he would live on peacefully. Old friends, is this how the killing Luo sect's genius Gui Gu treats others? Jiang Chen smiled. Luo Ping was slightly startled by Jiang Chen's appearance and his face showed a hint of surprise. Brother Jiang. See you again, kid. It seems like we're enemies on a narrow road. Gui Gu squinted his eyes and his expression became cold. Jiang Chen had won the formula of eliminating Doom Pill from his hands. It was a great humiliation to him. The formula of eliminating Doom Pill might not be that important, but it was the dignity of the killing Luo sect, the dignity of the Qilian region's top expert. To Gui Gu, he valued his reputation more than the formula of eliminating Doom Pill. Gui Gu had been looking for Jiang Chen since the beginning, but he couldn't find him no matter how hard he tried. He wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson and let him know what a true expert was. But now it seemed like he didn't need to waste any more effort because Jiang Chen had walked right into his trap. When old friends meet, you wish that you could join hands in the underworld. Today, I'm afraid that you will have to go to hell to find your place. Gui Gu said coldly. His gaze was like an arrow staring at Jiang Chen. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao felt great pressure from him. Is this the Jiang Chen that Luo Ping mentioned? Mo Sanpao thought. He had heard about Jiang Chen's heroic deeds. Moreover, Jiang Chen's name had risen in the Linhe boundary before the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. He swept across a boundary with his own strength. Nobody could be compared to him. Although Luo Ping's strength might not be among the top, he was proud and stubborn. Jiang Chen was the only one who could make him respect him. What shocked Mo Sanpao was that Jiang Chen was fearless despite being an early divine king. Gui Gu's pressure was nothing in front of him. Mo Sanpao could not help but sigh in his heart. Jiang Chen was really good at hiding his strength. Even a mid-divine king expert like him could not be compared to him. However, Jiang Chen was able to face it calmly. It goes without saying that Jiang Chen's strength was profound. Don't be too full of yourself. Do you think that no one in this world can punish you? Jiang Chen smiled and snorted. Let's see how capable you are. Dong Huang Tai A and Xianxia are the only ones that I respect. You're not qualified yet. Gui Gu stared at Jiang Chen coldly. Kill anyone who dares to come. Brother Jiang, I'm weak and powerless. I hope that Brother Jiang can take revenge for me. Luo Ping said while gritting his teeth. His face was extremely gloomy. Could it be that Lady Ning'e? Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He had guessed that Luo Ning'e might have been killed by Gui Gu. Otherwise, Luo Ping wouldn't be this furious and mad like a mad bull. It was unbelievable. I must take revenge. Chapter 2843. At this moment, a few silhouettes appeared behind Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen, Zixi, Mo Kahan, Donghuang Taiji and Murong Yun'er were all here. Mo Sanpao was shocked by their strength as they were not to be underestimated. Especially Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen and Zixi, they were much stronger than him. With such strength they were indeed qualified to challenge Gui Gu. So you want to use the human wave tactic? Do you think I'm afraid of you? In the entire Huangdi mountain, there's no one who can make me bow down to you. Gui Gu said in a deep voice. He was not afraid of Jiang Chen and the others at all. His pressure was like a pillar that could support the sky. Human wave tactic? You're overestimating yourself. Who do you think you are? Zixi sneered and said with cold eyes. He might not be a match for Gui Gu alone, but with the help of Jiang Chen and the others, Zixi was not afraid of Gui Gu at all. Others might not know, but he knew that Jiang Chen was in the limelight during the battle in the Thunder Rush Sea. At this moment he could not let Jiang Chen fight Gui Gu alone. Young city lord, if it's not because of your identity, do you think you can be so fearless and arrogant in the Huangdi mountain? Gui Gu said with a smile. Because his identity was too special and his strength was quite extraordinary, those who were weaker than him were naturally not a match for him. No one dared to kill him if he met a powerful person. After all, he was the son of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. Even Guigu Xianxia and the others had to treat him seriously. Otherwise, not everyone could bear the wrath of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries. I also want to see how powerful the Guigu that everyone says is. Is he really as powerful as the rumors say? Is he really an unstoppable deity that descended from the heavens? Moling Dongchen crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her figure was cold and unparalleled. She was not timid or fearful at all. She was not inferior to any man. After receiving the inheritance from Deity, her strength had become more stable. Her mid-divine king strength had been completely stabilized. Now she even dared to fight against Zhou Xian. At this moment she couldn't fall behind anyone, especially Yan Qingqing. Since she had chosen to like him and pursue him, she must move forward bravely. Wherever Zhou Xian was, she would be there. There's strength in numbers. Good. Let's fight there. Let me, the Ghost Valley, see if everyone in this world is worthy of my respect. Guigu continued to roar, ignoring everyone. Inhun and Heicha have already died in my hands. It's not a big deal to have you as a companion. Zhou Xian smiled. Inhun and Heicha, you killed them? Interesting. Looks like it's fate. This time an eye for an eye. Looks like you can only die in my hands. Guigu squinted his eyes and said faintly. If I wasn't in seclusion at that time, you might have already died in the Battle of the Thunder Rush Sea. Do you even have the chance to show off here? Guigu was proud and arrogant. He ignored everyone. Only Dong Huang Tai and Xianxia were worthy of his attention. You're right. If I met you in the Thunder Rush Sea, you might have already died. Zhou Xian said with a smile. He had seen with his own eyes that the ferocious giant beast that looked like a kunpeng swallowed a hierarch expert, let alone him. Big senior brother, I'm late. At this moment, a sword rainbow pierced through the sky. The tip of the sword was shining brightly. A green-clothed, sage-like figure with long hair fluttering in the wind could be seen. His eyes were sharp and pierced through the sky. When his eyes fell upon Murong Yun, he slightly trembled and his expression became extremely solemn. You're not too late. Guigu said faintly. Fong Bai was indeed a peerless genius. He was only a half-step divine king, but he was able to fight against him for more than 100 rounds. Such an expert's sword aura was especially ferocious. His sword aura was unstoppable. Fong Bai might even be on par with him when he reaches the divine king realm. Because Fong Bai's swordsmanship was something that even the sect master had never seen before. He had already reached the peak of the sword Dao. Brother Fong Bai. Zhou Xian frowned slightly. He didn't want to fight Sword Saint Fong Bai because he and Sword Saint Fong Bai were once acquaintances. If they were to fight, Zhou Qian's heart would be filled with regret. I've said it before, we don't owe each other anything. Someone will die in today's battle. If it's not you, it'll be me. Fong Bai said calmly. Not long ago when they met, they were already at each other's throats. However, Fong Bai did not attack in the end as Zhou Xian did not plan to fight with him. Fong Bai, don't disappoint me. Guigu said. Don't worry, big senior brother. I can kill those trash in one move. Mo Sanpao and Luo Ping snorted at Fong Bai's arrogance. Half-step divine king. I think there's no other half-step divine king in Wangdi Mountain besides you, right? I'm dying of laughter. How strong do you think you are? Mo Sanpao will be the first to not accept you. Mo Sanpao sneered. Brother Mo, don't underestimate him. It's a taboo to underestimate him. Luo Ping knew that Zhou Xian would never judge a person wrongly. Even he paid so much attention to this half-step divine king. Fong Bai was definitely not an ordinary person. You're not my match. Fong Bai said indifferently. Other than Zhou Xian and Guigu, no one would believe him. However, it was the truth. Zhou Xian believed that Fong Bai's words were not groundless. Let's see how many people you can defeat by yourself. Mo Sanpao curled his lips and said. It's more than enough to kill you. Fong Bai's gaze landed on Murong Yun. I will let you know how powerful I, Dong Huang Taiji, am in this battle. Dong Huang Taiji will never be able to defeat me in this lifetime. Fong Bai's eyes were burning, his voice was slightly trembling. You will never understand Yun Er's heart. Dong Huang Taiji did not want to be outdone. Then let's fight. Today one of us will fall. I will take Yun from your hands. Murong Yun bit her lips and sighed. She had nothing to say to Fong Bai. Brother Fong Bai, do you really want to fight to the death? Do you really want to be on Gui Gu's side? Jiang Chen said helplessly. From the moment we parted, my heart had already died. It was also you who made me understand the true meaning of the sword Dao, the meaning of living. Fong Bai's sword shadow pierced through the sky, creating a bright line. Gui Gu and Fong Bai's strength might not be weaker than Jiang Chen and the others. Then let's fight. Jiang Chen's eyes shrunk and his battle intent rose. Chapter 2844. As you wish. Gui Gu's eyes were cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. Because he knew that Jiang Chen must be the leader amongst these people. Otherwise, these experts wouldn't be willing to stand behind him. Moreover, Gui Gu had a grudge against Jiang Chen previously. He had to take his revenge and wash away his shame. Although the eliminating adversity pills formula was not a treasure, how could Gui Gu, who valued his reputation so much, allow others to trample on his dignity? If it wasn't for Lingju City, Gui Gu would have tried his best to kill Jiang Chen after losing the competition. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he would definitely not miss it. I'm afraid that you're unhappy that I defeated you in the art of alchemy. If it wasn't for Lingju City restraining you, I'm afraid you would have attacked me already. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. How could he not see the anger in Gui Gu's eyes? Since you know, then obediently wait for your death. Gui Gu took a step forward, causing the space to shake and the void to buzz unceasingly. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. His indestructible body struck out thunderbolts and smoke rose from the 9 heavens. Gui Gu held the sickle of death in his hand and slashed horizontally while Jiang Chen fought against Gui Gu with his body. Neither of them gave way. Nobody expected that Jiang Chen would fight against Gui Gu with his body. One should know that Gui Gu was one of the 3 great prodigies of the Chilean boundary. He was as invincible as Dong Huangte and Xianxia. Who would dare to challenge him? However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, he would even dare to fight against a heavenly king. Every step the two took was frightening. Every step they took caused the spectators to tremble with fear. Brother Jiang, let me lend you a hand. Zixi eyes were solemn as he leapt into the sky. He must not let Jiang Chen fight this battle alone. Zixi attacked swiftly. The battle strength of a late divine king was not a joke. As he attacked, the wind and clouds surged. Gui Gu fought against 2 of them alone, but he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. At this moment, Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen looked at each other. Both of them were surprisingly calm, but surprisingly they rushed towards Gui Gu at the same time. Another 2 mid-divine king realm experts joined in. Gui Gu was fighting against 4 of them at the same time. His terrifying pressure was starting to take effect. At least for now, Gui Gu had been suppressed to the extreme. If he wanted to defend and counterattack, he might need to put up a great resistance. Yun'er, if you are willing to return to my side now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Fong Bai gazed at Murong Yun'er affectionately. Murong Yun'er shook her head and sighed. Everything can no longer be turned back. In this life we can only be strangers. My friendship with Taiji will never change until death. Murong Yun'er held Donghuang Taiji's hand. Fong Bai's face turned even uglier. Perhaps this was the last time they would meet again. Because they would not be able to change their fate in the next second. You're just a half-step divine king. I would like to see how powerful you are. Mo Qihan sneered and went straight for Fong Bai. At this moment he did not hesitate anymore. He must end the battle as soon as possible because he wanted to help Jiang Chen fight against Gui Gu. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao looked at each other and joined the battle without saying a word. Donghuang Taiji did not want to be outdone. At this moment he was the one that Fong Bai wanted to fight the most. He could not fall behind. Even though Fong Bai was a half-step divine king, Donghuang Taiji knew that Fong Bai was just like Jiang Chen in the past, a guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Even Donghuang Taiji had suffered great losses in Fong Bai's hands. Promise me. Murong Yun'er looked at Donghuang Taiji affectionately and shook her head silently. Only the 2 of them could understand what was going on. A bunch of useless people. Today all of you shall die. Fong Bai sneered. Compared to Jiang Chen's arrogance, he was even more arrogant. This little fellow is quite strong-willed. Looks like we'll have to bring out our true abilities and properly entertain him. Mo Sanpao said with a smile. He did not put Fong Bai in his eyes. There were so many of them, how could they not defeat a half-step divine king? However, as soon as Fong Bai took action, he knew that he was wrong. The sword in Fong Bai's hand was comparable to Yu Hong. Wherever the sword passed, there was no way to retreat. It was not a problem for him to fight against 4 people. Mo Sanpao, Luo Ping, Mo Qihan and Donghuang Taiji, the 4 divine kings could not suppress Fong Bai. Instead they were pushed back by Fong Bai's sword aura. Fong Bai's sword was comparable to Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen managed to improve his swordsmanship after sparring with him. Although Fong Bai had not reached the divine king realm, his swordsmanship was enough to change everything. Such a fast sword. Mo Sanpao's eyes gradually became stern. It was so fast that even a mid-god king like him could not catch up to it. Moreover, every single strike was suffocating, where the slightest carelessness could lead to a hole in one's body. Fong Bai's sword qi was unstoppable within 3,000 miles. Donghuang Taiji had also used all of his skills and the Eastern Emperor limitless art to its limit. They worked together to suppress Fong Bai but to no avail. Luo Ping's spear was like a dragon. The battle technique of the number 1 sect was shocking. His battle intent turned into a dragon's shadow and pierced through the void. Fong Bai looked calm as he attacked with his sword. Everyone thought that Luo Ping would be pushed back. However, Fong Bai took the challenge head-on. All of Luo Ping's skills were shattered by his sword shadow. His invincible aura shocked everyone. This fella is too monstrous. Luo Ping's expression turned gloomy. Although his spear art was ferocious, Fong Bai's sword was even more ferocious than his spear. Fong Bai would be able to find a chance to retreat every time he attacked. Fong Bai had the upper hand. Even when the 4 of them joined hands, Fong Bai was not afraid of the pressure at all. Mo Qihan's frenzied attack was like a storm. Fong Bai retreated as he fought. However, retreating did not mean that he had lost. Fong Bai was looking for a better opportunity to attack. Under his sword aura, Fong Bai did not show any signs of retreating. He was almost attacking as if he was defending himself. 5th blade. Even Jiang Chen could not help but look at Fong Bai. Fong Bai's sword technique was the best he had ever seen in his life. Jiang Chen had to admit that Fong Bai's sword technique was better than him. However, Fong Bai might not be his match in a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen had to admit that Fong Bai was better than him in terms of sword technique. His sword art is getting better. Chapter 2845. This fella is worthy of being called a genius. I'm afraid there are less than a handful of experts in the 9 boundaries who are more talented than him. Mo Sanpao felt ashamed and said in a low voice. The scariest thing was a battle that surpassed one's strength and level. Only a peerless monstrous genius could do it. Moreover, Fong Bai was also a genius, but he was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. This was the most overbearing thing. It's hard to kill him even with the 4 of us combined. It seems like this will be a tough battle. Donghuang Taiji said quietly with mixed feelings in his heart. No matter if Fong Bai was dead or alive, it would be a painful thing for him and Murong Yun. However, they had to fight this battle as it was related to a man's dignity and the path of becoming an expert. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to progress in his cultivation in the future. The 5th sword was unleashed and the sword qi shook the surroundings. This was the result of cultivating the sword art to the extreme. The sword was the man and the man was the sword. Wherever the sword art went, it would be controlled by Fong Bai's mind. This was the scariest part. Fong Bai was multitasking. The 4 of them looked solemn as they could only defend passively. The sword art was a peerless attack art. It was also known as the king of weapons. One sword could cut through mountains and lakes, the sun, the moon and the stars. It was obvious that the sword art was majestic and domineering. When it reached the extreme, it would be able to ignore all laws. The attack art was meant to be invincible and unstoppable. Fong Bai took the leading position. The sword in his hand swept across the world as if he was invincible. He was a half-step divine king. On the other hand, Gui Gu was not as lucky as Jiang Chen and the others. Because Jiang Chen and the others were much stronger than Mo Sanpao and the others. Zixi attack, Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen's defense had formed a complete blockade on Gui Gu. In addition, Jiang Qin was fighting against Gui Gu head-on. It was not easy for him to fight against the four of them. However, Gui Gu's strength was still too strong. As one of the three great monarchs of the Qilian boundary, how could he not be capable? Even though he was besieged by the four of them, Gui Gu did not show any signs of disorder. He retreated in order to advance and was not anxious at all. On the contrary, Jiang Qin and the rest continued to counter each other's moves. Between the two of them, there was already a situation where no one was able to gain the upper hand. This guy is definitely not that simple. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes as he felt that Gui Gu was brewing something. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and charged forward, not giving Gui Gu any chance to breathe. Although it might not be as sharp as Jiang Chen's sword, Jiang Chen's strength was a notch higher. Gui Gu felt quite pressured when facing Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. "Brat, is this all you've got?" Gui Gu smiled indifferently. After retreating, his eyes were filled with coldness. "Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation," Gui Gu shouted. He moved his palm and the formation was activated, trapping Jiang Qin and the rest in it. At this moment, Jiang Qin thought of it, but he did not expect Gui Gu to be so fast. Moreover, this Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation was definitely not ordinary. Eerie ghost shadows filled the formation. Outside the canyon, on the peak of the mountains, Jiang Qin and the rest were trapped in the Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation. Gui Gu's expression was calm as if he had already expected this. He never fought a battle without preparation. Unknowingly, the formation was set up and everyone's expression changed. Ghost shadows filled the formation. There were thousands of early Divine King Realm ghost shadows roaring ferociously. They devoured everything in the formation. Yan Qingqing and the rest looked extremely serious. This formation was indeed strange. The formation of the ghost shadows made everyone dumbfounded. No wonder he's the strongest of the Killing Luo sect. This formation is really hard to deal with. Zixi's expression was solemn. The sword in his hand continued to slash the incoming ghost shadows. The immortal ghost shadows interweaved in the formation, unstoppable. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly moved. These thousands of ghostly shadows were all at the Divine King realm. The pressure they gave off was self-evident. Especially Zixi and the other two, they were completely trapped by the Ghost Valley. The ghostly shadows that came one after another brought them great pain. Those ghostly shadows seemed to be devils that came from the depths of their souls, constantly attacking their bodies and spirits. Killing Luo ghost shadows, they're all illusions. 3,000 ghost shadows can't do anything to me. Jiang Qin slashed the heavens with his hand. The Buddha's light shone in all directions, but the ghostly shadows were still everywhere in the formation. Jiang Chen's Buddha's light could only prevent the ghostly shadows from getting close to him. As for the other three, it was getting more and more difficult for them. After being entangled by dozens of ghostly shadows, the three of them couldn't even move a single step. They even felt like they were being overwhelmed. If this went on for a long time, they would definitely be overwhelmed by the ghostly shadows. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, the ghostly shadow seemed to only move away from Jiang Qin. However, it had caused great damage to Yan Qingqing and the other two. Jiang Qin frowned. Even though this Rakshasa ghostly shadow was not as strong as a Divine King expert, its fearless and desperate attack had caused great damage to the enemy. If this goes on, the three of them would definitely die. Gui Gu stood proudly in the middle of the formation. Jiang Chen's eyes became cold. He knew that the formation could only be broken if Gui Gu was defeated. Otherwise, the three of them would definitely fall into a life-and-death situation. If you want to break my Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow formation, you must have a higher cultivation than me. Otherwise you're dreaming. The ghost shadows are like me, I am a ghost shadow. Ah. Gui Gu said with a loud laugh. His face was cold and his eyes were sharp. He also went into the thousands of ghost shadows. Jiang Qin was not afraid of the ghost shadows, but it was not easy to find Gui Gu. A mere ghost shadow formation, I'll definitely break it. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. Lung Ling said. There were thousands of ghost shadows. The three of them could not resist the terrifying formation. They could only defend passively and lost the initiative. Sunluo Ghost Mother, devour the heavens and earth. Gui Gu rushed towards Jiang Qin. The thousands of ghost shadows behind him merged into one and turned into a more terrifying ghost shadow skeleton. It was thousands of zhang in size, and it seemed like it was going to devour Jiang Qin completely. The Sinluo ghost mother's mouth was burning with a blue flame. Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. He pointed his sword at the Sinluo ghost mother. Under the dusk cloud ghost shadow formation, the Sinluo ghost mother swallowed Jiang Qin. At that moment, Yan Qingqing and the others' facial expression changed. They knew how terrifying the ghost shadows were, let alone the huge Sinluo ghost mother. Jiang Qin. Moling Dongchen was extremely worried and murmured. Although he had absolute trust in Jiang Qin, the person they were facing now was not an ordinary person. Gui Gu of the Killing Luo sect was extremely powerful, and it was obvious to everyone that he was facing. Jiang Qin was swallowed by the Sinluo ghost mother. At that moment, the heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Everyone held their breath and looked at the scene silently. In the dusk cloud ghost shadow formation, the three of them had completely lost their ability to resist. They could only defend passively. It was impossible for them to save Jiang Qin. 3,000 Li freeze. Jiang Qin was in the Sinluo ghost mother's mouth. He swung his sword, and finally, thousands of ghost shadows were frozen. Jiang Qin turned into a ray of light and turned into a sword shadow. He became one with the sword and dispersed Gui Gu's Sinluo ghost mother. Light and shadow pierced through the sky. Jiang Qin was looking down at the sky. After the Sinluo ghost mother was frozen, it turned into layers of cold air and disappeared without a trace. Interesting. Jiang Qin, it seems like I have underestimated you. It's impossible for you to gain any advantage in my formation. The Sinluo ghost mother is just an appetizer. Gui Gu's eyes were cold. He looked at Jiang Qin. Although they were thousands of meters apart, they could feel each other's burning battle intent. Chapter 2846. Yan Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief when Jiang Qin broke free from the Sinluo ghost mother's restraint. At least, Jiang Qin was not injured at this moment. Gui Gu's attack did not have much effect on him. It's time to show my true strength, Jiang Qin said faintly and roared. Under the dragon transformation, his aura soared to the sky. Jiang Qin was confident that he could tear a mid-divine king apart. Jiang Chen's madness had shocked Emo Sanpao. He had never thought that there would be such a terrifying figure in the Qilian region. Under Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, even he felt a shiver down his spine. Jiang Qin was definitely qualified to be in the top 10 of the battle royale of the 9 counties. Moreover, his strength had reached the level where he could compete with Gui Gu. Early divine king realm invincible. Emo Sanpao said in a deep voice. He did not know that even a mid-divine king would not be able to fight against Jiang Qin. Gui Gu's expression became solemn. Jiang Chen's body became stronger under the dragon transformation. Those terrifying ghost shadows were instantly destroyed by Jiang Qin. They did not even have the strength to fight back, let alone cause any damage to Jiang Qin. Great. 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 Gui Gu's battle intent grew stronger. This was the only way to ignite his battle intent. Gui Gu clenched his fist. The scythe of death in his hand became darker and blood-red. It soared across the sky like a blood-red shadow descending upon the world. Scythe of death, blood sacrifice. Gui Gu and the scythe of death clashed together. A great pressure swept across the void. Jiang Chen's expression did not change as he stared at Gui Gu. The blood-red scythe of death seemed to have cut through the shackles of the space. In an instant it was already close to Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He swung his heavenly dragon sword and clashed with the scythe of death. Radiance fell and the stars shook. Roar. The roar of the heavenly dragon sword's sword soul forced the sickle of death to retreat. The strength of the heavenly dragon sword was much stronger than Gui Gu's sickle of death. The overbearing sword soul made Jiang Qin more confident. This sword almost caused a slight crack to appear on the sickle of death. Gui Gu's expression was normal. He tried to approach Jiang Qin a few times but was blocked by the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword that had awakened its sword spirit was not something that the death sickle could compete with. In Gui Gu's hand, a bloody halo shone on the scythe of death. The scythe of death became even weirder and sharper. Jiang Qin and Gui Gu clashed again and again. The sky looked like it was going to collapse. Everyone was watching this scene. Xianxia looked at Guigu coldly. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable. Under the blood sacrifice, the sickle of death could not suppress Xianxia's attack. Break for me! Guigu roared in anger. The sharpness of the sickle of death was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. However, under the pressure of the heavenly dragon sword, he was like a child who could not lift his head up. Fifth blade. Xianxia swept his sword. This was the sword that he had secretly learned from Feng Bai. It was the sword that Feng Bai used to fight against Mo Qihan and the others. However, in Xianxia's hands, although this sword was not as natural as Feng Bai's, Xianxia's strength was too terrifying. This sword was almost a fatal blow to Guigu. The sickle of death started to crack. A primordial spirit tool was shattered by Xianxia. This sword was Feng Bai's fifth blade. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a faint smile. The fifth blade was indeed terrifying. It was almost on par with the 3,000 miles of ice. Most importantly, the sword seemed to have no limit. The heavenly dragon sword was able to unleash the full potential of the sword. It was a sword technique that could ignore boundaries and push the sword's momentum to the extreme. Most importantly, how could the heavenly dragon sword be compared to Feng Bai's sword? Therefore, this sword was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than Feng Bai's sword. Fifth blade, Guigu said while gritting his teeth. He was forced back by Xianxia's sword aura. He even looked a little embarrassed. Guigu looked back and looked at Feng Bai. Could this fella be related to Xianxia? Your ability to comprehend is indeed something that others can't hope to catch up to. When Feng Bai looked at Xianxia, his eyes met with Guigu's. One could imagine how angry Guigu was. In other words, Guigu was defeated by Xianxia's sword. Of course it would be embarrassing. Feng Bai, why does he also know your sword technique? I'm afraid that you won't believe me if I say that he secretly learned from me. Feng Bai said with a bitter smile. He wanted to explain but realized that he could not say anything. Moreover, the sword technique that Xianxia used was indeed the same as his. However, the sword aura that Xianxia used was much more ferocious. Although there was a slight difference in their realms, it was impeccable that even Feng Bai himself could not compete with Xianxia's sword technique. Brother Feng and I have spent the whole night discussing sword techniques. I also know his sword technique. What's there to be surprised about? Could it be that your Ghost Valley is a sore loser? Xianxia laughed and said. Guigu's face turned pale. You don't have the ability to make me, Guigu, bow down to you. Guigu sneered. Although his sickle of death was destroyed by Xianxia, his techniques were not limited to this. It was not easy for Xianxia to defeat him. Ghost Gate Formation. Heavenly Ghost Imperial Walk. Guigu continued to form hand seals. The Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation had undergone a great change. However, the foundation was still there. Guigu used his powerful technique to create a strong formation base. The Ghost Gate Formation had undergone a qualitative change on the foundation of the Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation. The Headless Ghost was holding a saber. The Ghost Gate Formation was full of ghosts. What a great Ghost Gate Formation! Xianxia's expression became solemn. This Ghost Gate Formation was indeed much stronger than the Dusk Cloud Ghost Shadow Formation. The Headless Ghost was unstoppable. Its puppet-like figure was extremely huge and destructive. Unfortunately, you're not going to see tomorrow's sun. Even the deities would not be able to deal with the Heavenly Ghost Imperial Walk. Guigu controlled the Heavenly Ghost to run amok. Yan Qingqing and the other two were forced to retreat. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The Fire God Guard might be the best way to deal with the Heavenly Ghost. You have Zhang Liang's stratagem. I have a ladder to climb over the wall. Xianxia moved his hand and a Middle Divine King Realm Fire God Guard appeared in front of him. The pressure of the Heavenly Ghost was oppressing. The Fire God Guard's eyes were burning with a blazing flame. The Heavenly Ghost was unstoppable. However, it could not move an inch in front of the Fire God Guard. After going through the baptism of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, the Fire God Guard's dreadfulness became even more indescribable. Their eyes were burning with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The Heavenly Ghost was unstoppable. However, it could not move an inch in front of the Fire God Guard. Such a powerful puppet. Guigu's countenance changed. The Fire God Guard's oppressive force could destroy all of his heavenly ghosts. The formation could not suppress such a powerful puppet. Guigu believed that he might not be able to destroy the puppet even if he risked his life to fight against it. However, he did not know that it was just one of Jiang Chen's fire god guards. Guigu's countenance would change if all 12 fire god guards came out at the same time. Guigu's ghost gate formation still did not have a good effect on Jiang Chen. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's fire god guards broke the heavenly ghost's rampage. Guigu's formation was broken by Jiang Chen one after another. "Is that all you've got?" Jiang Chen stared at Guigu and said faintly with a touch of ridicule. Chapter 2847. That depends on your ability. You're still too young to make me bow down to you. Although Guigu was defeated by Jiang Chen, he did not want to be outdone. After all, he was a rare genius of the Killing Luo sect, a pillar of strength and a popular candidate for the battle royale of the 9 counties. He would not be called Guigu if he could be defeated so easily. On the other side, Fang Bai's attack and defense were getting sharper. The fifth sword's terrifying deterrence was stronger than Mo Qihan, Donghuang Taiji and the others. Fang Bai's strength was much sharper than Jiang Chen's. Because he was like a sharp sword. If one wanted to defeat him, one must find a flaw in his sharpness and break it with strength. Only then would one be able to defeat Fang Bai. Is this what you call a genius? He's not worth mentioning in my eyes. Fang Bai said disdainfully. He looked at Murong Yun and the domineering aura in his eyes became more obvious. He wanted Murong Yun to return to his side. I'll treat a tiger as a sick cat if it doesn't show its power. Brother Luo, show him how powerful I am. Mo Sanpao harumphed. The third shot, I'll take your life. While Fang Bai was in a daze, Mo Sanpao struck out forcefully while Luo Ping's spear pierced through the void. Both of them did not hesitate at all. At this moment they used all their strength. In this battle it was either you die or I die. They did not want to die. If Fang Bai defeated them, they would not be able to live either. At this moment, who would have the energy to spare? This is the moment. Donghuang Taiji said. He activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art and pressed towards Fang Bai. The divine golden bell fell from the sky and suppressed Fang Bai. Donghuang Taiji, you're not my match. Why should Yun be with you? I'm not satisfied. At this moment, there was only Donghuang Taiji in Fang Bai's eyes. His mouth was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Murong Yun clenched her fists tightly and her eyes flickered. She naturally did not want Donghuang Taiji to fail, as he might be killed by Fang Bai. Of course, she also did not want Fang Bai to die if it was possible. Fang Bai's sword Qi soared in the sky, only targeting Donghuang Taiji. His murderous intent surged and forced everyone to retreat. However, Luo Ping, Mo Sanpao and Mo Qihan's attacks were not to be trifled with. Fang Bai had lost his mind as he only wanted to kill Donghuang Taiji. Fang Bai's 9 swords pierced through Donghuang Taiji's body. Blood splattered everywhere. His sword was too fast. It was so fast that it was hard for the naked eye to see it. It was so fast that no one could keep up with it. Taiji. Murong Yun wanted to help, but there was nothing she could do. Donghuang Taiji was heavily injured and he became weaker after Fang Bai's continuous attacks. He circulated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art and barely managed to block Fang Bai's attacks. However, he still could not block Fang Bai's sword Qi. At the same time, Fang Bai's madness made him pay the price. Because at this moment he was left defenseless. He only had Donghuang Taiji in his eyes. This allowed Mo Sanpao's attacks to land on Donghuang Taiji. Fang Bai's eyes turned red. At this moment he was not afraid of death. He only wanted to kill Donghuang Taiji and get rid of the demon in his heart. Fang Bai was attacked from the front and the back. Mo Sanpao and the others took advantage of his weakness to kill him. Fang Bai was fighting against 4 enemies by himself. At this moment he did not focus on defending and only wanted to kill. This caused him to suffer great injuries. Even if I have to die, I will drag you down with me. Fang Bai gritted his teeth. He hated Donghuang Taiji to the core. He used all his strength to kill Donghuang Taiji. In this Huangdi Mountain he was not a stubborn loner but a madman who fought for love. Don't give him any chance. Otherwise, those from the Eastern Emperor sect will die. Mo Qihan said. Although he did not have any relationship with Dong Huang Taiji, Jiang Chen's friend was also his friend. Luo Ping was the same. He would not let Dong Huang Taiji be in danger. After all, he owed Jiang Chen a lot. Now that they were united against the enemy, their morale would be boosted. However, Fang Bai's sword was too fast. Mo Kehan could not block it, Luo Ping could not block it, and Mo Sanpao could not do anything. They could only watch Fang Bai's sword chi slashing down at lightning speed. In the void, they could already see Dong Huang Taiji's tragic death. They were struggling in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Kill. Don't give him any chance to retaliate. Mo Kehan's eyes were cold. Although they could not block Fang Bai's attack, they could still stab him in the back. Since Fang Bai was fearless and only wanted to kill Dong Huang Taiji, it was their chance. Fang Bai was like a mad bull. His eyes were bloodshot and ferocious. Dong Huang Taiji's face turned gloomy. He knew that he could not avoid it anymore. At this moment, Murong Yun felt her inner world crumbling. However, it was already too late for her to act. Divine Golden Bell. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art was casted again. However, this time Fang Bai was suppressed. He knelt down on one knee, his face was pale and he coughed out blood. He was in extreme pain. Mo Kehan and the other two's attacks landed on Fang Bai. Mo Kehan and the other two were stunned. There was another person behind Dong Huang Taiji. He was a sturdy man with eyes as sharp as a king. Who do you think you are to touch the people of my Eastern Emperor sect? A low and cold voice reverberated in Fang Bai's ears. Fang Bai was surrounded by enemies from all directions and was suppressed by the divine golden bell. He was on the brink of death and could feel the arrival of the god of death. Murong Yun quickly grabbed Dong Huang Taiji's hand. She finally felt relieved. Fang Bai's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He did not manage to kill Dong Huang Taiji in the end. It's Dong Huang Ta. Mo Sanpao said. It was the same divine golden bell, but the difference was like heaven and earth when Dong Huang Ta casted it. Fang Bai did not have the chance to escape. He was completely suppressed and heavily injured. He was definitely dead. Luo Ping and Mo Kehan gasped. No wonder it was so terrifying. Fang Bai was suppressed in an instant. Fang Bai will definitely die now that Dong Huang Ta is here. Mo Kehan said in a low voice. He was slightly happy in his heart. At least they had the upper hand now. Jiang Chen stared at Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Tai also stared back at him. Dong Huang Tai had appeared at the right time. Otherwise Dong Huang Tai would have died. If it wasn't for him, I would have killed you. Pitiful, hateful. Fang Bai stared at Dong Huang Taiji and Dong Huang Tai stared back at him. Both of them had a complicated expression. Dong Huang's appearance was like a huge mountain pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Don't tell me you still don't understand? Fang Bai, why did I leave you? It's been 1,000 years, has nothing changed in your heart? Murong Yun roared in anger. Fang Bai was slightly stunned and did not understand what was going on. Why? I love you so much. Chapter 2848. Murong Yun smiled bitterly and kept shaking her head. One could imagine the struggle in her heart. I used to love you not because of your talent, not because of the sword in your hand, but because of you. But in your eyes there's only the sword. The sword is your life. I can't replace it and you can't give it up either. So I chose to let go. In your life the sword is an inseparable part. Without the sword, you're like a walking corpse that has lost your 3 souls and 7 spirits. There is a kind of love called letting go. But you don't understand, since the sword has shocked the world, why do you need to go back to the past? At that moment, a beautiful picture flashed across Fang Bai's eyes. However, all of that no longer existed. His sword was still unstoppable, but his lover was gone forever. Once upon a time he only wanted to protect her with his sword. He never thought that the person was gone, the flower had withered and the person was gone. But why didn't you tell me? Why did you hide it from me for 1,000 years? Fang Bai's eyes were filled with tears of blood, his body was trembling. His inner world had completely collapsed. Because love is selfish. I don't want you to give up the sword because of me. I'm too selfish. Even if we're together, how can you be happy? Even you don't know how important the sword is. In your heart it's harder to replace than me. No one understands you better than me, just like no one understands the sword better than you do. Murong Yun took a deep breath. That love was buried deep in her heart. No matter how much she loved him, it was useless now. Donghuang Taiji held Murong Yun's hand tightly. Believing in her was the best answer. Fang Bai's eyes were filled with despair. What's the use of my sword no matter how strong it is? Unfortunately, things remain the same, but people have changed. He no longer had any nostalgia. But when he looked at the sword in his hand again, he realized that if he were to let go of the sword, it would be even more painful. The sword and Murong Yun were both important, but if he had to choose one, Fang Bai realized that he would choose the sword without hesitation. Because the sword had already fused with his blood, it had completely become a part of his life. Without the sword, his life would be dark, and without it, there would be no light in his life. Fang Bai smiled bitterly as he looked at Murong Yun and Donghuang Taiji's tightly held hands. His heart finally died. But at the moment when his heart died, he discovered that his heart was like a bright mirror. Everything in the world became clear. His sword once again underwent a huge transformation. A sword intent actually rose in his heart. It was a sword intent that he had never felt before. That sword intent was completely connected to him, fusing with the heavens and earth. His swordsmanship once again took a huge leap. The sword has no limits, no rest, no limit, the sword of limitless. I finally understand. Once the sword intent moves, the world changes color. Fang Bai laughed out loud. The sword in his hand pierced through the clouds, covering the sky. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. To be more precise, they were focused on the sword shadow that was about to destroy the world. Jiangchen, watch carefully. This is my limitless sword. There's no limit to the sword. If your sword has any changes, it's all in your mind. Fang Bai held his sword and soared into the sky. At this moment, even Donghuang Tai's expression became solemn. Because the current Fang Bai was like a completely different person. A half-step divine king realm has such a terrifying aura. Truly terrifying. Jiangchen stared at Fang Bai with a serious expression. As their eyes met, Jiangchen saw Fang Bai's expectation and determination. Because he knew that Fang Bai was teaching him the sword intent of his sword skill. Just a sword shadow was already so terrifying. Moreover, the sword shadow was nowhere to be seen, as if it could destroy the world at any time. Gui Gu, Donghuang Tai, Mo Senpao, Mo Kihan and the others looked at this scene. They were extremely shocked. Even Gui Gu and Donghuang Tai might not be able to defeat Fang Bai. Fang Bai's figure moved continuously in the sky. He turned into a series of afterimages, shuttling between the gigantic sword shadows. Traversing 90,000 li with a single sword, who doesn't know of you? Jiangchen was shocked. Everyone was staring at this scene. Because Fang Bai's sword was not just an attack, it was an art that had reached the pinnacle. His sword had fused with him, making him invincible. As swift as the wind, as swift as thunder, as fierce as lightning, as heavy as mountains and rivers, and as thin as a thread. Jiangchen murmured. Fang Bai's sword was constantly changing in his eyes. Jiangchen was shocked by the limitless sword. Fang Bai's swordsmanship was indeed a realm higher than his. After Fang Bai's death, his swordsmanship had undergone a qualitative change. In Fang Bai's heart, it was not just a sword anymore, it was also his thoughts. I am a sword maniac, unparalleled, my sword is all-encompassing. Everyone could clearly see Fang Bai's limitless sword from the 9 heavens. However, other than Jiangchen, no one could feel the unparalleled sword will that wanted to compete with the heavens. Fang Bai's swordsmanship had reached a terrifying realm. Even if ordinary people wanted to learn it, they would not be able to understand it. Therefore, only Jiangchen, who had the highest understanding of swordsmanship, could understand and master the limitless sword. Although Fang Bai had lost his beloved woman, his swordsmanship had reached a higher level. Especially the last sword shadow, it was as if it could split the heavens and the earth. It was unstoppable. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. Jiangchen, I, Fang Bai, have no regrets being your friend in this life. Live life to the fullest, don't look back at the moon. If you can understand the 8th sword realm, the limitless sword will definitely reach a higher level. You are more talented than me, don't disappoint me. 6th sword. 7th sword. 8th sword. Fang Bai's swords overlapped with each other countless times. There were even reincarnations in his swordsmanship. Jiang Qin could see that when Fang Bai's swordsmanship reached the 8th sword, he had reached a stage where he could not control himself. However, Jiang Qin knew that he might not even be able to perform the 6th sword. Performing the limitless sword required not only the understanding of swordsmanship, but also the ultimate embodiment of the realm of swordsmanship. I have seen it all, I have forgotten it all. Jiang Qin said. Good. The limitless sword is formless. If you can perform the 5th sword in one go, it means that you indeed have the power of the limitless sword. The way of the sword is endless. I have evolved it countless times. The strongest time was when I evolved it to the 17th sword. However, I can only perform the 8th sword. Fang Bai laughed heartily, he had no regrets. When he looked back at Murong Yunro, his heart was as still as water. His heart had turned into sword will. Jiang Qin, promise me. You must evolve the limitless sword to its peak. As I am looking forward to that day. All right. Jiang Qin nodded heavily. Life is like a game of chess, I am willing to be the sword. I am willing to turn into a strand of sword aura and exist forever in this world. Fang Bai turned into a strand of sword aura and crossed the sky, merging with the heavenly dragon sword. Everyone was silent. No one could understand how heroic Fang Bai was when he turned around and turned into sword chi. Perhaps this is the best ending for you, my friend. Jiang Qin murmured. He was emotionless. Jiang Qin died a worthy death. His biggest wish was to make his limitless sword a masterpiece. Jiang Qin would not disappoint him. Chapter 2849. Although Fang Bai had died, he turned into sword chi and became a part of the heavenly dragon sword. This was what he had been chasing for his whole life. When he let go of all his obsession, his swordsmanship had reached a whole new level. Even Jiang Qin could not catch up to him. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with heaviness. However, Fang Bai's death was the best ending for him. Since he had no more obsession, his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. His only pursuit was to become a masterpiece under the heavens and earth. The limitless sword. Jiang Qin knew that it was not just a sword intent, it was also a swordsmanship, a path to the emperor realm. The limitless sword, the Tao of the sword, it was the pinnacle of the heavens and earth. It was even stronger than the sword of solitude. If he could continue to evolve it, Jiang Qin's swordsmanship would become more and more clear. Fang Bai had only helped him evolve to the 8th saber. The rest of the journey still required him to take it step by step. Murong Yun was filled with self-blame. Fang Bai had died because of her, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch as Fang Bai turned into a strand of sword chi. You don't have to blame yourself. That was his destiny, his final destination. He lived a greater life than anyone else, because he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship that no one else could reach. That's a true man. He had merely changed his way of living. His sword intent had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He was the only pioneer of swordsmanship that I have ever seen. He lived for the sword and died for the sword. You don't have to be sad. Jiang Qin looked at Murong Yun. At this moment Murong Yun finally calmed down. However, she could not hide the sadness in her heart. At least they were no longer obsessed with love. This was the best ending for him and Donghuang Taiji. Jiang Qin, thank you. Donghuang Taiji said and looked at Jiang Qin. He knew that he could not repay this debt in this lifetime. Everything has its cause and effect. Perhaps this is fate. Jiang Qin smiled. Donghuang Taie and Jiang Qin looked at each other. Their current target was Gui Gu. Damned fellow, so useless. Gui Gu said while gritting his teeth. After losing Fang Bai's help, he was alone now. Moreover, Jiang Chen's side was getting stronger and stronger. Donghuang Tai's appearance had caused him to lose his competitiveness. He had no choice but to retreat. After all, as the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Gui Gu, we finally meet. Donghuang Tai said faintly. He had been looking for two people, Xianxia and Gui Gu. The two of them were his greatest opponents. In the battle royale of the 9 counties, he had killed almost 20 god kings. His hands were stained with blood and no one could stand up to him. If it wasn't for that group of people, perhaps we would finally have a battle between us. But now, do you want to have a fair fight with me? Gui Gu snorted. If they were to fight now, he would have to face too many people. Gui Gu did not want to be surrounded by a sea of people. Moreover, Jiang Chen was not weak as well. That fellow was able to fight evenly with him. Not to mention the others, even if Dong Huangte and Jiang Chen joined hands, Gui Gu did not have the confidence to win. Do you think I'm the type of person to bully others? Dong Huangte frowned. Lung Lung looked at Gui Gu and said, perhaps you are not. But can you guarantee that the people behind you will not take advantage of you? The only person you can trust in this world is yourself. Dong Huangte, we will have a battle eventually, but not now. Gui Gu was not stupid. If he were to have a life-and-death battle with Dong Huangte, 99% of Jiang Chen and the rest would definitely take action. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao hated him to the core. You're so timid. It seems like you're much weaker than Xianxia. Dong Huangte's expression was cold. Gui Gu had his reasons for avoiding the battle. I don't want to die without knowing the reason. Let's go and see if the silver dragon fruit has been taken. Gui Gu squinted his eyes and looked at the frozen canyon. Silver dragon fruit? Dong Huangte's expression turned solemn. Looks like it's true. Even Gui Gu is here, Jiang Chen and the rest are not to be outdone. There must be something going on here. That's right, but it depends on whether or not you have the luck. This place is full of crazy people and everyone's ambition is higher than the sky. You want to be the champion, but I wonder if you dare to enter. Gui Gu said with interest. Even if you have the silver dragon fruit, do you think you have the capability to fight against us? Jiang Chen smiled. With him and Dong Huangte here, Gui Gu would not be able to do anything to them. Gui Gu's eyes were cold as he stared at Jiang Chen. This fella is really like a dogskin plaster. It's not easy to deal with him. Really? What if I'm in? A deep and rough voice was heard, causing Dong Huangte and Gui Gu to tremble. A green-clothed silhouette appeared in the sky. His brows were sharp and his beard was fluttering in the wind. His aura was vigorous and overbearing. Xianxia. Dong Huangte said with a solemn expression. He might not care about Gui Gu, but who was Xianxia? He was Xianxia of the Heavenly Profound Sect, the strongest person in the Chilean boundary. He was also the strongest competitor for the Battle Royale of the 9 boundaries. Or rather, everyone was competing against him. He was a prodigy of a generation, traveling unhindered in the Chilean boundary for thousands of years. Xianxia wore a green robe, his temperament was refined. His eyes were as bright as the stars. His slender figure was like a sharp sword, piercing into one's heart, making one feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in one's throat. 2 skinny young men stood behind him. They were the other 2 experts of the Heavenly Profound Sect, Xian Lang and Xian Qing. One look and one could tell that they were not ordinary people. In the entire Chilean boundary, the most mysterious person was Xianxia. Even though he had never taken any action, he was worshipped like a god. Gui Gu and Dong Huangte, even though they were the top 3 of the 10 great sects, they were still not on the pedestal. However, Xianxia was a legendary man. Rumor had it that he had once withstood a blow from a half-step ultimate god expert without suffering any injuries. Such courage and determination had left countless people in the dust. Who would dare to take a blow from a half-step ultimate god expert? You've finally appeared. Gui Gu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. It's better to have 3 powers than 1. At least you don't have to fight alone anymore. Xianxia said faintly. He looked at Gui Gu with a calm expression. His appearance was to break the stalemate. Jiang Chen, I know you. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled. He could feel that Xianxia's strength was stronger than Gui Gu and Dong Huangte. He had reached the peak of the mid-divine king realm, at least on the surface. Chapter 2850. Oh, really? Seems like I'm quite proud to be admired by the strongest of the Chilean Empire. Jiang Chen smiled and said. The Eastern Emperor sect has 2 peerless experts, a genius like Dong Huangte and a monstrous one like you. Not every sect can achieve such a feat, Xianxia said. Before he entered the Wang Di mountain, an elder of the sect had told him about Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chen was unstoppable in the Linhe boundary. Although it was just a rumor, it was still believable. Jiang Chen's actions in the Linhe boundary were extremely powerful and secretive. But if you guys want to touch Gui Gu, you'll have to go through me. Xianxia smiled indifferently as if he was extremely confident in himself. His overbearing aura was terrifying, at least other than Jiang Qin and Dong Huangti. No one would dare to go against his words. He was like a king of the 9 heavens, ordering people around, not allowing anyone to go against his words. Xianxia, you're quite arrogant. I, Dong Huangtai, have never been afraid of you. Dong Huangtai, a Lung said as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia was not angry, he smiled and nodded. If you win against me, you'll be the strongest in the Chilean boundary. But first you have to be able to do it. Xianxia seemed to be on the same side as Gui Gu. Dong Huangtai knew that it was impossible for him to fight both of them at the same time. Jiang Chen's strength was unfathomable to him. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they might not be able to turn the situation around. Hence he could only give up. Help! Motherfucker, I've met a ghost. Screams reverberated in the void. There were at least 30 to 40 people, all of them looked extremely miserable. Zhang Tianming was the first to rush out of the frozen canyon. Everyone's face was pale. Dozens of Divine King experts were like stray dogs at this moment. Look, why did those people run out? Mo Sanpao said in a deep voice. These people had already fought fiercely in the icebound canyon and many of them had died. But now they were all scared out of their wits and had a miserable look on their faces. When Zhang Tianming saw Gui Gu, his expression changed slightly. So you plotted against me, Gui Gu, I will not let you live. Zhang Tianming's eyes were cold. He was finally sure that this guy was plotting against him. He already knew that there was a monster under the river. So what? You yourself are as stupid as a pig. Do you want others to pay the price for your conceit? Trash. Gui Gu sneered, looking at Zhang Tianming as if he was looking at a fool. Gui Gu, I will kill you. Zhang Tianming roared in rage. His mid-divine king strength was fully displayed. Previously he was chased by the giant sturgeon and was forced to run away. Now he was determined to get back at the giant sturgeon. Loser, I will let you know how powerful I, Zhang Tianming, am. Facing Zhang Tianming's madness, Gui Gu sneered. This guy realized that he had tricked him, but he did not realize how powerful he was. Does he still want to fight with me? Stupid. Gui Gu snorted. Facing Zhang Tianming, who was charging towards him, his expression was cold. He struck out with his palm. Zhang Tianming's bones were almost shattered by this palm. He was blown away. His face was pale and his injuries were severe. He was on the verge of death. Not only Zhang Tianming, the people behind Zhang Tianming had a drastic change in expression. Who would have thought that Gui Gu, who was beaten by Zhang Tianming before, would be so powerful at this moment, forcing Zhang Tianming back with a single palm? He did not even give Zhang Tianming a chance to fight back. Is this the real Gui Gu? We were all fooled by him. How could Gui Gu's strength be so weak? The genius disciple of the Killing Luo sect. We are too naive. The most naive one should be Zhang Tianming. Does this guy really think that Gui Gu is so weak that he can trample on him? Gui Gu's strength is not something we can be compared with. Those Divine King Realm experts who escaped from the frozen canyon had a drastic change of expression. Everyone knew that Zhang Tianming had shot himself in the foot. Previously Gui Gu was just toying with him. With his current strength he was not even a match for Gui Gu. Zhang Tianming was utterly defeated. Until now he still couldn't believe that he would be defeated so thoroughly. He couldn't even fight against Gui Gu. Didn't that mean that everything that happened before was just a dream? Did that mean that his strength was just an illusion? He thought that the previous battle was enough to establish his position in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. But now it seemed like he was just a chicken pecking at each other. His strength was still not enough to fight against Gui Gu. Zhang Tianming laughed out loud. His view of the world instantly collapsed. He had become a laughing stock in everyone's eyes. Gui Gu's strength was still unparalleled. However, he would definitely die. He should have guessed the ending the moment he became arrogant. Not everyone could stand on the peak and enjoy the worship of the masses. He was just living in a dream. I lost. I actually lost. Zhang Tianming murmured. He did not want to believe what was happening in front of him. He was supposed to be the great demon king of Huangdi Mountain, the one that even Gui Gu had to bow down to. But now he was being suppressed and could not even raise his head. He could not even retaliate against Gui Gu's attack. Life was like a drama. He was invincible just a moment ago. But now he was like a stray dog that everyone wanted to beat up. Those who were cheering for him previously also snorted at him. This was the will of the people. The weak would never be qualified to wag their tails and beg for mercy. Stray dog appearing here. You've indeed lost. Not only did you lose yourself but also your heart. You're too arrogant to the point that you can't even see the truth before your eyes. You want to soar into the clouds, but unfortunately the moment you fall back down you've plummeted. You no longer have any heroic spirit, and what awaits you is only heartless ridicule. Mo Sanpao sneered. He only had himself to blame. He knew that Gui Gu was hiding something. It was a pity that Zhang Tianming was too eager for success. He thought that he was invincible after defeating Gui Gu. At least he thought that no one in Wangdi Mountain could rival him. The final battle had made him fall from his dream back to reality. Zhang Tianming was ridiculed, but it was useless now. His life and death were no longer important. From the beginning till the end he was just a puppet led by the nose by the Gui Gu. Those experts who escaped from the frozen canyon looked at each other in dismay. The might of the Gui Gu was still unstoppable. Zhang Tianming only had himself to blame. This was something that nobody could change. The will of the people was the true leader. The weak would never have the right to speak in a world where strength was respected. What's going on? Chapter 2851. There's a huge demonic beast in the underground river of the valley. It swallowed 30 to 40 Divine King Realm experts. We couldn't suppress it at all. Instead we ran away like drowning dogs. That's why we were able to keep our lives. Yeah, that demonic beast is really too terrifying. It can swallow the heavens and the earth and no one can stop it. Dong Huang Tai looked at Gui Gu. Gui Gu sneered. Why? Scared? Don't come if you're scared. Gui Gu took the lead and rushed into the ice-sealed canyon when everyone else retreated out of it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Go back if you're scared. This silver dragon fruit is mine. Gui Gu's voice reverberated in the void. Everyone fell into silence. However, Dong Huang Tai was not afraid. Gui Gu dared to enter the tiger's den. What's there for him to worry about? Since you're going, why can't I, Dong Huang Tai, go too? Dong Huang Tai turned into a stream of light and rushed into the canyon. Let's go and see what's in the canyon that made them so afraid. Xianxia smiled and said softly. Xian Lang and Xian Qing, who were behind him, nodded and rushed into the canyon without hesitation. It might be dangerous this time. If you're not willing, you can stay here. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. This was not a child's play. There were so many Divine King Realm experts running away like drowning dogs. This demonic beast was not simple at all. I'll be wherever you are. Yan Qingqing held Jiang Chen's hand and smiled. With him around, there's nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. His heart was extremely calm when Yan Qingqing was around because it was an indescribable place to return to. Everyone can go. Moling Dongshan can go too. Moling Dongshan looked at Yan Qingqing and Jiang Chen and said faintly. Mo Kehan swore to follow them since he was a member of the Mo clan. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao did not hesitate either. Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun wanted to enter but were stopped by Jiang Chen. It's not easy to have someone who loves you, Jiang Chen said to Dong Huang Taiji. Dong Huang Taiji smiled bitterly and nodded. He did not go in. Moreover, he was severely injured and it was enough for Murong Yun to protect him. Those who escaped from the canyon didn't choose to go in after experiencing life and death. The best way was to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the experts came out from the canyon, they might be able to reap the benefits. If no one came out from the canyon, then they might become the final winner of the battle royale of the 9 counties. Now that Xianxia, Gui Gu and Dong Huang Tai have entered the frozen canyon, I hope none of them come out. That's right. If that's the case, we'll be the final victors of this battle. When there's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey claims to be the king. So what? If they're all dead, then we'll have a chance to take the throne. No one was a fool. Perhaps waiting for a hare to come to them wouldn't make them the final winner, but they would be able to survive and become the winner of life. After all, death was like the extinguishing of a lamp. Once one died, everything would be over. So what if one was talented? At the bottom of the frozen canyon, the Emerald River had already regained its calmness. The reflection of the ginkgo tree on the bank of the river was reflected. When Guigu entered the river again, there was not a single ripple on the river. It was even strangely quiet. It was completely different from before. However, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. There was even a murderous aura. There must have been dozens of Divine King Realm experts here not long ago. Even the Emerald River water gave people a great pressure. Come out. Guigu threw a punch. The river shook and water splashed everywhere. Everything within 100 miles turned into ice. Roar. A deafening roar was heard. Guigu's expression changed as he quickly retreated. The gigantic giant sturgeon appeared on top of the river, circling continuously, its aura overshadowing the sky. Greedy humans. Looks like you guys are willing to sacrifice your lives for the silver dragon fruit. The giant sturgeon Lung Lung said with anger. He had already killed more than 40 Divine King Realm experts, but there were still people who dared to come. It seemed like the silver dragon fruit was quite tempting. Treasures would always be guarded by spiritual beasts. As expected, the giant sturgeon's strength had reached the late Divine King realm. It was a half-step hierarch realm. Guigu quickly retreated with a solemn expression. This fella's aura was terrifying. Everyone wants good stuff. The silver dragon fruit is more attractive than this. Guigu Lingling said. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The taste of a human is quite delicious. Guga guga. The giant sturgeon flapped its fins, splashing the green river. Its two giant eyes stared at Guigu with a hint of ridicule. There's really a giant monster. No wonder so many people were scared away. Dong Huang Tai appeared on the river bank and sneered. However, he was still shocked by the giant sturgeon. The beast's strength was much higher than theirs. Looks like there are quite a lot of people who don't know what's good for them. The giant sturgeon said in disdain. It did not react to Dong Huang Tai's appearance. It was not affected at all. Interesting. A giant sturgeon. I'll cook it later. It'll be a delicious dish. Xianxia said with a laugh. The coldness in his eyes did not fade away. This giant sturgeon was indeed domineering. However, it seems like we must take down this giant sturgeon to obtain the silver dragon fruit. The silver dragon fruit was a treasure. It was reasonable for such a powerful beast to protect it. Looks like you guys did not disappoint me. Guigu said with a faint smile. It was impossible for him to defeat the giant sturgeon alone. Hence they had to join hands to kill it in order to have a chance of survival. A bunch of greedy fellas. You guys will pay for your stupidity. The giant sturgeon's voice reverberated in the valley. Guigu, Dong Huang Tai and Xianxia stood in 3 different directions, surrounding the giant sturgeon. The giant sturgeon snorted at the 3 of them. Guys, let's join hands and kill it. What do you think? Guigu looked at Dong Huang Tai and Xianxia. The 2 of them knew that none of them could defeat the giant sturgeon alone. As long as the giant sturgeon was here, it was like a huge mountain in front of them. Killing it first was the best solution. That's what I was thinking. Chapter 2852. 3 heroes against the sturgeon demon. I will definitely crush you into ashes today. Guigu sneered as a long black saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the giant sturgeon with endless saber light. Seeing Guigu's move, Dong Huang Tai also activated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art and joined hands to fight against the sturgeon. The 2 of them immediately rushed forward. A terrifying aura swept across the void and the green river water gushed out. The giant sturgeon let out a roar and resisted Guigu's attack head-on. Dong Huang Tai's attack failed to leave a mark on the giant sturgeon's body. A palm strike that was powerful enough to kill a mid-Divine King expert failed to do anything to the giant sturgeon. Looks like you're quite capable. Xianxia sneered as his eyes shone with light. A silver light sword swept across the battlefield. The sturgeon slammed onto the riverbank and leaped up, its slender fins sweeping towards Xianxia. Xianxia retreated in order to advance, fearlessly slashing his silver light sword on the sturgeon's body. Light and shadow intertwined, dazzling and golden. The 3 of them continued to attack, but they couldn't gain the slightest advantage over the sturgeon. Such a terrifying demonic beast. Emo Sanpao took a deep breath and said solemnly. This demonic beast could probably kill him in a matter of minutes. Only experts like Dong Huang Tai could fight against this sturgeon. Yeah, it was the best decision for us to leave this place. Luo Ping said. He could not help but think of Luo Ninger, who was killed by Gui Gu. His eyes were burning with anger. He must kill Gui Gu to avenge Ninger. Luo Ping's heart was filled with hatred. However, he knew that he was not Gui Gu's opponent. Even Jiang Qin did not injure Gui Gu severely in the previous battle. Hence he felt even more depressed. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Gui Gu will definitely die. Jiang Qin could see Luo Ping's depression and anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. His beloved was killed and he could only watch helplessly as his enemy was right in front of him. This helplessness and pain made Jiang Qin understand the pride in Luo Ping's heart. Brother Jiang, Luo Ping said in a low voice inside. Right now he could only place all his hopes on Jiang Qin. There was nothing he could do. Seems like it will take some time to eliminate the sturgeon demonic beast. Even Xianxia and the other two might not be able to win. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She had been following beside Jiang Qin since the beginning. When Jiang Qin didn't make a move, she quietly stayed by his side. That's none of my business. We'll take action when they're busy fighting. As the three great kings of the Chilean region, they should be aware of this. Jiang Qin stood with his arms crossed and narrowed his eyes. This sturgeon demonic beast was not as simple as they thought. Jiang Qin could even sense the aura of a hierarch from its body. However, its strength was not beyond the hierarch realm. Otherwise, Jiang Qin believed that Xianxia and the other two would have sensed its aura and they would not seek their own deaths. The difference between the hierarch realm and the divine king realm was like heaven and earth. A half-step hierarch might have a chance to survive, but a hierarch expert would definitely die. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art Dong Huang Sword Rain. Dong Huang Tai's figure was like a flash of lightning as he rotated in the void. A rain of swords fell from the sky with a terrifying momentum. The sturgeon demonic beast roared in anger as it flew up in response. Its 100-zhang body was crushing everyone, forcing them to take a step back. The rain of swords fell on the sturgeon demonic beast's body, leaving bloody marks on its body. Gui Gu took advantage of the situation and attacked with his saber shadow. Ghost Sex Blood Demon Saber. The saber shadow turned into 100 zhang long and swept across the riverbed, crushing everything in its path. The sturgeon demonic beast's eyes kept rolling. Dong Huangte's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, even it did not dare to take them head-on. Roar. A deafening roar was heard as the sturgeon demonic beast kept roaring. It destroyed the saber light of the blood demon saber and took a step back. Its eyes were sharp and cold as if it was extremely solemn. Mysterious Heaven Sword Art. 7 Swords / the Heavenly Dipper. Xianxinji's sword shadows were blurred, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo and purple. The sword shadows fell from the sky. The giant sturgeon rolled up trying to dodge the 7 terrifying swords. However, Xianxinji's sword chi was too terrifying and fast. Even Jiang Qin became solemn. Although this fella's sword realm was not as strong as Feng Bai's, the mightiness of his sword technique was also extremely terrifying. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Qin to block the attack. The 7 swords fell one after another. The sturgeon demonic beast moved like lightning and dodged 3 of the swords. However, the last 4 swords still made it suffer. The 3 of them changed their attacks again, not giving the sturgeon demonic beast any chance to escape. They kept suppressing the sturgeon demonic beast, making it unable to raise its head. Damned fellas, a group of despicable humans, I will definitely kill you all. The sturgeon demonic beast scolded and jumped over the dragon gate, diving into the river again and disappearing. Ah, so weak. This sturgeon demonic beast probably knows that it is no match for us, so it ran away. Gui Gu said with a cold smile. The 3 of them were getting stronger and stronger. The sturgeon demonic beast was already on the receiving end of their attacks. If this continued, the sturgeon demonic beast would definitely be unwilling to lose its 100,000 years of cultivation. Moreover, demonic beasts were usually more cunning than humans. This guy is not heavily injured, I hope it won't come back. Dong Huang Tai said with a solemn expression. He did not let his guard down because of this. The sturgeon demonic beast had jumped into the river again, it must be afraid of them. However, it was hard to guarantee that it would not come back under the influence of the silver dragon fruit. Senior brother Donghuang, this river can transform the body of a divine king. You must not be reckless. Jiang Chen said. Donghuang glanced at Jiang Chen and nodded silently. After all, Jiang Chen was also considered as a member of the Eastern Emperor sect. He would definitely not harm him. Although he did not interact much with Jiang Chen, he could see that Donghuang trusted Jiang Chen. Others might not know this, but he knew his own brother like the back of his hand. Donghuang was a prideful person. He would definitely not treat someone with respect unless they were close to him. Moreover, Donghuang was very respectful towards Jiang Chen. Therefore Donghuang trusted Jiang Chen. Seems like this sturgeon demonic beast knows that it is no match for us and wants to protect the silver dragon fruit. But let's see if it has the ability to do so. Chapter 2853. The silver dragon fruit's spiritual aura was overflowing, making people feel relaxed. The silver dragon fruit has finally ripened, releasing its spiritual aura. Looks like this is the best time to harvest it. Jiang Chen murmured. However, he was not in a hurry to take action as he did not want to be the target of everyone. Above the ginkgo tree, the silvery light flickered. Everyone's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, no one would let go of the silver dragon fruit. At the very least, those with strength would be eyeing the silver dragon fruit, wanting to become a strong competitor for it. Xianqing, protect me. Xianxia shouted. Two silhouettes appeared on the river bank and Xianxia went straight for the silver dragon fruit. Trying to get the silver dragon fruit? Guigu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. He rushed forward and wanted to stop Xianxia. However, he was blocked by Xianlang and a fierce palm wind blocked Guigu's way. You're just a tiny speck of light and you dare to compete with the moon? You're courting death. Guigu shouted. His sword and blade slashed the river. Xianlang was strong as he had reached the peak of early Divine King realm. He tried his best to stop Guigu, not to win but to buy time for Xianxia. Xianqing did the same. He blocked Donghuang, not giving him any chance to attack. At this moment, Xianxia went straight for the silver dragon fruit. Roar! Just when everyone was holding their breath and watching this scene, countless water pillars spurted out from the green river once again and rushed up to the sky, blocking Xianxia's path. The water pillars were terrifying. Xianxia's expression changed and he quickly took a few steps back. He unleashed a powerful air wave and dispersed the water pillars. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. The dragon's head was shining with silver radiance. Its horn was terrifying and the scales on its body became more dazzling. Its fins retreated, revealing its sharp claws. Its eyes were still as domineering, bloodthirsty and gloomy as usual. Is this the giant sturgeon just now? This is not an ordinary sturgeon demon. This is a sturgeon demon in the dragon transformation stage. It has already undergone 70 to 80% transformation. The silver dragon fruit is not something you can touch. Lowly humans go to hell. The sturgeon demon had transformed into a sturgeon dragon. This was out of everyone's expectation. The dragon sturgeon appeared and devoured everything. The dragon chi was so strong that Xianxia was almost blown away. The dragon sturgeon's body was long and it was 100 feet long. Xianxia could not withstand it at all and he quickly dodged it. Luckily, he was strong enough to defend himself so he was not injured. Damn it! It's a dragon sturgeon. Not only Xianxia, even Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. The sturgeon demon might be strong but the dragon sturgeon was not at the same level as him. Any demonic beast with the word dragon in their name would not be easy to deal with. Especially this branch of the dragon clan which had transformed through cultivation. It was comparable to a real dragon. Although Jiang Chen was cultivating the dragon transformation skill and he had met some dragon souls, he had never seen a real dragon before. But even so, it was still quite rare to see a branch of the dragon beast clan. This was because they had all relied on their own efforts to successfully transform into dragons. Naturally, there was no need to say much about their foundations. If they did not have talent, how could they transform into dragons? Although the sturgeon demon is strong, it's still manageable. Once the dragon sturgeon appears, I'm afraid that this battle will be extremely difficult. Dong Huang Tai's expression changed drastically. Gui Gu and the others were also shocked. Those who transform into a dragon are all great demons. The python is the supreme, followed by the jiao. The sturgeon is the most difficult, and the snake can ascend to the sky. It means that the python is the supreme among all the dragons, and it's not inferior to a real dragon. The jiao is the second, but it's not ordinary either. The sturgeon is the most difficult, and the snake is the most difficult to transform into a dragon. Zixi said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy. At this moment even he had the intention to retreat. Is this dragon sturgeon really that terrifying? Jiang Chen said with a frown. If it's an ordinary sturgeon demon, of course I'm not afraid. However, the dragon sturgeon has left the sturgeon demon's camp and has even become a part of the dragon race. Do you know that the dragon clan is the pride of the heavens when they are born? There's no difference in the heavenly god realm. An adult dragon can step into the divine king realm without cultivating. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. He looked at the ferocious dragon sturgeon and his expression became even more terrible. What a great dragon! What a great dragon sturgeon! Jiangchen took a deep breath. The dragon clan was too heaven-defying. They were born as heavenly god realm and they could reach the divine king realm without cultivating. Many prodigies of the divine world had failed to reach the divine king realm. Reincarnation was also a skill. There was a reason why the dragon clan was rare. Because the dragon clan's talent could not be described with the word abnormal. What are you waiting for? Xianxia roared in rage. The dragon sturgeon hovered in the sky and surrounded him. At this moment Xianxia's roar stopped Xianlang and Xianqing from fighting. Dong Huang Tai and Gui Gu looked at each other with a solemn expression. They immediately took action. If the dragon sturgeon was not killed, all of them would die. If they saw Xianxia being suppressed or killed by the dragon sturgeon, they would not be able to escape. The strength of the dragon sturgeon was beyond their imagination. The body of the dragon sturgeon was already difficult for them to deal with. Now that the dragon sturgeon had turned into a dragon sturgeon, it was really shocking. Xianxia's silver light fell down and the sword shadows were densely packed. Each sword shadow was stronger than the previous one. However, it was still not enough to defend against the dragon sturgeon's powerful attack. The head and tail of the dragon sturgeon shook the mountains and rivers. Xianxia was very cautious. The aura of the dragon sturgeon had completely suppressed him. Although Xianxia was shocked, he did not panic. If he panicked now, he would die a horrible death. Peak of the late divine king realm. Such a dragon sturgeon could even fight against a half-step hierarch. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was extremely shocked. It seemed like the silver dragon fruit was not that easy to get. Silver light, falling rain, flying white scarlet. Xianxia's silver light sword kept clashing with the dragon sturgeon's giant claw. Brother Xian, let me help you. Gui Gu also arrived. Together with Dong Huang Tai, Xianqing and Xianlang, they managed to defend against the dragon sturgeon's attack and saved Xianxia from being killed. The dragon sturgeon was enraged. Its giant claw tore the void apart. The chilly wind was roaring and it was extremely violent. Xianlang was caught in the attack and he could not dodge it in time. He was crushed by the dragon sturgeon's claw. It was a terrifying scene. Xianqing's heart trembled. He had completely lost his fighting strength. He could only run away as he was afraid that he would be killed by the dragon sturgeon's claw. Chapter 2854. Such a terrifying fella. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. Xianlang's strength was definitely not weaker than Luo Ping's. However, he was caught and killed in an instant. At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale because they might be the next one to be killed. Motherfucker, should we leave now? Mo Sanpao gritted his teeth, feeling extremely excited. That Xianlang was not weaker than him, but he was not even enough to fill the gap between the dragon sturgeon's teeth. Let's wait and see. Luo Ping said in a low voice. At this moment, it was up to Xianxia and the other two to suppress the dragon sturgeon. If they failed, they might have to run for their lives. I'm afraid that the three of them won't be able to suppress the dragon sturgeon. Jiang Chen said. He saw that Xianxia and the other two had to use all of their strength to fight against the dragon sturgeon. However, the situation was not as good as they had imagined. Each of them was suppressed by the dragon sturgeon's aura and they could not even lift their heads. They were even getting beaten up by the dragon sturgeon as if it was a toy. The three's defense was already in a mess. They would not be able to hold on for long if this continued. You're just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The dragon sturgeon sneered and its huge claw fell down from the sky. Guigu had no chance to dodge it. He waved his blade and retreated in order to advance. However, he still could not resist the powerful pressure from the dragon sturgeon. Puff! Guigu spurted out a mouthful of blood. He kept retreating but he was still powerless against the dragon sturgeon. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Boundless Heaven and Earth. A terrifying storm was formed from Donghuang Tai's hand. The storm was rolling and the river bank was flooded. Donghuang Tai had used all of his strength. This was his most powerful technique. Such terrifying power. Mo Sanpao sighed. This is the aura a genius should have. Luo Ping was also shocked. At this moment, Donghuang Tai had blocked the dragon sturgeon's attack with his own strength. Boundless heavens and earth, the hurricane roared. The collision between the dragon sturgeon and Donghuang Tai had shocked everyone. The Eastern Emperor Limitless Art had taught everyone a lesson. As one of the three great sects of the Qilian boundary, the Eastern Emperor sect's Eastern Emperor Limitless Art was their trump card. At this moment, Guigu and Xianxinji's eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity. Donghuang Tai was holding the dragon sturgeon back. The two of them would be the best time to attack. Ghost Gate Soul Net Formation. Guigu's expression became solemn as he casted a formation. Countless ghost shadows formed into a heavenly net, attacking the dragon sturgeon. Even an elephant could be killed by a large number of ants, let alone the dragon sturgeon which was being held back by Donghuang Tai. We must delay him. Donghuang Tai, this is our last chance. Xianxinji shouted. Profound heavenly sword technique, shadowless sword. Xianxinji stepped on the Big Dipper and moved forward. Blue light shone, shadowless and formless. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the dragon sturgeon was unleashed. At this moment, the Ghost Gate Soul Net formation and the shadowless sword had caused great damage to the dragon sturgeon. However, Donghuang Tai, who was fighting the dragon sturgeon, had consumed a lot of his divine origin qi. Especially the pressure from the dragon sturgeon. Donghuang Tai was heavily injured but he still managed to delay the dragon sturgeon with his Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, buying enough time for Xianxinji and Guigu. Kill him while he's down. Guigu sneered. The long blade in his hand turned into a ghastly shadow, dashing forward like a jackal, wolf, tiger or leopard. It pierced through the dragon sturgeon's eyes. The dragon sturgeon let out a blood-curdling screech. The mountains and rivers were shattered and the earth was shaking. The branches of the 100 Zhonglong body smashed onto the valley, causing rocks to roll down. Today shall be the day of your death. At the last moment, Xianxinji turned into a sword shadow and pierced through the dragon sturgeon's body countless times, making everyone's scalp numb. Finally, Xianxinji stood firmly on the dragon sturgeon's head and looked down upon the crowd. Donghuang Tai had consumed a lot of his energy and fell down from the sky. This is the moment. Guigu's expression was gloomy. The dragon sturgeon was dying, its life was in their hands. At this critical moment, Guigu's target was Donghuang Tai. Guigu you, Donghuang Tai was furious. He never expected that Guigu would turn his spear to kill him right after the three of them defeated the dragon sturgeon. They were fighting together just a second ago but now they had become mortal enemies. Undeniably it was ironic. Donghuang Tai had contributed a lot in fighting against the dragon sturgeon, he even almost lost his life. But in the end he was still the first person that Guigu wanted to kill. Guigu struck out more than 10 palm strikes. Donghuang Tai managed to dodge most of them. However, he still couldn't escape from Guigu's clutches. Guigu had planned this from the start and Donghuang Tai was heavily injured. He was caught unprepared and was heavily injured by Guigu. Xianxinji and Leng Leng looked at this scene calmly and coldly. If Guigu did not take action he would definitely not let Donghuang Tai go. An opponent like Donghuang Tai was a huge threat to them. Since Dong Huang Taita was willing to pay such a huge price to kill the dragon sturgeon, why not? However, Dong Huang Taita must be eliminated after making use of him. You've shown your worth, there's no need for you to continue living. Gui Gu sneered. His speed was too fast. Dong Huang Taita kept retreating under his storm-like attacks. Eventually he had nowhere to run. Damn it. Dong Huang Taita did not expect this to happen. He was extremely disappointed. The three of them fought against the dragon sturgeon together and he became the one to be sacrificed. Moreover, Gui Gu still wanted to kill him. I will remember you, Dong Huang Taita. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Divine Golden Bell. At this moment, a layer of golden light appeared around Dong Huang Taita. The divine golden bell covered his entire body. Gui Gu's attacks could not move an inch. He thought that Dong Huang Taita would definitely die, but he managed to survive. To think that you have such terrifying combat strength. Gui Gu stared at Dong Huang Taita coldly. Even he was slightly stunned. Who do you think you are to touch the people of my Eastern Emperor sect? Jiang Chen Lung stared at Gui Gu. At this moment, it was similar to what happened to Jiang Chen in Lingju City. Chapter 2855. Dong Huang Taita smiled bitterly. He felt a sense of relief. When he was in despair and thought that there was nothing he could do, he was saved by Jiang Chen. Most importantly, this scene was exactly the same as when he saved Jiang Chen. Life is full of ups and downs. Dong Huang Taita believed that if he still had his strength, he wouldn't have been kicked out by Gui Gu for the silver dragon fruit. His selfless contribution became a laughable sacrifice in the end. It was worthless. Jiang Chen's appearance undoubtedly made Dong Huang Taita excited, but how much of a burden could he carry? At least in his opinion, Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary. However, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would be in a disadvantageous position in a life-and-death battle with Gui Gu and Xianxia. He might even end up like him. Good. So it's you, kid. Do you really think that I can't kill you? You're too naive. You don't even put Dong Huang Taita in my eyes. How can you compare to him? Gui Gu said disdainfully. Since Jiang Chen had saved Dong Huang Taita, he was unhappy about it. It's time to teach this reckless fella a lesson. You're right, brother. Gui Gu is right. The scum of the Eastern Emperor sect must be killed. We are willing to follow brother Gui Gu. A cold laugh rang out. A skinny young man who was as thin as a match slowly walked over. He was so skinny that he was only skin and bones. However, his gaze was extremely sinister and terrifying. Xianxia, to think that you've learned how to suck up to those in power. The pride of the Xianxia sect has vanished from your body. Gui Gu said faintly. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, and a fine day chooses its master. Now that the Dong Huang sect is so ruined, why don't I take this opportunity to join hands with brother Gui Gu and trample on the Dong Huang sect? As for the silver dragon fruit, I, Xianxia, know my limits and will definitely not snatch it from brother Gui Gu. Xianxia said with a chuckle. Although he was slightly weaker than Gui Gu, Dong Huang Taita and the others, he was not someone to be trifled with. It was quite surprising that he was able to serve under Gui Gu. In the Battle of the Thunder Rush Sea, only the people of the Dong Huang sect walked out of the Thunder Rush Sea alive. Isn't that enough to explain everything? As far as I know, the members of the 10 great sects all died at the hands of the Dong Huang sect. I must avenge them. I believe brother Gui Gu also wants to take revenge for the sect. You dogs of the Xianxia sect are everywhere. Jiang Chen sneered. A wise man submits to circumstances. Dong Huang Taita has already lost. How much more can you do? If we join forces, your Dong Huang sect will have no place to stand. Xianxia's expression was cold as he stared fearlessly at Jiang Chen. Everyone in the Dong Huang sect has the right to kill them. Count me in too. A dragon shadow covered the sky and covered the earth. Everyone was shocked. The dragon shadow retreated and a handsome young man in white stood proudly in the void. I, Long Xingyun, am willing to join forces with brother Xian. I, Long Xingyun, will not be merciful. I will definitely kill the people of the Dong Huang sect and kill Jiang Chen. There's a ruthless person, Long Xingyun from the Nine Dragon Palace. His strength is comparable to Xianxia. Zishi squinted his eyes and said. All right, with brother Long's help, the people of the Dong Huang sect will not be able to escape from the Ice Seal Canyon. Xianxia said faintly. Zhou Xian from the mysterious sect. Hua Yingxiong from the 8 trigrams sect is willing to follow Brother Xian. I hope that Brother Xian can protect us. Zhou Xian and Hua Yingxiong also joined Xianxia at this moment. With their current strength, they would definitely not be able to fight for the silver dragon fruit. However, if they chose the right side, they would definitely be invincible. Even if they could not get the silver dragon fruit, they would still be able to enter the Tongxian mansion. What a gathering of heroes. Looks like I've become everyone's target. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It was obvious that he and the Donghuang sect had become everyone's target. Long Xingyun, to think that the 9 Dragon Palace is so ungrateful. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Long Xinghua would have died in the battle at the Thunder Rush Sea. To think that the 9 Dragon Palace would repay kindness with enmity. Zishi said angrily. Leng Leng stared at Long Xingyun. He saved her, not me. Why should I repay him? I only know that only those who survive have the right to speak. Long Xingyun's eyes lit up like the stars in the sky. He sneered and completely ignored Zishi's words. This is the difference between a human and a dog. A dog is a dog, but a human might not be a human. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. Although he had become everyone's target, and those fellows were all standing on their own sides, afraid that they would be sacrificed in the battle between Xianxia and Gui Gu. It's the Donghuang sect that harmed you. Donghuang Tai smiled bitterly and looked at Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, I will always be by your side. I will have no regrets even if I die. Yan Qingqing stood beside Jiang Chen and said gently. Don't say such depressing words. The ones who will die might not be us. I saw the word, die written on their heads. Jiang Chen said with a smile. There were still many experts behind him, but compared to Gui Gu and Xianxia, they were a little lacking. Boss Jiang, Mo Qihan swears to follow you. We've fought together in the divine tomb. I will not embarrass you. Without a doubt, Mo Qihan would not back down. Although Moling Dongchen did not say anything, her silence showed that she had made the wisest decision. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpeo's strength were on par with Mo Qihan. The only ones who could help Jiang Chen win were Yan Qingqing, Zishi and Moling Dongchen. Jiang Chen, there's no need to force it. Donghuang Tai's words were obviously to persuade Jiang Chen to leave as soon as possible. Although they might not be a match for Gui Gu and Xianxia, they might not be able to catch up to them. In Jiang Chen's eyes, there is no such thing as retreat. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but his confidence stunned Donghuang Tai. Did he underestimate Jiang Chen from the beginning? I wanted to fight him, but now Jiang Chen sacrificed himself to save me. This made Donghuang Tai ashamed. Perhaps this was his fate. Donghuang Tai did not expect that he would become the sacrifice to defeat the dragon sturgeon. Their chance of winning this battle was less than 10%. It all depended on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen lost, he would be utterly defeated. If Jiang Chen was strong, he would still have a chance of survival. But it was just a chance. Brother Xian, we can postpone our battle. Since everyone wants the Eastern Emperor Sex fella dead, we should not disregard the public's opinion. What do you think? Gui Gu said with a cold smile. As you wish. Chapter 2856. Everyone, we can only succeed in this battle, we cannot fail. Zishi said in a deep voice. Everyone who followed behind Jiang Chen was unafraid of death. Compared to the people behind Gui Gu and Xianxia, their aura was much stronger. Everyone held their breath and did not dare to be careless. Who could be careless when it was a matter of life and death? Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen, Zishi, Mo Qihan, Luo Ping, Mo Sanpao, and everyone else had placed their hopes on Jiang Chen. If he could win the battle, everyone would be happy. However, if he lost, it would be an epic disaster. Xian Qing, Zhou Xian, Hua Yingxiong, don't disappoint me. Xianxia said faintly. We will not let Brother Xian down. Mo Sanpeo's face turned gloomy, but he was not afraid. However, his heart was still beating fast. Jiang Chen's name had spread throughout the battle royale of the 9 boundaries, but compared to Gui Gu and Xianxia, he was still lacking. Brother Luo, this time I am putting my life in your hands, Brother Jiang Chen. Mo Sanpeo's expression changed from his usual joking and scolding. I dare not say how strong Zhang Chen is, but he has never been defeated before. Luo Ping firmly believed that Zhang Chen could turn the tide. At this moment they had no other choice. Zhang Chen was their last hope. Luo Ping's words made Mo Sanpao's body tremble. This sentence made him feel a little comforted. Mo Sanpao's worries were not a problem. After all, it was not an easy thing to place one's life in the hands of others. All right, Mo Sanpao will not retreat today. Mo Sanpao, Mo Qihan and Luo Ping went against Xianqing and the other two. On the other side, Gui Gu's underlings Shin Lianqiao and his brother Shin Tianqiao and Long Xingyun went against Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen and Zixi respectively. Following Yan Qingqing and the rest, only Gui Gu and Xian Shinji were left. Dong Huang Tide did not have the strength to fight anymore. His biggest hope was for Jiang Chen to leave as soon as possible. As long as there's life, there's hope. However, not only did Jiang Chen not listen to him, he wanted to fight Xian Shinji and Gui Gu to the death. It was no different from digging his own grave. Jiang Chen, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. The long blade in Gui Gu's hand moved slightly and the blade radiance started to tremble. This battle could break out at any time. Is that so? I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so. Are you two going to fight one-on-one, or are you going to come at me together? Jiang Chen said with disdain. His face was filled with arrogance. Even Xian Shinji looked solemn. Is he really going to fight against the two of us? Lad, be careful. Who gave you the courage to provoke us? Xian Shinji stared at Jiang Chen coldly. There's no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. Brother Xian, you don't have to do it this time. Jiang Chen has killed many of our killing Luo sect's disciples. It's only right for me to teach him a lesson. Right. Xian Shinji took a step back while Gui Gu charged forward. Wherever his long blade pointed, a sharp radiance would shine. Get lost. Jiang Chen roared furiously. He did not hold back at all and immediately casted the dragon transformation. He struck out a thunderous punch and clashed with Gui Gu's blade light. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He turned around and raised his sword. The heavenly dragon sword broke through the sky and fell down continuously. The wind and the sword were unstoppable. Good sword. Xian Shinji's eyes turned cold. He did not care about Jiang Chen's life, but the sword in Jiang Chen's hand made him feel shocked and excited. Because the sword was too terrifying. The reason why Jiang Chen's strength could increase so much was because of the existence of this sword. Jiang Chen took the lead. He must make sure that Yan Qingqing and the others have no worries. Otherwise, if he lost in terms of momentum, the people behind him would be in a disadvantageous position in today's battle. Freezing 3,000 Li sword. A cold light flashed and the sword chi swept across the place. Gui Gu kept retreating and pointed his long blade at Su Mo, not to be outdone. Look at my ghost/9 nether. Gui Gu's long blade was surrounded by blue-black lightning. It was extremely powerful. The blade and the sword intertwined with each other. Both the blade chi and the sword radiance were extremely shocking. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword finally forced Gui Gu to retreat with an overwhelming advantage. The terrifying sword chi made Gui Gu feel extremely pressured. His clothes were torn and he looked extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, he managed to counteract most of the power of the sword. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse situation. Your ghost slash is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Jiang Chen sneered. The sword chi approached him again and it was even more powerful than before. Limitless sword, fifth blade. Gui Gu's face turned pale when he saw the fifth blade. He was forced to retreat by Jiang Chen's move previously. He would not fall at the same place twice. Heavenly ghost/demon. The blade radiance in Gui Gu's hand changed again. He clashed with Jiang Chen's figure. Both of them dared not to be careless. Jiang Chen executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He was careful with every step he took, attacking and defending. He would not give Gui Gu any chance. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step ascends to heaven. Jiang Chen's mightiness was unstoppable. With the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Gui Gu basically had no chance to fight back. The fifth sword fell and the sword chi rippled. Even Xian Shinji couldn't compete with this sword technique, which meant that he couldn't defeat the fifth sword technique. This sword technique was performed by Jiang Chen after learning Feng Bai's sword technique. It was not pure. However, it was undeniable that the scariest part of this sword technique was not the sword chi but the understanding of the sword principle. The deeper the understanding of the sword principle, the scarier the sword technique would be. The fifth blade pressed the void and Guigu retreated again and again. Jiang Chen took the chance to chase after him. Guigu finally could not take it anymore. You forced me to do this. Jiang Chen, since you're looking for death, then you shall bid farewell to me forever. Guigu shouted. His figure kept flashing and his speed was extremely fast. Even Jiang Chen could not figure out what he was trying to do. Ghastly 13 needles. Soul-piercing needle. Guigu's figure changed and turned into 13 figures, surrounding Jiang Chen. Every figure was holding a 3-inch silver needle. The needle was sharp and Jiang Chen had no choice but to defend himself. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Jiang Chen activated the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. The battle between the two started at this moment. After Jiang Chen performed the dragon transformation, his body had already reached an unprecedented peak. Moreover, when he activated the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor again, even the Essence Soul weapon could not compare to his body. Chapter 2857. Break it. Guigu roared and 13 needles pierced through the sky. Jiang Chen raised his blade and the 13 needles were like 13 terrifying sword rain, causing Jiang Chen to be attacked from the front and back. However, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor's defensive power was still quite strong. Even though Guigu used all his strength and strengthened the Ghost Gate's 13 needles, he still couldn't break through Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. In the end, the Ghost Gate's 13 needles lost its effect under Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. The 13 Guigu's needles were shattered and Guigu retreated with a solemn expression. However, Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was also shattered at this moment. Guigu did not know that Jiang Chen was also heavily injured. The Ghost Gate's 13 needles was indeed terrifying as it shattered Jiang Chen's Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. It would take some time for it to recover. Jiang Chen, you've really infuriated me. Even if I don't get the silver dragon fruit, I'll still tear you into pieces. Guigu's roar was thunderous and deafening. Really? You've finished your performance, it's my turn now. Jiang Chen Lung said. Heavenly Ghost devouring the sun. Guigu instantly turned into a giant black skeleton, the light and shadow blurred, black smoke rushed up to the sky. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. The Heavenly Ghost devouring the sun caused the sky to darken. Jiang Chen felt that the divine origin qi in the sky was being devoured by him. Yan Qingqing, Long Xingyun and the others looked at this scene in shock. Guigu had used his trump card, he must defeat Jiang Chen this time. Yan Qingqing's strength was considered as one of the top, stronger than Long Xingyun. However, Zixi and Xin Lianqiao as well as Moling Dongqin and Xin Lianqiao were slightly weaker. The two of them were extremely nervous and took every step carefully. The Xin Lianqiao and Xin Lianqiao's cooperation was quite terrifying. How could the genius disciples of Xin Ying sect be so weak? Both of them were being suppressed to different extents. Although there weren't too many changes for the time being, the danger they were in was only a matter of a thought. On the other hand, Mo Sanpao, Luo Ping and Mo Qihan were in danger. No matter Shi Qian or Hua Yingxiong, not to mention Xianqing, the disciple of Heavenly Profound Sect who was second only to Xian Shenji, any one of them could completely suppress Mo Sanpao and the others. Jiang Chen's side became extremely passive. All of this was under the condition that Xian Shenji had yet to take action. Once Xian Shenji took action, the situation would instantly change and become one-sided. Jiang Chen's side would be defeated. However, Mo Sanpao and the others were doing their best to resist. None of them had the slightest bit of slacking off. Life and death was a matter of a single thought. Moreover, a slight change in one hair could affect the whole body. None of them could lose this battle. Even if they had to grit their teeth, they still stubbornly held on. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen casted the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. This time it was not an ordinary Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen casted the Eastern Emperor Bell to suppress Guigu's skeleton. Your devouring power is completely meaningless to me. Jiang Chen retreated. In a blink of an eye, the divine golden bell had completely sealed Gui Gu. Gui Gu had no way out. Such a terrifying divine golden bell. Not to mention Gui Gu, even Dong Huang Taihe was shocked. This divine golden bell was many times stronger than the one he casted. Moreover, the divine golden bell had locked onto Gui Gu. Gui Gu could not do anything anymore. The powerful pressure almost made Gui Gu kneel on the ground. Dong Huang Tai, I had never seen such pressure before. Compared to the god's golden bell that sect master has displayed, I'm afraid it's not inferior at all. Just when Dong Huang Tai was shocked, Gui Gu could feel the pressure of death. Even his body was getting distorted. Is the Eastern Emperor limitless art really that terrifying? Xianxia murmured. This divine golden bell, even he would have to face it head-on. Moreover, he might not have 100% confidence that he could withstand it. Rumor has it that the Eastern Emperor sect was one of the top sects in the Lone Dragon County a million years ago. However, it declined and became one of the top 3 sects in the Chilean boundary. Many people sighed. Is the Eastern Emperor sect going to rise again? Now you should understand what it means when the devil grows 1 foot, the Tao grows 10 feet. Jiangchen Lung said. The divine golden bell shone brightly. Gui Gu's expression changed as he was being suppressed. Blood seeped out from his flesh and bones. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. His bones were cracking bit by bit. Brother Xian, save me. Gui Gu finally felt the fear of death. Save you? Nobody can save you now. Not even the heavenly king. Jiang Chen sneered. That will depend on your own luck, Yi Futian said. Xianxia was indifferent. No matter what, he would not risk his life to save Gui Gu. Just like Dong Huang Tai, who was on the verge of death. He would not make such a foolish mistake. Life and death are up to fate. Gui Gu's reincarnation, Demon King's Eye. At this moment, Gui Gu ignited his soul to break through Jiang Chen's divine golden bell. Otherwise he would be suppressed to death. Even if he dies, he would not let Jiang Chen off. You're crazy. Dong Huang Tai's expression turned pale. A divine king expert igniting his soul was equivalent to a suicide explosion. It was indescribably terrifying. Even a hierarch expert would not want to see such a thing happen. Looks like he's really forced into a dead end. Xianxia sighed helplessly and started retreating. Everyone's expression changed. If Gui Gu managed to self-destruct, no one in the entire valley would be able to escape. At least they would not be able to protect themselves. Eastern Emperor Bell, it's up to you now. See if you can restrain this fella. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He was not worried at all as he was in a dilemma. The only way was to continue using the divine golden bell to suppress Gui Gu. If he retreated, Jiang Chen would definitely be heavily injured. If he took a step forward, he would also face the risk of dying together with Gui Gu. However, Jiang Chen had never thought of retreating. Go to hell. Don't even think about getting what I can't get. Gui Gu's eyes were filled with despair and brutality. He wanted everyone to die together with him. A mid-divine king expert igniting his soul to self-destruct was a terrifying thing. Everyone retreat. Chapter 2858. In the golden divine bell, Gui Gu's aura instantly exploded. Everyone ran away in all directions. Other than Xianxia, no one could remain calm. However, Jiang Chen's expression remained the same. Some people even thought that they could not escape from Gui Gu's explosion. However, no one expected that Jiang Chen's golden divine bell could suppress the terrifying aura of Gui Gu's explosion. Jiang Chen used all of his strength. The divine origin qi in his body was completely exhausted by the divine golden bell. With the help of the Eastern Emperor Bell, he managed to suppress Gui Gu's explosion within the divine bell. The entire valley was in an uproar. Jiang Chen's figure stood proudly. Although his face was extremely pale and his aura was extremely weak, everyone knew that Jiang Chen won the battle of life and death. From now on, Gui Gu would no longer exist in the world. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he stared at the golden bell. Eastern Emperor Tai did not cheat me. Even though the Eastern Emperor Bell was broken, it was still one of the 10 great ancient divine weapons. Only the Xianyuan sword could compete with it. However, even though the Eastern Emperor bell was broken, it was still in perfect condition. Zhou Xian was slightly shocked. The person who could make the Eastern Emperor bell suffer such a heavy injury must be an ultimate celestial being. He managed to block Gui Gu's explosion? This is impossible. Zhou Xian is only an early divine king. How could he be so terrifying? I don't believe it either. However, Gui Gu's explosion did not manage to break Zhou Qian's golden divine bell. Looks like we have underestimated him. That might not be the case. He might be at the end of his rope now. He managed to block Gui Gu, but he could not block Xianxia. Everyone felt like they had just survived a disaster and their emotions were fluctuating. However, at this moment Zhou Xian was obviously heavily injured. Not to mention Xianxia, even an ordinary divine king might not be a match for him. Xianxia looked at Zhou Xian, Donghuang Tai A and Gui Gu, who had turned into ashes. His lips curled into a smile. He did not even take any action in this battle and he had already defeated all his enemies. This was the disposition of a true king. No one could compete with him. Donghuang Tai aside. He knew that even though Zhou Xian won against Gui Gu, he lost to Xianxia. At least at this moment they're all on the brink of death. If Xianxia takes action, they'll all die here. Brother Jiang, I Luo Ping will follow you for the rest of my life. Luo Ping murmured. Luo Ping was happy from the bottom of his heart. Because Zhou Xian had finally fulfilled his wish. He killed Gui Gu and took revenge for Luo Ninger. His dream was so simple. However, Luo Ping was powerless. Even Zhou Xian was heavily injured in this battle. He barely managed to suppress Gui Gu's explosion. However, his condition was worrisome. His aura was weak and unstable. I have to say that Zhou Xian is indeed a hero. Even Gui Gu was defeated by him. However, he still could not stand on the peak. Xianxia has become the final king. Mo Sanpao smiled bitterly. Zhou Xian was their last hope, but it seemed like his life was hanging by a thread. It was impossible to save him. Everyone who followed Zhou Xian had fallen into a crisis. Once Gui Gu died, everyone naturally sided with Xianxia. Everyone knew that a big tree was a good shade. However, those who did not know what was good for them would only become ghosts in Wangdi Mountain if they continued to fight. Zhou Xian, you're still too young. Brother Xian is wise. You're the leader of Wangdi Mountain. Xin Lianqiao smiled. Xin Lianqiao smiled. Now that Gui Gu was dead, he wouldn't go against Xianxia. We respect Brother Xian's prowess. How could a small Eastern Emperor sex orphan be compared to you? Haha. Long Xingyun laughed coldly. He looked down on Zhou Xian. To them, Zhou Xian was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. He might have been invincible in the past and was on par with Xianxia. However, no one could fight against Xianxia now that he and Gui Gu had perished together. Brother Xian, I would like to challenge you and kill Zhou Xian. I congratulate you. Long Xingyun said in a deep voice. At this moment he stood up and beat Zhou Xian while he was down. This task was easy for him. In his eyes, Zhou Xian didn't have much time left. Wouldn't it be better to kill him to relieve the hatred in his heart? Alright, take his head. I'll leave it to you. Xianxia said faintly. At this moment he had nothing to worry about. The number 1 position in the 9 boundaries was already in his hands. Long Xingyun stared at Zhou Xian. Leng Leng said, if it wasn't for you, Xinghua wouldn't have left me alone. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't have lost her soul. It's all because of you, Zhou Xian. I must kill you today to vent my hatred. Where is she? Zhou Xian furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. Logically speaking, Long Xinghua should be with him. There was no need for people from the 9 Dragon Palace to be separated. What do you think? I've already raped and killed her. Nobody else can have what I can't have. Do you want to be with her forever? You're not worthy. Long Xingyun naturally wouldn't say it in front of everyone. He squinted his eyes and smiled as he transmitted his voice to Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's eyes became extremely cold at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot. Although Long Xinghua did not have much of a grudge with him, she was still a friend who had fought side by side with him. To think that she would die in the battle royale of the 9 counties. If Long Xinghua was killed by someone else, perhaps Zhou Qian would feel pity, but he wouldn't be so angry. Long Xinghua's death was caused by Zhou Qian's rape and murder. Moreover, it was Zhou Qian's elder brother. Although Long Xinghua might not be his elder brother, such a cruel act still made Jiang Chen's blood boil with anger. You're a beast, a waste of the human world. Jiang Chen stared at Long Xingyun coldly. Ah, I like to see your angry face when you can't kill me. Who do you think you are? How big of a wave do you think you can stir up? Do you think you're the ruler of this world? There are many things that you haven't thought of. Hehe, do you want me to tell you all her tricks? TSK, looks like you care about her. If that's the case, she didn't die in vain. At least someone will pity her and think of her in the dead of the night. It's just that you might not be able to experience that absolutely beautiful figure and graceful naked body. It's really the best in the world. Long Xingyun sneered as he spoke. His eyes became more and more sinister and terrifying. His face was fully displayed by him. Jiang Chen had to admit that he was thoroughly enraged by Long Xingyun. Initially, he thought that it was strange that Long Xinghua didn't appear together with Long Xingyun. He didn't expect that Long Xingyun would be so despicable and shameless. He didn't even let his own sister off. How insane was this? It wouldn't be an exaggeration if he were to be struck by lightning. Scum like you shouldn't be living in this world. Chapter 28:59. What a pity. Even if I only use one hand, I can still beat the crap out of you. Are you angry? But you're just a piece of trash now. Long Xingyun's expression gradually returned to normal. However, his evil eyes made Jiang Chen feel disgusted. Long Xinghua, I, Jiang Chen, have let you down. To think that you would be in such a predicament. I had no heart for a fallen flower, but it was swayed by the wind. A beauty who could topple a city, yet she died here. No one cared about her. Trash, it's enough to kill you. Jiang Chen said calmly. His eyes turned cold and his aura suddenly surged, threatening Long Xingyun. It's good that you've come. I wouldn't be too interested in crushing an ant. Humph. Long Xingyun roared furiously, his voice shaking the heavens. The two of them clashed once again. Your willpower is quite strong. To think that you still have the strength to fight. Interesting. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen's silhouette and smiled. Jiang Chen was originally on the verge of death, but he actually dashed forward and fought against Long Xingyun. This meant that his potential was not bad, but it's a pity that even the Heavenly Emperor himself would not be able to help him turn the situation around. 9 dragons rising to heaven. Long Xingyun's hands were like dragons, turning into dragon shadows that roared and charged towards Jiang Chen. Trash. Jiang Chen snorted and punched out. There was nothing fancy about it. The 9 dragon shadows were turned into nothingness by Jiang Chen's punch. The terrifying dragon might couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen's dragon transformation. What a powerful true dragon might. Long Xingyun took in a deep breath and retreated with a solemn expression. Looks like I've underestimated you. Long Xingyun said. Mad dragon roar. Long Xingyun's hands were filled with lightning. The dragon shadows closed in on him, causing the earth to shake. You can come and go as you please. What can you do to me? Jiang Chen didn't use any fancy moves. Every single punch of his shook the heavens and earth. Every single punch seemed to land on Long Xingyun's body, filled with dominance. Long Xingyun's dragon's might was practically useless against Jiang Chen. Next, try taking another punch from me. Jiang Chen did not stop at all. He dashed forward and punched with all his might. Even a late divine king would not dare to take this punch head-on. Xianxia looked solemn. Even he might not be able to take this punch head-on. No. Long Xingyun's pupils constricted as he quickly retreated. His berserk dragon's roar had been repelled by Jiang Chen, and he could sense Jiang Chen's rage burning in his eyes. Your performance ends here. Jiang Chen's punch struck Long Xingyun's chest like a shooting star. Unable to dodge, Long Xingyun was sent flying. His aura was suppressed to the limit and he could not even breathe properly. You can't kill me, Jiang Chen. Puff. The 9 Dragons Palace will not let you go. Definitely not. Long Xingyun's eyes were filled with fear and regret. Why did he have to provoke Jiang Chen at a time like this? To think that Jiang Chen would defeat me at the last moment. I've even killed Guigu, and killing Luo sect is nothing in my eyes. Do you think I would care about a mere 9 Dragon Palace? Jiang Chen said faintly and snorted disdainfully. What he wanted to do was to avenge the innocent Long Xinghua. No, no, no. Long Xingyun kept shaking his head as his pupils dilated. However, Jiang Chen's fist had already landed on him. With a single punch, Long Xingyun disappeared from this world, vanishing into thin air. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. Jiang Chen's aura weakened once again. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Jiang Chen reminded them of this saying. How could someone who could go against Gui Gu and Xianxia be ordinary? Even if he was severely injured, he was not someone that could be humiliated. Long Xingyun had dug his own grave. Long Xingyun's death had taught everyone a lesson. Although Jiang Chen was severely injured, no one was willing to fight him to the death. Although his aura had weakened once again, no one dared to provoke Jiang Chen other than Xianxia. Little Chenzi, Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen with a pained expression and murmured. However, she knew that the battle was far from over. As long as Jiang Chen was still breathing, he would never let himself be trapped in a dangerous situation. Right now he shouldn't have any lethality left. Xin Lianqiao said softly. However, even the Xin sect, who had a deep grudge against Jiang Chen, did not want to make a pointless sacrifice at this time. From the looks of it, your potential is indeed astonishing. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen and smiled. I don't have the right to call myself the strongest in the 9 boundaries without defeating you. Jiang Chen grinned as his lips were slightly dry. Even though Jiang Chen's myriad qi body had recovered quite a bit, he had used up all of his divine origin qi when he fought against Gui Gu. If it wasn't for the wood spirit and myriad qi body, he would have been in grave danger when he fought against Long Xingyun just now. Jiang Chen had used up all of his divine origin qi. You've really surprised me. Do you still want to fight me now? Xianxia said with a smile. Why not? I am still standing. Am I not completely defeated? Jiang Chen said confidently. If you give up, that might be the best outcome. You are talented. It's not easy for the Eastern Emperor sect to have such a genius like you. If I were to kill you, I would be going against the heavens. Xianxia said coldly with a smile on his face. He looked arrogant as if he did not care about everyone. Are you afraid? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, completely at ease. Xianxinji's eyes turned gloomy and said coldly, You think I'm afraid of you? You must be dreaming. Who do you think can fight me in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries? You're not afraid of me. You're afraid that your reputation will be ruined. I've blocked Gui Gu's self-destruction, so you should already have some lingering fear in your heart. You might not be afraid, but you don't want to fight to the death with me. If that's the case, you won't be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, with Long Xingyun's death, it won't be easy for you to defeat me without a fight. Jiang Chen's words made Xianxinji's heart sink. This fella is really smart. He already knew what I'm thinking. I'm not afraid of facing him because I'm not afraid of facing Jiang Chen at all. However, I'm afraid that both of us will be heavily injured. Those fellows who just want to sit on the mountain and watch from the sidelines might not listen to us. At that time, a chaotic battle might be unavoidable. Chapter 2860. He did not care about Jiang Chen, he only cared about being a tiger that had fallen to the ground. Moreover, the shock that Jiang Chen brought to him was too great. Even Dong Huangtai was speechless at this moment. Jiang Chen's skills had also left Dong Huangtai in the dust. Are you provoking me? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Looks like you're forcing me to send you on your way. Xianxinji stared at Jiang Chen. Both of them were at each other's throats. No one was willing to take a step back. Jiang Chen swore while Xianxinji was not clear about Jiang Chen's background. He was afraid that everyone would attack him after he defeated Jiang Chen. That would be the saddest thing. That was why he wanted to make sure that nothing would go wrong. However, who would have thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't fall for it and wanted to fight him to the death? There's no other reason. There will always be a winner and a loser in this battle. It all depends on this battle. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning. At this moment he knew that he couldn't take a step back or show any signs of defeat. Because he was not alone. If he were to fall, Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen, Zixi, Luo Ping and the others would be suppressed or even killed in Wangdi Mountain. Jiang Qin knew that Xianxia did not plan to let him go from the beginning. However, no one knew what he was planning. You're right. If you don't die, I won't be able to get rid of my worries. Xianxia laughed at himself. If Jiang Qin didn't die, he would always be a threat to him. Whether it was Jiang Qin's strength or his determination to conquer the 9 boundaries, he must defeat Jiang Qin. However, Xianxia chose to take a step back in order to obtain the silver dragon fruit. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin didn't know how to cherish the opportunity. Xianxia could only let him know who was the true number 1 in the 9 boundaries. So, only one of us can survive. Get out of Huangdi Mountain. Jiang Qin and Xianxia were destined to have a battle that could not be avoided. Especially at this moment, Jiang Qin had no way out, so he could only fight with his life on the line. Your courage is commendable. However, I wonder how much weight you have left. Your body is already in such a state, yet you still want to fight against Brother Xian? You're really dreaming. Xin Lianqiao sneered and did not forget to cheer for Xianxia. After all, they could only be at ease if Jiang Qin died. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would always be a threat to them. My senior brother Xinji will kill you as easily as killing a chicken. You will definitely die. Xianqing looked at Jiang Qin in disdain. Xianxia was unstoppable now and no one could stop him from entering the Tianxian gate. Xianxia was definitely the number 1 in the 9 boundaries. Little Qinzi, you still have me. Yan Qingqing disregarded everything and rushed towards Jiang Qin. If I can't protect you, how can I bring you to find little you and Ningzhu? Jiang Qin smiled and shook his head. He touched Yan Qingqing's gentle cheeks and turned around. His aura changed again. He must kill Xianxia in this battle. As you wish. Weaklings should have the self-awareness of weaklings. Unfortunately, you don't know how to restrain yourself. Xianxia pointed his sword at Jiang Qin. At this moment he must kill Jiang Qin. Whoever stood in his way must pay the price. Profound Sky Sword Technique, Heavenly Moon Divine Sword. Xianxia took the lead and approached Jiang Qin. His sword aura was shocking. Everyone was shocked when he attacked. That sword was too powerful, only 5 people could fight against it. 5th Blade. Jiang Qin did not show any weakness. Although he was extremely weak at this moment, his myriad chi body was able to recover quickly. That was why he was able to fight against Xianxia. The 5th blade was fearless as it clashed against Xianxia's profound heavenly sword art. Countless of sword shadows filled the sky. Xianxia was indeed powerful. Jiang Qin could feel Xianxia's strength when they clashed against each other. The profound heavenly sword art was one of the top techniques of the heavenly profound sect, and Xianxia was using it to its fullest. Even though the 5th blade was extremely sharp, it was still broken by Xianxia's 9 heavenly moon divine sword. At this moment, Jiang Qin quickly retreated. Moreover, he was exhausted and was completely suppressed by Xianxia. Shocking sword aura. Such a terrifying sword technique. Profound Sky Sword Technique is indeed the best sword technique in the Tianxian Gate. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice while his eyes were cold. He was being suppressed by Xianxia and he had no chance to fight back. Moreover, the terrifying sword shadows kept putting Jiang Qin in a difficult position, causing him to be in a passive position. Xianxia's strength was undeniable. He was the number 1 in the 9 boundaries. Now everyone believed that Xianxia was the real king. This guy is already at the end of his rope. I want to see how long he can last. He's just suffering for his pride. Since Brother Xian wants to let him go, he doesn't know what's good for him. He wants to compete with Brother Xian for the number 1 position in the 9 boundaries. Does he think he's the reincarnation of a god emperor? Pfft. Some people will never know how strong they are until they are faced with death. Xianxia's name is well known in the 9 boundaries. How can a dark horse like him be compared to him? A dark horse will always be a dark horse. He will never become a dragon. Humph. Now that Jiang Qin was in an extremely passive situation, it gave them the right to mock him. However, Jiang Qin had indeed lost his previous elegance. His battle with Xianxia had been weakened by a lot. It was no wonder that many of them looked down on him. Everyone felt the same way, even Moling Dongqin and Mo Qihan were worried for Jiang Qin. Currently, Jiang Qin could be said to be in danger with every step he took. Everyone was worried for him. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Qin's expression changed. He casted the ancient soaring dragon technique and his strength increased tremendously. He could even fight against a late divine king. The shadow of the dragon changed. Golden light shone on Jiang Chen's body. His qi became extremely powerful at this moment. The mightiness of the soaring dragon was matchless. Jiang Chen possessed the soaring dragon technique. Once again his strength increased tremendously. The dragon mightiness was ferocious. It was as if the ancient dragon emperor had descended upon the world. The mightiness of the ancestral dragon emperor could be faintly felt. Such a terrifying secret technique. I dare say that there are not more than 3 of such secret techniques in the entire Lone Dragon County. I'm afraid that the Eastern Emperor sect's assets have been taken away by Jiang Chen. Only Dong Huang tied and knew that this was not the Eastern Emperor sect's secret technique. It was Jiang Chen's own technique. That means that he already had this technique but he had not casted it yet. Dong Huang tied and knew that even though he had yet to fight with Jiang Chen, he knew that he was no match for him. Jiang Chen, I hope you can make Xianxia bow down to you. Xianxia said with a smile. Chapter 2861. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally unleashed his true strength. Xianxia became solemn, totally different from his casual attitude just now. Jiang Chen's ancient soaring dragon technique made Xianxia witness Jiang Chen's skills once again. I didn't expect that you would only be able to display your true abilities this time around. Xianxia's eyes were cold. Jiang Chen really lived up to his title as a monstrous genius. To be able to make Dong Huang Tai be second to him, his skills were truly extraordinary. Let's see whose sword is faster. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a faint smile. The battle had just begun. With the support of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen's strength had once again increased by leaps and bounds. This time Jiang Chen and Xianxia were evenly matched. Xianxia's sword and Jiang Chen's sword had clashed countless times but they were still evenly matched. Motherfucker. This is a true monstrous genius. I'm looking forward to it now. Jiang Chen might be able to defeat Xianxia. If he defeats Xianxia then he'll definitely create a legend. He'll be the king of the 9 boundaries. Amo Sanpao said excitedly. He was extremely worried just a moment ago but the situation changed in the next second. Jiang Chen's strength had reached a new peak and he was on the same level as Xianxia. The ancient soaring dragon technique was extremely powerful. Amo Kahan and Moling Dongchen's eyes brightened up, especially Moling Dongchen. This was the man she liked. Only such a man could become the king of the 9 heavens. 6th sword. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand changed again. This time his sword aura was even more terrifying. The shadow of the sword floated up and down. The 6th sword had unleashed the sharpness and speed of the heavenly dragon sword to the extreme. Xianxia did not want to be outdone and fought with Jiang Chen fiercely. The entire frozen canyon was filled with dazzling sword shadows. Sword marks were left on the walls of the canyon. The aura was fluctuating and the entire sky was dimmed by the sword aura. The river was rippling but it was evaporated by the sword aura. The aura was suffocating. Jiang Chen took each step carefully and steadily. He advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. On the other side he started to set up a formation. Profound Sky 8 Treasure Sword. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The sword was divided into 8 swords and each sword carried the power of 8 trigrams. The 8 treasures merged into one and turned into a divine sword. Jiang Chen turned into a sword and attacked instead of retreating. When the 2 of them clashed again the sword aura changed and both of them retreated. Jiang Chen's face looked terrible as he was severely injured and it was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. This is the moment. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He knew that Jiang Chen's strength was not as strong as before. Otherwise it would be extremely difficult for him to win against him. However, at this moment Jiang Chen had a gap and Xianxia seized the chance to attack. His sword soared through the clouds and the giant sword was unparalleled in the profound sky. Underworld blue sky profound heavenly sword. Xianxia's attack contained all of his strength. Even an ordinary late divine king would be severely injured by this attack. Although it might not be difficult to kill Jiang Chen, It was enough to show how terrifying this sword was. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. He retreated again and again. He knew that if he couldn't dodge the attack he would most likely be severely injured and his injuries would worsen. At that point of time he would lose all of his strength to fight. It's impossible for you to dodge it. This sword is the pinnacle of the profound sky sword technique. It's going to send you to hell. Xianxia's figure and the underworld blue sky profound heavenly sword made it impossible for Jiang Chen to dodge. Divine Golden Bell God Sealing Prohibition. Jiang Chen casted the Divine Golden Bell once again. However, the green sword light that was 100 zhang long did not affect him at all. The two of them were in a stalemate for 10 breaths. At last, Jiang Chen's physical strength was exhausted. The green sword light easily cut through the Divine Golden Bell like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Jiang Chen swung his sword and the heavenly dragon sword was suppressed for the first time. Jiang Chen spurted out blood and flew backwards. The green sword light almost penetrated through his body. Jiang Chen's face looked terrible and his aura became weaker. After Jiang Chen was forced to retreat, Xianxia looked at the sky arrogantly. Who in the 9 boundaries could compete with him? Jiang Chen's strength had recovered too little and he had consumed too much of his strength just now. The divine golden bell that could withstand Xianxia's attack did not last till the end. Wuxia. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen silently. She knew that she had to trust him. As long as he was still alive he would definitely protect her. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth, but he still had a smile on his face making him look cold. Now do you still want to fight with me? Killing you is like killing intent. Xianxia frowned. This guy is really stubborn. He's already at death's door but he can still smile. Look behind you first. Jiang Chen said. Xianxia suddenly turned his head. At that moment not only him, everyone was stunned. 12 middle divine king realm puppets surrounded Xianxia at the same time. Even Xianxia felt his scalp going numb. The eyes of the 12 middle divine king realm puppets were like hell. He was a little scared. These are all puppets? You're right. Too bad there's no prize. Jiang Chen sneered and the 12 fire god guards surrounded him. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly engulfed Xianxia. Despicable guy. Xianxia roared in anger. However, Jiang Chen could hear that he was angry. However, the 12 fire god guards would not give him any chance. He did not have any chance to get out of the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen's eyes were getting colder. Xianxia could fight against 10 of them at the same time and it would be hard for him to get out of the formation. The 12 fire god guards were terrifying. Xianxia and everyone who was watching the battle realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Did he finally show all of his skills? No one was willing to believe how terrifying the 12 fire god guards were. However, the truth was right in front of them. Xianxia could not compete with the 12 fire god guards at all. At this moment he was completely suppressed. In addition to Jiang Chen's continuous attacks, Xianxia was in a one-sided situation. He had never imagined how powerful the 12 fire god guards were. At this moment Jiang Chen fully demonstrated what it meant to be high and mighty. The 12 fire god guards' ferocious attacks almost made Xianxia breathless. Jiang Chen's continuous suppression had pushed him into a desperate situation. Chapter 2862. The 12 fire god guards were all at the middle divine king realm and their bodies were as strong as an essence divine weapon. These puppets had been purified by the karmic fire of the red lotus, so they were extremely terrifying. Xianxia might not even be able to withstand 6 fire god guards, let alone 12 fire god guards. Xianxia felt hopeless. It was worse than death. His every move was controlled by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's sword chi was approaching Xianxia from the back of the 12 fire god guards. Xianxia's injuries were getting more and more serious. Xianxia finally felt that his life was in danger. Xianqing, Xinlianqiao and the others held their breath. At this moment, everyone knew that once Xianxia was defeated, they would not be in a good situation either. Xian Tian sword technique, Empyrean fairy sword. Xianxinji's face was pale. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. At this moment he could not panic, otherwise he would die a horrible death. The Empyrean Fairy Sword turned into 9 sword shadows. The Empyrean Fairy Flying Sword, 1 sword, 1 soul. Xianxinji pushed away the 12 fire god guards. However, the strong pressure caused his internal organs to be severely injured. Limitless Sword, 7th sword. Jiang Qin summarized the sword state of the 5th and 6th sword and kept evolving. Finally, at this moment he merged his mind with the Heavenly Dragon Sword and performed the 7th sword that Feng Bai had covered for him, the 7th sword. At that moment, a rain of swords fell from the sky. It was similar to Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation, but its power was slightly weaker. Even so, the 7th swordsman's strength was undeniable. The rain of swords made Xianxinji feel the endless pressure again. His swords had no more moves left. The 12 fire god guards continued to attack at this moment. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation controlled them tightly. The formation might not be able to defeat Xianxinji, but the 12 fire god guards had already evolved the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to its peak. It could attack and defend, advance and retreat. You have no way out. Jiang Qin turned himself into a sword, and the sword spirit of the Heavenly Dragon Sword merged with Jiang Qin. The sword was sharp and Xianxinji had no way to retreat. Jiang Qin, I won't rest until you're dead. Xianxinji gritted his teeth and his face was as black as ink. Under the heavy reward it was hard for him to move. The surrounding sword chi was like tens of thousands of swords returning to their origin. Xianxinji was fighting with his life on the line. I told you, between you and me only one of us can survive. Jiang Qin sneered. At this moment he did not have the slightest mercy. You are a despicable person. You defeated me with a puppet. What kind of hero are you? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Xianxinji was furious, but he had no choice. Jiang Chen's 12 puppets could even fight against a late divine king or a half-step hierarch. The winner becomes king and the loser becomes a bandit. Kindness is the epitaph of a kind person. Despicable is the passport of a despicable person. In this world there are only the strong and the weak. If you were the one with the fire god guards, perhaps you would not choose to reason with me, right? Jiang Qin looked cold. At this moment Xianxinji was speechless. Jiang Qin was right. Only the weak would reason with the weak. Only the truly strong could reach the top. History was written by the winners. If one failed, there would only be one result, which was to be forgotten. You forced me to do this. Jiang Qin. Xianxinji's eyes were burning with fire. He moved his hands and a blood-red drum appeared in his hands. The drum's skin was as black as ink and the drum's body was as red as the sun. Evening drum, morning bell, heavenly drum. Xianxinji slammed his palm on the blood-red drum and a deafening sound was heard. In an instant the 12 fire god guards were pushed back by more than 10 steps. The dreadful sound wave made Dong Huang Taie and the others take a few steps back. They protected their heart veins with all their might to save their lives. Even so, the powerful sound wave and the echoes in the ice canyon had caused everyone to be heavily injured. Without exception, all of them escaped from the canyon with heavy injuries. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold while the divine golden bell protected his body. The golden light shield was almost shattered by Xianxinji's heavenly drum as he was too weak at the moment. At this moment his strength could not be compared to the battle at Guigu. The 12 fire god guards protected Jiang Qin in the middle and activated the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to block Xianxinji's heavenly drum. Ah, Jiang Qin, I said don't force me. Let's see how you're going to deal with my heavenly drum. Xianxinji's eyes were sharp as he finally blocked the attack from Jiang Chen's 12 fire god guards. You have your strength and I have mine. Don't look down on anyone, let alone me, Xianxinji. I'm the number 1 in the 9 boundaries. You can't win against me. Heavenly drum. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. The heavenly drum was indeed powerful. The power of the sound wave was hard to defend against. The quality of the heavenly drum had reached the level of a peak essence divine tool. Even a hierarch realm expert might not have such an amazing divine tool. Second strike, heart wave. Xianxinji struck the upturned drum once again. The mightiness of the upturned drum once again broke through the restraints of the heavens and earth, forcing Jiang Qin into a corner. The terrain of the canyon was more suitable for the upturned drum. The sound waves reverberated throughout the canyon, causing the rocks to crack and the water to surge up to 100 zhang high. Xianxia could feel that his mind had suffered a huge blow. Using the word, terrified, to describe this feeling was the best way to describe it. However, it wasn't fear. The chaotic heart wave was a huge mental attack that forced Xianxia to quickly retreat. However, since the chaotic heart wave had locked onto Xianxia, he had no way to retreat. Once he was locked onto by the chaotic heart wave, his mind would be directly attacked by the sound wave. Not only would it disturb his mind, it would also cause his body to be ravaged by the sound waves. The heavenly drum truly lived up to its name, shaking the periosteum and shouting himself hoarse. I didn't expect this guy to have such a powerful technique. It's even comparable to De Huang's soul-crunching sound. It was useless to cover one's ears because the heavenly drum not only attacked one's auditory nerves, but also one's heart. Xianxia kept retreating. His face had turned pale. He understood that it was basically impossible for him to get out of the range of this monstrous attack in a short period of time. However, he couldn't let this guy continue to show off his power in the canyon. Like a beam of light, Xianxia dashed out from the canyon. His body had suffered a great deal of damage. Even he felt that the words struggling at death didn't fit him anymore. Especially the last chaotic heart wave, it had made Xianxia's injuries even worse. He could only passively endure the attacks and escape from the canyon. The Great Void technique was used to the extreme. However, this time it was used to escape. The attack of the heavenly drum was too strange and frightening. Trying to escape? Humph, where are you going? Chapter 2863. Just when Xianxia's body and mind were under great pressure, the grain of sand in the warrior's gate gave Xianxia a great amount of soul recovery power. In just a short moment his soul reached the perfect state. Emperor Realm's soul. However, Xianxia could not use it yet. At this moment, Xianxia's mind was under attack. His Emperor Realm soul started to defend itself and the Great Soul Derivation technique pushed his Emperor Realm soul to the extreme. A ray of light suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. The Great Soul Derivation technique continued to be activated and fused with the Emperor Realm soul. His soul energy became more and more solid and stable. Soul movement stage. Is this the soul movement stage of the Great Soul Derivation technique? Finally, the Great Soul Derivation technique has made great progress after reaching the Emperor Realm soul. Xianxia was overjoyed. The Great Soul Derivation technique was indeed powerful. However, ever since he entered the divine world he did not make great progress. However, at this moment he could feel that the Great Soul Derivation technique collided with the Emperor Realm soul once again. There seemed to be sparks. The might of the Great Soul Derivation technique was fully displayed. The soul movement was as quiet as a virgin and as swift as lightning. The soul movement allowed Xianxia's Great Soul Derivation technique to have a strong attacking effect. The soul movement was much more terrifying than a physical attack. It could move thousands of miles away with just a thought. It could retreat without a trace. The Great Soul Derivation technique combined with the Emperor Realm soul made the soul attack much easier. With the soul as the shadow and the Great Soul Derivation technique as the foundation, killing without a trace. This was the terror of the soul movement stage. The moment Xianxia activated the Great Soul Derivation technique, he could clearly feel Xianxia's position. Even his aura and speed were all under his control. With a single thought, the Great Soul Derivation technique was like a sharp arrow that pierced through one's soul. If it wasn't for the fact that his soul was stronger than Xianxia's, his soul would definitely be severely injured. However, the soul move of the Great Soul Derivation technique consumed a lot of Xianxia's soul. The soul move of the Great Soul Derivation technique also consumed a lot of divine origin power. Moreover, with Xianxia's current strength he could only use the soul move of the Great Soul Derivation technique once at most. If he was not careful he might even suffer a backlash. After all, his strength was still too weak. Even though his soul had reached the Emperor Realm, it was impossible for him to completely integrate it. In the future the Great Soul Derivation technique will definitely reach a higher level as my soul realm and strength increase. Xianxia's heart trembled and he became even more delighted. After all, his Great Soul Derivation technique had finally made a qualitative leap at this moment. The reason for this was the strength of his emperor soul. Soul attack was not something that anyone could do. This was why the Great Soul Derivation technique was so terrifying. Ordinary people could only use their soul to create pressure. However, his Great Soul Derivation technique could directly attack one's soul. The strength of it was self-evident. However, Xianxia knew that the suppression of the soul realm was extremely terrifying. As long as one's soul had not reached the Emperor realm, his terrifying Great Soul Derivation technique and the soul move of the Great Soul Derivation technique could hurt or even kill the opponent. Once the opponent's soul was destroyed, he would definitely die. However, Xianxia did not dare to try it. If it was someone who had reached the Hierarch realm or Divine Emperor realm, his strength would be unfathomable. Although his soul realm might not have the might of an emperor god, his terrifying strength would be able to instantly see through Xianxia's soul attack and defend against it. It would not be easy to kill him in one hit. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, Xianxia would definitely not use the soul move of the Great Soul move. However, at this moment Xianxia already had the idea to fight against Xianxia. He wanted to test out how powerful his soul movement was. Die Xianxia. You're not fated to be the number one in the 9 boundaries. I Xianxia am the real genius. Xianxia closed in on Xianxia again as he struck the heavenly drum. The experts from all directions took a step back and their expressions changed. Great Soul Derivation technique, Soul Strike. Xianxia's Emperor Realm soul was released at this moment. The Great Soul Derivation technique was pushed to the extreme by Xianxia. Xianxia controlled the whole canyon within 10 miles. The soul movement of the Great Soul move instantly pierced through Xianxia's body and his soul was severely injured. However, Xianxia was not prepared at all. The soul movement of the Great Soul move allowed Xianxia's Emperor Realm soul to kill his soul. Xianxia held the heavenly drum in his hand and fell down like a falling star. Xianxia's Emperor Realm soul blocked the sound wave attack from the heavenly drum. Xianxia's soul was destroyed and his body lost his sovereign's energy. He died in an instant. However, Xianxia's injury was also indescribable. Because of the soul of motion, the consumption of his Emperor Realm soul was too great. It instantly devoured all of Xianxia's soul and divine origin strength. Xianxia kneeled down on one knee. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He leaned against the rock wall and swallowed a few energy recovery pills. However, the depletion of his soul energy wasn't something that could be recovered in a short period of time. He would need at least a few days to return to his peak condition. Xianxia kept the heavenly drum. It was a good item. He could not refine a pinnacle primordial spirit weapon. However, he did not have the strength to fight anymore. Where's Xianxia? Is he dead? Did the two of them perish together? Not necessarily. Those two fellas are the strongest among the strongest. How could they die so easily? Look at Xianxia. He's there. But Xianxia's aura is gone. Is he dead? More than 10 experts gathered in the sky. Yan Qingqing, Moling Dongchen and the others were heavily injured by the heavenly drum. Xianxia's death caused a commotion among the crowd. Xianxia leaned against the boulder. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. At least at this moment he could have a good sleep. Impossible, senior brother. Xianqing's countenance fell. In his eyes, Xianxia was the pride of the heavenly profound sect, the Chilean boundary and the 9 boundaries. However, he was defeated by Xianxia. His aura had completely disappeared. I knew it. Boss Jiang will not disappoint us. Mo Qihan said with a smile. On Xianxia's side, everyone had a smile on their faces. Those who swore their loyalty to Xianxia retreated one by one. No one dared to look down on Xianxia, who seemed to have lost his fighting strength anymore. Because Xianxia was like this after the battle with Guigu. However, he managed to kill Xianxia, who was the last hope to become the strongest in the 9 boundaries. He looked harmless, but in fact he was unparalleled in the world. He was the number 1 in the 9 realms. Chapter 2864. Guigu self-destructed, Dong Huang Taiga was severely injured, Xianxia was killed on the spot. Xianxia had become the last glory of the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. Jiang Qin moved his mind and a fire god guard flew out from the canyon, holding a silver fruit in his hand. It was the silver dragon fruit. At this moment, no one dared to object to Jiang Qin holding the silver dragon fruit. Because the number one of the 9 boundaries was a true king, who would dare to compete with him? Jiang Qin had defeated many experts and was in control of the universe. Even though he was severely injured, no one dared to take a step forward. The 9 boundaries are revered. This silver dragon fruit has caused many geniuses to perish. I'm afraid that there are countless casualties in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. There were less than 200 people in the battle royale of the 9 boundaries and now, there were only 40 to 50 of them left. It was not an easy feat. A general's success was built on the bones of tens of thousands of people. Jiang Qin was no exception. However, he knew that his journey to become an expert would be more difficult because he had to protect his loved ones. He wanted to ascend to the peak of the divine world. He wanted the heavens to be unable to cover his eyes. He wanted the earth to submit to him. With the silver dragon fruit in his hand, those who wanted to compete for it sighed silently. Their skills were not as good as the others. In this world where strength was the most important, the strongest fist was the last word. Such prestige. No wonder you're the one who could stir up a storm in the Linhe boundary. Jiang Qin, we've been looking for you for a long time. A white-clothed middle-aged man soared into the sky with an imposing manner. Countless people sighed in admiration. This terrifying wave of air caused the surrounding valley to tremble. It was too shocking. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 2 other people with incomparably powerful strength. At this moment, everyone raised their heads in anticipation. The strength of these 3 people was much, much stronger than them. Who exactly were they? Who are you? Jiang Qin said coldly. Indeed, he did not know these people. However, he knew that he had many enemies. Therefore, Jiang Qin did not find it strange. However, the strength of these 3 people was quite strong. It seemed that his preparations were not without reason. Battle God Clan Doingqi. Dou Ling is my younger brother. You killed the young geniuses of my Battle God Clan and stole my Battle God Clan's battle formation technique. I should have taken your life long ago. Doingqi said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as an arrow, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Jiang Qin's aura was completely locked down by him. At this moment, the 3 Peak Divine King Realm experts almost made Jiang Qin submit to them. Battle God Clan? It turned out to be that legendary race. This guy really stirred up trouble everywhere. It seemed that Jiang Qin's position as the number 1 in the 9 realms wouldn't last long. Yeah. How can he have a good life after offending the Battle God Clan? That's one of the 3 great clans in the divine world alongside the Tian clan and God Luo clan. Even a county lord would have to show some respect to such a great clan. Reckless guy. He dared to steal the inheritance of the Battle God Clan and even dared to kill the geniuses of the Battle God Clan. However, this guy is quite powerful. Unfortunately, he won't be able to live for long. 3 Peak Divine King Realm experts. They could even fight against a half-step hierarch. They're a few times more powerful than Xianxia and Gui Gu. Those people seem to see hope again. If Jiang Qin was defeated, they might have the chance to obtain the silver dragon fruit. Jiang Qin was on the verge of death. Although they did not know how much energy he could exert, it was almost impossible for him to fight against 3 Peak Divine King Realm experts. When it rains, it pours. Damn it. Mo Qihan said while gritting his teeth. Jiang Qin had already defeated the strong enemies. However, who would have thought that these 3 monstrous geniuses would appear out of nowhere? However, it seemed like these 3 Peak Divine Kings were going to fight Jiang Qin to the death. He's really stirring up trouble everywhere. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. However, at this moment he was ready to fight to the death with these people. No one could hurt the person that he, Moling Dongchen, liked. Yan Qingqing was incomparably furious. Her pretty face was covered with frost. Jiang Qin had no more strength to fight at this moment. She must not let these 3 people kill Jiang Qin. If that's the case, what's the point of her being alive? So it's the Battle God Clan. Dou Ling is called a genius? Don't tarnish the word genius. You guys are not qualified. Jiang Qin and Leng Leng said. They were mocking the 3 people from the Battle God Clan. Everyone thought that Jiang Qin was crazy. He knew that he was powerless to turn the situation around, so he was being unreasonable. You don't need to judge a genius. I'll send you to hell after today's battle. Doingqi said faintly. He did not care about Jiang Chen's mockery at all. What's there to be proud of for him to deal with a dying man? So what if he wanted to scold someone? Because in his eyes, Jiang Chen was already one of the 4 people. If you want to kill him, you have to go through me first. Moling Dongchen took a step forward and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Today no one can touch him unless they step over my body. Yan Qingqing also stood in front of Jiang Chen. The 2 women were not inferior to men. They stopped the 3 peak divine kings for Jiang Chen. No matter what the result would be, their heroic spirit was enough to make people revere them. They were the heroines among women. I didn't expect that you'd let a woman be your shield at this stage. Jiang Chen, where's your pride? Where's your arrogance? If that's the case, I'll teach you 2 a lesson first. The dignity of a peak divine king is inviolable. Doingqi's aura was imposing. He looked down at the sky with both of his palms facing Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. Both of them were not willing to show weakness. However, Doingqi did not panic even though he was fighting against 2 people at the same time. He was as steady as Mount Tai. After all, a peak divine king was only 1 step away from the half-step hierarch realm. Once a peak divine king stepped into the half-step hierarch realm, ordinary people would not be able to compete with him. 100 flowers bloom, do rain contend. Yan Qingqing's body was like a swan. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She was floating in the sky and her hand was dancing like a silver snake. The sky was filled with flower rain. After inheriting Du Wan's inheritance, Yan Qingqing's strength had improved a little. Although there was not much change, Du Wan's inheritance was not a small matter. 100 flowers bloomed and the flower rain was like a sword rain, covering the sky and covering the earth, attacking Doingqi. Child's play. Doingqi's expression did not change. He was not afraid at all. His palm was as sharp as thunder. The heaven and earth were roaring. Moling Dongchen also turned his body and cooperated with Ye Fairy's inheritance. He was fighting with Doingqi with the ink attack. Ink attack technique, ink feather 1000/. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.